Hello and welcome back to the KCC channel. I'm Rob and I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Today we continue with the compilation videos which are aimed at people who are working or people who are driving or people who just have a heck of a lot of time and want something on in the background. Today we're jumping into some malicious compliance. Please check out the KCC Discord linked in the description down below. There you can talk to me and a whole bunch of KCC fans who hang out there on a regular basis. I look forward to seeing you there. Our first story today comes to us from Weber Darren 97. Write me up for following the rules? Okay, I'll follow the rules. Let's jump right in. In November 2021, I worked for a small logistics company that delivers for Amazon. I applied for this position because I love driving and am pretty much at home on the road. I thought I should give mass delivery a try, see if I like it or not. Well, this company ruined it for me and went the extra mile to piss me off. I found out on day one that I didn't get any formal training. Instead, I got inducted into a nursery program that included 2 ride-alongs. This means that in my first week, I deliver 50% of a normal route. On my first day, someone will come with me to show me what I'm doing. Then, I'm on my own for the rest of the week. On the first day of my second week, I was moved to Nursery 2, 80% of a normal route, and got my second ride-along. For the entire second week, I was getting hints from pretty much everyone that I was one of, if not the slowest driver they'd ever had. Note that I had a whole 2 days of training. I don't count the rest as I was not with anyone to train me. The rest of this story will all be about the second week. The first thing that really pissed me off was when the delivery app took me to an address that didn't exist. Like legit just a big dirt lot with some bulldozers and excavators. No mailbox, no buildings, nothing. It's Sunday night, so there's nobody around to ask. So I called driver support. The conversation went as follows. I have a package that's undeliverable, the address is incorrect. Just mark it as missing. Why would I do that? I have it right here in my hands. The undeliverable button isn't working. Just mark it as missing. Hangs up. I proceeded to mark it as missing and finish the rest of my route early and without incident. I returned the missing package to the warehouse, told the marshals what happened, and returned the van to dispatch. When I got back to dispatch, there was a write-up waiting for me because I returned a package marked as missing instead of retrying delivery. I told them what happened and was told to sign the write-up. I refused and went home for the night. On the next to last day of my second week, basically the same thing happened with another package. I was sent through the same ringer and called dispatch to explain the situation before continuing. I was told to just keep moving with my route and they'll get in contact with the warehouse. I saw no evidence of this happening, as when I returned, there was a write-up waiting for me, returning a package marked as missing. I said to myself that I'm done with this crap. It's time to do something. I reread the employee contract and found a clause that every time the van comes to a full and complete stop, it must be turned off. Oh boy, did I know what I was going to do the next day. I came into work, claimed a van, picked up my packages, and proceeded to turn the van off every time it stopped. I was laughing so hard at all the people honking at me while restarting those big butt vans. After about 2 hours and at least 150 restarts, it wouldn't turn over anymore. I called dispatch and requested a rescue van. I then killed the rescue van and the rescue van for the rescue van. I killed 3 vans in one day. When I returned to dispatch over an hour late, they asked me what happened. The nice way of asking, what do you think you're doing? I said I was following the contract and proved myself correct in front of my dispatcher. He wrote me up for unsatisfactory performance, and I pointed out that that makes 3 write-ups in a month. If he wants me to sign that, he'll have to call the boss in, then explain why I'm being written up again. I said, yeah, call your boss. I'm sure she'd love to hear why she's being called in at 9:45 at night. He dropped the write-up. I followed up by asking if one of the faster drivers could meet me at the warehouse 10 minutes early to discuss van organization. He agreed to this. I didn't show up the next day. So first of all, after reading this story, I was thinking that having that other driver come in early was a really big move by OP. But then I realized that person coming in early meant that there was somebody to drive the truck that OP was supposed to be driving. It was actually a brilliant move on OP's behalf. Do me a quick favor and take a look down below the video. If that subscribe button's still red, it means you're actually not subscribed to the KCC channel. Please hit that subscribe button for more daily Reddit stories. This next story comes to us from Tacky Queen. Won't honor the contract? Fine. Hope you like hot pink duct tape. Let's jump right in. Many years ago, I was an elected union president at a Fortune 500 company, but I was only in charge of one contracted group. As such, the bargaining power of the main company was much higher than my own, but even they couldn't intervene too much. My group's contract switched from Company A to Company B in 2012, but the contract remained unchanged. Company B inherited all of the contract requirements of Company A and agreed to meet them, but opted to fight me on several minor clauses when it came down to it. Most were solved without much conflict, but the major sticking point was in regards to uniforms. Our contract ensured that we were given an allowance to pay for new uniforms and vouchers for steel-toe boots every year. When it came time for our new vouchers, they refused, citing that they'd given us a slight raise which should offset the cost of boots. I informed them that a cost of living raise didn't void the portion of the contract requiring them to provide vouchers for shoes, to which they responded they just hadn't figured out how to provide vouchers yet. After reassurances they would provide vouchers as soon as they could work it out, I dropped the issue. Unsurprisingly, months later, they still hadn't provided vouchers for replacement shoes. It should be noted that this was a very large campus, and many of us walked several miles a day in these shoes, and the shoes were caked with chemicals and dirt and started to look pretty vile within a year. We had to wear the same work shoes in office areas, and we had started to get complaints. I decided to lean into this. This is where malicious compliance begins. No new shoes? Fine, I'll rig them up to last longer. I went out and bought several rolls of the flashiest and most obnoxious duct tape I could find. I began to repair holes in my shoes with duct tape and extra fabric to the point that my hot pink shoes became easily recognizable. The safety team for the main company was so amused, they gifted me hot pink safety glasses and gloves to match. I also lent out my gaudy duct tape collection to any employee needing to upgrade their shoes. Suddenly, the complaints about our dirty shoes were replaced by complaints about obviously duct tape shoes. Whenever we were asked, we'd tell both union and non-union coworkers that it was a small protest against the refusal to honor the shoe vouchers in the contract. The next year rolls around and still no shoe vouchers, but suddenly, our uniform allowance was increased, $150 to allow for new steel-toed shoes to be purchased. After speaking to the union members, I agreed to allow that in place of the vouchers. I kept my duct tape collection permanently on display as a threat and would use it anytime safety equipment wasn't being replaced and required repair. Ah yes, unions, compliance, and duct tape, my three favorite tools. If you can't fix it with one, you probably can with the others. This next story comes to us from Teflon Jacket. You write poor code and never fix anything. Let's jump right in. Background: I used to work for an IT services company working on a central government contract. We would develop the code, unit test it, and then hand it off to a dedicated test team who would test and sign off on the code before going to production. Once in production, the jobs would be monitored and responded to by a dedicated support team. This support team were all ex-government employees transitioned to the services company as part of the contract. They never developed any code themselves, but were happy to point fingers at anyone else to make themselves feel superior. The production system was massive and made up of many moving parts. Code releases were also based on dates pulled out of thin air, rather than being based on requirements or development times. As such, defects were inevitable. Defects were graded 1 to 5, with 1 being critical and 5 only being addressed if 1 to 4 were all gone. Category 5 was things like, clicking this button takes 5 seconds instead of 3. This meant that anything with a 5 was never looked at. The support team monitored production jobs out of hours. If a job failed, the first responder would be called. This meant a $50 call-out fee for him. He would then call someone else on his team to address the issue. This meant a $50 call-out fee for him also. A particular job had an issue where the underlying requirement was not clear, and it would fail at 10 p.m. each day due to an unexpected value. The fix was to click restart and the job would recover itself and continue without any further failures. As this required no real intervention and didn't impact users, it was labeled with a 5. The support team liked this as it meant an extra $350 a week for the lead and $350 a week for the support guy just for one of them to click a button at the same time each night. This had been happening for the previous 2 years, government, and netted them about $35,000 each in support payments so far. Malicious compliance. After a large release filled with incomplete requirements and unrealistic deadlines, we were called to a multi-team meeting to discuss the number of defects and how to reduce them. The support team leader took this opportunity to brown-nose leadership and tell everyone how it was all the development team's fault because we wrote poor code and never fixed anything, and how his team were carrying us and having to respond to regular out-of-hours outages. We were blindsided by this, and I was particularly annoyed because we were already under pressure and didn't need this Muppet making things worse. I knew about the 10 p.m. job and knew they were milking it, so I raised a new fake defect and labeled it as a Category 3 and linked it to roughly the same area as the Category 5 10 p.m. failure. I fixed the 10 p.m. failure code by basically editing an if statement so it would continue instead of failing. It took no more than 10 keystrokes. The new code was deployed, but I didn't tell the support team. The next day, I got a call from the team lead saying there was a problem with the 10 p.m. job as it didn't fail the night before, so must not have processed all of the data. He continued with, "We should test the code more thoroughly" speech when I stopped him mid-sentence and said, "Oh, that code. I noticed a problem when I was fixing something else, so I made a change to stop it from failing. I didn't want it to keep bothering you guys." He didn't know what to say, so I said goodbye and hung up. If he hadn't have been a Muppet, I would have let him keep his cash cow, but he chose poorly and the cash cow vanished. Again, another opportunity was missed. You could have taken this to the higher-ups and let them know about the feature and just how much you saved the company for the coming year. I think if the higher-ups realized just how much of a ride they'd been taken for, they probably would have done some arrangements in that team, like getting rid of a couple of people. You don't want people working for you who are that untrustworthy. This next story comes to us from Bobby Wayne. "I'm not paying you for your injury. Take it to court." Okay, let's jump right in. Back when I was 20, I worked at a motorhome manufacturer. It was pretty small with around 20 people in total. I had to go at all aspects of the job before settling on the joinery shop where all the wood was cut by CNC machine and either prepped for the main workshop or pre-assembled where possible. Part of the prep work involved putting rubber edging onto exposed edges of wood, and to do this, you have to cut a groove into the edge for the edging to slot into. To put this groove in, we used a handheld router with a slotting bit, but the router was mounted under a workbench with the bit sticking out of a hole. As it was a handmade piece of equipment, it didn't have any safeguards on it, so you can probably see where this is going. I was slotting a large piece of ply when my hand slipped off the top and into the blade. When I pulled away and looked, I realized the tip of my middle finger was hanging off from about 3/4 of the way down my nail, and my index and ring finger were badly cut too. I was alone in the joinery building, so had to go get help and a lift to the hospital. Went to the hospital, where they managed to reattach my finger minus the bone and took 5 weeks off work while I recovered. When I did return, it was with a plastic guard while the healing finished. About a week later, when the owner and I were both in, I went to his office to talk. I had initially intended to just ask for my lost wages, which were about £1,200 at the time. But as soon as I entered and asked, "Can we talk?" I was immediately hit with, "If you're coming to ask for money, you can forget it. Go see a solicitor." Not even a, "How are you recovering? Are you okay?" etc. I tried to be rational, but he wasn't having any of it. So I did just that. I went to a no-win, no-fee lawyer, and after some back and forth, was awarded £6,000. Beyond that though, the health and safety executive paid a visit and found numerous risks and violations. Fire exits were blocked, first aid training was well out of date, wires were run across the floor to permanent workstations with no trip protection, etc. The owner got a thorough telling off and ordered to bring the safety standards in line with recommendations. This obviously led to a bad atmosphere at work, so I started looking for another job, which was for the best. as the company went into administration after a mix of paying people to undertake the required changes and the motorhome market taking a wobble. I was made redundant, but at least received redundancy pay from HMRC and walked into another job that following week. The owner declared bankruptcy, but reopened under a different company name and under someone else's name, his wife, I think. I'm kind of glad he kept going though, as apparently safety standards did change and a lot of people kept their jobs, with some redundant people returning after he built himself back up. Ah yes, reopening under a different name. That's the corporate equivalent of glasses and a false mustache. You know that they're not going to follow the safety rules going forward. Eventually, they're going to get inspected again when another employee goes rogue, and they're going to get shut down again, which is definitely what they deserve. This next story comes to us from... Gfbeb8G. Yeah, that. You want to report me to the police? I can do the same. Let's jump right in. This took place in Germany, relevant because of laws regarding taxes. A few weeks ago, my boyfriend and I were on our way home from an appointment and were quite hungry. We knew that about 10 friends would come to visit us this evening, so we decided to pick up some pizza for everyone on our way home. I quickly Googled a nice pizza place and ordered 10 pizzas and 3 salads. Guy on the phone said it's ready in 10 minutes, which was perfect given it would take us roughly 15 to 20 minutes to drive there. We arrived and I went inside when the guy behind the counter says he has no order under my name. I checked my phone and realized I called a pizza place with the same name in a town 5 hours away. I asked the guy behind the counter if it's possible to make my order, and he tells me it would take 15 minutes, so I went to wait outside. I was just about to call the other pizza place I wrongfully ordered at when my phone already rang. Lo and behold, it was the owner of the other pizza place and he was furious. Asked me where I am. It was now 25 minutes after I initially ordered, and if I'm going to pick up my order anytime soon. I explained my mistake, that I ordered at the wrong restaurant. I said that I will pay for the pizzas he prepared, given it was my stupid fault I called the wrong restaurant, and if he can send me an invoice. As soon as I hang up the phone, our order at the place we were was ready and we drove home. Problem is, on our way home from there, you have no signal. It's through dense forest with no phone service available and takes about 25 minutes. By the time I got signal again, the guy had sent me a bank account number and a price. This is when things started to seem off. I paid about €100 for 10 pizzas and 3 salads only 30 minutes earlier. The exact same order I placed at the wrong pizza place. But the guy from the wrong pizza place only wanted €36 for 10 pizzas and 3 salads. Additionally to this message, I also got 5 messages threatening me to call the police if I don't pay. Remember, I had no signal on the way home and planned to do it ASAP when I got home. He also doesn't have a legit invoice, so I went on the pizza place's website and checked if this is the restaurant's bank account number. In Germany, every business needs its own tax identification number and bank account number, and it has to be accessible by the public. If a business gets paid money for their services and doesn't properly declare it, they can get fined a huge amount of money for it. Not to my surprise, he gave me his private bank account number because he wanted to pocket the money for himself and to not pay taxes for it. I message him back saying I will pay if he gives me the right bank account number and a legit invoice for it. Cue him getting furious and calling the police saying I am not paying him. They call to question me and I tell them he's trying to commit fraud. Long story short, I paid the price for my order to the right bank account and the pizza place was fined so much they went bankrupt because after my report, they found at least a dozen other charges against him. Ah yes, a lesson to the criminals out there. If you're going to lie and commit fraud on a regular basis, it pays to be nice to people, because otherwise you'll get reported just for being a dick. This next story comes to us from Gelatinous Stand. Sure, you can have an accounting of my every minute. Let's jump right in. Mid-2020, I moved across the country and started a new job. Before I accepted, I made it clear that I would need an adjusted schedule because of COVID and childcare issues. I'm told this is totally fine. We're all adults and can manage our own time. As long as I'm working the right number of hours within certain parameters, everything will be great. It became obvious very quickly that my new boss and I were not getting along. She was very proud of her computer science PhD from the 90s and hadn't learned a thing about computers since, while I was supposed to be tech support, and she really didn't like being wrong. Also, I was morally opposed to holding an 80-person indoor event because, again, COVID. Anyway, about 3 months into my tenure, she tells me that she forgot to tell me that she needs an accounting of my time each week to make sure it all adds up to enough hours. She says everyone does them, and she'd just forgotten to have me start. I ask around, very small team, about 5 people. Nobody has ever heard of anything like this. I ask her about what they said. She says she needs to make sure that I'm not getting away with working less because of my modified schedule and to just do it. So I write down every single deviation from the standard schedule every single time. Arrived 1 minute early, it goes on the spreadsheet. Took a 3-minute shorter lunch, on the spreadsheet. Left 7.5 minutes early to get my kids. Better believe that half a minute is going on the spreadsheet. Stayed 11 minutes late? Hell yeah. Did I make my schedule even weirder than usual? Maybe. I used Excel to make sure everything totaled exactly perfectly. But she didn't tell me to do the math for her, so I deleted it before I printed the spreadsheet out to sign and turn in. She spent almost an hour the first time doing math. I know this because she complained endlessly about it to my coworker. It took all of 2 weeks, 2 spreadsheets, for her to tell me that I could start managing my own time again. I quit a month later, but that's a different tale of malicious compliance. Gotta admit, kinda disappointed this one didn't go the way we see other posts like this go. 5 minutes for filling out time card, 5 minutes for filling out time card for filling out time card, etc, etc. Come on. You could have been a lot more petty with this one. This next story comes to us from Training Outcome 5466. You want me to email you everything? Sure. Let's jump right in. So this is from back when I was in college. I was working a job on campus and my manager moved on to a different organization and was replaced by someone else who we'll call Karen. Now, our team of 10 students worked super well, very efficient, and got everything as expected. Karen comes in and decides that the team needs to change the way we work. So she makes massive changes and makes our lives harder. But it's all part of the job and we deal with it. Also, I was the unofficial leader of the team and constantly advocated for my team. We were close and we knew what worked for each of us, and the rest of the team looked to me as a leader. So obviously Karen hated me because I'd advocate against stupid policies that had no benefit but only made our lives harder. Each of us had a weekly one-on-one meeting with Karen to discuss the stuff we got done, needed to get done, etc. As always, I went in with an agenda, made sure she got all the updates I had, made sure she answered all my questions, made sure I answered all her questions, and then ensured I had a 5-minute space at the end for her to discuss anything she had to talk to me about. 2 weeks into the changes, she tells me that I have not been updating her properly. Surprised, I ask her what updates I didn't give, and as she lists it out, I point to the agendas of our previous 2 meetings and show her that I did discuss it. She says that verbal updates aren't acceptable, and I need to email them to her. I am confused, but I know how to pick my battles and agree to it. In fact, she writes me up for not properly communicating with her, not giving her updates, and not keeping her in the loop about my work, so I am pissed off. After the meeting, I check with my team, and this isn't the setup for anyone. Everyone gives her verbal updates and sometimes emails them, but there's no real rule for it to be an email every time. So I decided to follow her policies as she stated. That evening, I sent her a long email with the details of everything I got done over the last 2 weeks. The next day onwards, every day when I clock in, I send her an email with my tasks for the day. As I complete tasks, I update her via email, and if I'm stuck on something, update her on that too. I CC her on all the emails I send, and also send her an email at the end of the day with what I didn't get done. Now, this doesn't take me long because I write most of these emails in my own tracker, so it's just a matter of copy-paste. However, when writing in my tracker, I do it on my time, but since this is a work-related task, I must do it on the clock. So not only is she getting approximately 15 emails a day from me, she's also paying me for about 1 extra hour each day. This matters later. Given how new Karen is, she doesn't realize that I have built a mini network with some of her colleagues given my time in this job, and I find out that Karen now has a habit of ignoring all emails from me. Also matters later. I don't care about it because I'm now getting paid for stuff I was doing on my own time. A couple of months or so later, our department has to host an event. The tasks are divided and all is good. The 2 tasks I have are to manage the food for all the guests and to provide parking tickets to the guests in advance. Large university, parking office is a pain to work with. I get the parking done and then I focus on the food the week before the event because we only got final confirmations then. I realize that there are several guests who have various dietary restrictions. I also am suddenly told that a few of the guests are in wheelchairs. They told me that because they needed specific parking spots, but our venue is not accessible. Given the importance of this, I immediately email her, but knowing that she ignores my emails, I CC the parking team to ensure they have a consolidated list because Karen obviously won't send it, and the person managing guests during the event so they know to ask Karen about the special meals when the guests arrive. We don't have any more one-on-ones before the event, so I try to figure out how to tell her to make sure the guests aren't affected. I try to schedule a meeting with her, but given that she's ignoring my emails, she is also ignoring all my meeting requests. So I give up and decide to enjoy the fireworks during the event. The reason I need to talk to her is that I need the budget increase to accommodate these multiple dietary restrictions. Gluten-free meals plus nut-free meals all really add up, and we were at the max of my permitted budget already. Essentially, we had a meal budget of say $20 a person, but these special meals cost $25 a person. One thing that makes doing this difficult for me is that as much as I hate Karen, I do not have the ability to let that hate for Karen affect other people. So I spoke to facilities to get a ramp kept in the back room for the wheelchairs and found that about 5 of the people coming had not picked meals, so we didn't have to offer them meals. Got the caterers to set it up so we could provide a reduced offering to those 5 while ensuring that the gluten and nut-free meals were available for those who had asked. Day of the event, the guests in wheelchairs arrive and are stuck at the entry to the event that has 3 steps. Given that I am managing the food, no one thinks to blame me, so Karen is frantically running around trying to find someone to throw under the bus because her boss is chewing her out. Then I hear the words gluten intolerant. 20 seconds later, Karen and her boss are in my face, ready to chew me out. I was fully prepared for this, and the conversation went something like this. Didn't you know we have people who cannot eat either of the standard meals? Yes, I did. I emailed you about it because we needed to increase the meal budget to accommodate that. Did you not speak to the caterers? I didn't get any such email, while her boss gives her a look. I sent it to you, see? Shows the email on my phone. Boss says, Karen. Karen in literal tears because this event is her boss's baby, and people have gotten in a lot of trouble over messing up this event. But you didn't send it to me, did you? Boss was very mad. What do we do now? Let me figure something out. Also, I see people in wheelchairs. What are we doing about them? No clue. We're trying to figure it out. I'll take care of that too. 10 minutes later, I go to the boss. I got facilities to give us a ramp that we're putting by the stairs for the guests in a wheelchair, and I spoke to the caterers and we'll have the gluten-free and nut-free meals ready. Thanks. 2 days later, I had my one-on-one with Karen. Surprisingly, her boss was there. Lo and behold, Karen got written up. My write-up was removed. Karen stopped trying to mess with me, and the entire team now has laughs every time we mention a gluten allergy. There was a saying down in the comments for this one, and I really liked it. It says, "She who lives by the ignored email dies by the ignored email." I do love how you covertly solved all the problems without anybody knowing, and then when the problems were brought to you, it made you look extra competent because you were able to solve them in record time. Well done, Opie. I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong, but our next story today comes to us from Haitu was taken? I don't know. Let me know down below. You want me to move out of your way? But of course, please help me to do so. Let's jump right in. This story takes place on a dark, cold, rainy winter morning. It was about 7:30 a.m., outside temperature was not above 5 Celsius, and I was in my car as many others, patiently sitting in traffic. I was in a roundabout at the exit of it. My car was still fully in the roundabout's right lane, and there was a lot of traffic before and after me. Though I was taking a lot of space in the roundabout, I did my best to get as close as possible to the car in front of me, so the cars who want to go around the roundabout could pass behind me. Granted, they had to get their wheel on top of the not high concrete plate the middle of the roundabout was made of to be able to pass behind me. Several cars made their way around the roundabout without me stopping them whatsoever. Then comes this SUV. SUV being higher and having bigger wheels than the previous Polo or Golf that already passed behind me without issues. I was very surprised when he stopped behind me and started honking, as I was, to my appreciation, already almost touching the car in front of me. Of course, I didn't push. The guy kept honking, then got out of his car visibly aggravated, but he also seemed taken aback when I lowered my windows with a friendly smile on my face. I guess he was expecting me to be hostile. Here, B will be that 50-year-old boomer and M will be me. Can you move? Don't you see you're blocking traffic? Well, I would if I could. I'm already almost touching the car in front of me. He went in front of my car to check and came back, realizing his stupidity but refusing to admit it. Well, you could move it closer still smiling and being friendly. Oh sure, of course. I cannot see in front. You can just help me do so. What? Yeah, just guide me. Tell me how close I can get. I then proceed to move forward as slowly as possible while that guy was trying to pretend I had more room to move forward, but couldn't commit to it because of how close I was already. While we were playing that little game, traffic began moving again, and I just passed that guy without even looking at him. Okay, here we go. I'm 40 years old, and I've had people call me a boomer before, but I'm not a damn boomer. There's a comment down below that kind of puts this point across. It says, good story, but a 50-year-old person in the current year would be Gen X, not a boomer. The youngest boomer is 58. Just tired of my generation being forgotten and either being insulted as boomers by younger generations or by the actual baby boomers and called a millennial. I mean, if you want to insult us, at least be accurate. This next story comes to us from dharmon555. Won't approve my purchases? Okay, I can work with that. Let's jump right in. I was a one-man IT shop at a small manufacturer. I had been there for years. I was actually the third employee ever hired, and now the company was like 120 people. I was very frugal, but in smart ways. I got a lot done for little money and always was looking out for the company. The owner recognized and respected this. Anyhow, we had gotten big enough where I didn't report to the owner anymore, and I was assigned to report to an inexperienced accountant who got her degree from some sketchy online school. She was going to change the world. I used to be able to just buy anything I wanted because the owner knew whenever I asked for a company credit card that I had already done my homework and it would be good for the company. Well now, if anything was over $500, I had to go through this process with her to justify it. It wouldn't bug me, except that she had no real business savvy or common sense. It was just painful to me to try and explain the most obvious things to her, and she would fight it just because of power tripping or something. Example, I was trying to justify having at least one computer loaded up and ready to go as a hot spare for when something broke. She balked at having $1,500 sitting on a shelf unused. I tried to explain that about once a month, someone's computer would break. All she could see was the $1,500 sitting unused most of the time. She couldn't understand the real cost of a broken computer, that the person could no longer do their job effectively, parts not getting ordered, jobs not getting expedited, emails not getting returned, me having to drop everything to react to this situation, overnighting in parts. The true impact cost to the company was several hundreds of dollars every month. She couldn't see that having a spare would pay for itself in half a year or so. After a half an hour of fighting over this, I had an epiphany. I handed her requisition approval forms to her and told her she was right and left. Any purchases under $500 didn't need approval at all. Now, nothing I ever bought was over $500. I didn't buy a spare computer, I bought 3 as parts and assembled them into computers. Servers, network storage, why justify to a bean counter who wouldn't understand anyway? Just buy more parts and assemble yourself. Dual monitors for everybody, bought one at a time. Bite me, Charmaine. OP, you know the best way to justify that computer is to go into your boss's office, sit down and tell them, hey boss, you know those toilets we have over there? Well, they typically have less than 20% usage, but when you need them, they're there. Also, your car you drove in here today, it spends about 6% of its life being driven around. The other 94% of the time, it's just an expensive paperweight, but it's there when you need it. Another way to make this even further malicious compliance is just to sit back and wait. And when Charmaine's computer finally breaks, tell her, sorry, we don't have a spare PC ready to go, so you'll have to wait while we fix this one. Should be about 5 to 10 days to get your computer working again. It shouldn't affect your productivity, right? I'm sure your supervisor will understand. This next story comes to us from Pallid Bat. Why, of course you can speak to a man. Let's jump right in. This happened about 15 years ago or so. I was a team lead, this will be important later, at an IT help desk for a company that provided outsourced support to companies in a specific profession. Said profession is known for having employees that are very demanding and need everything right now. One of the people I supervised was, let's say, challenging. We'll call him George. George was late 15 or so days a month, spoke in a mostly incomprehensible mumble, and had been caught by callers multiple times, falling asleep and snoring while on a phone call. He's also not so great at troubleshooting, and worse at documenting his troubleshooting steps. At this point, I'd been on a months-long crusade to have him fired, because he was dragging down the team and giving me a constant headache because I had to follow up with his disgruntled users. One morning, I got a phone call from a newer user who was extremely agitated and already angry about his computer issues. I barely got off my standard greeting when this happened. Look, I'm sure you're really good at whatever it is you do here, but can I talk to one of the men? I need this done right now. I'm never exactly sure why people think my lady parts make me incompetent with a computer, but hey, he did ask for a man, so I'm happy to oblige. I check around the room, and it's early, so no one else is on a call. Gee, who on earth should I send this ray of sunshine to? Obviously, I informed George that my caller wants a man, and is insisting, so I'm transferring the call to him. George spends a good 30 minutes on this call. I hear him start snoring at some point, and he's getting nowhere with the issue. The guy he's working with is getting angrily loud enough that I can hear him over George's headset. Finally, the user demands to speak to George's manager. So George transfers him back to me, and I sweetly apologize for the delay in resolving his issue, and say I'd be happy to help him with this problem if he's okay with me working on it. For some mysterious reason, now he's fine with that. I know the exact fix because I helped the in-house IT people test it out. I have him fixed in 2 minutes flat. I have never heard such a meek thank you. Dude ended up asking for me a lot of the time after that, which, thanks, I guess. At least he was always polite to me. Oh yes, OP, I completely understand. It's hard for women to work in IT because they have to skip over the part where you plug your penis into the computer. I mean, there's a reason they call it a floppy disk, am I right? I guess that also explains why they reduced the floppy disk size from 5 inches down to 3.5 inches. Turns out they overestimated the needs of most users. This next story comes to us from Personal Lavishness 4. Just load the darn trailer. Let's jump right in. I used to work as quality assurance and control at a flour mill. For you to sink your teeth into your sandwich of delicious fresh bread, 3 things have to happen. 1. Flour has to be made. This happens at a flour mill. 2. Flour has to get to the bakery. This usually happens by a trailer and truck. The trucking company, usually a separate company or business from the flour mill, has to pull their trailer up to the scale and get loaded. They then drive it to the bakery. 3. Bakery, where they make that high-carb goodness with crusts that your kids hate. One day, I get a call from one of the bakers we serve. We unloaded the flour today, and our camera's got a bunch of dough balls going into the silo. Unacceptable. How can this happen? Trucks have to be washed every 3 to 4 weeks. If the trailer is not dried properly, then it retains some water from the final rinse. It mixes with the flour, creates dough, and delivers a subpar product. It causes a fermentation reaction. For some reason, since I'm quality control at the mill, everyone looked at me to fix this problem, which is really a problem with the trucking company and the wash stations they use. But I rose to the challenge. I called a meeting of the trucking company, the mill, and the bakery. I told them what was going on, explained that it was unacceptable, and came up with a plan. Before loading, every freshly washed trailer has to be inspected by me or someone else on quality control. We will not load trailers that the mill quality control does not release for loading. They all quickly agree. Great idea! I got congratulations on fixing the problem. Until one Monday morning. We were supposed to load a trailer at 3 a.m. I was not supposed to be working then, but I came in just to inspect and sign off on the trailer. Delivery was at 7 a.m. It's a 3-hour drive to the bakery. Bob, the driver, was running late. I was getting mad, kept thinking of my bed and how I should be sleeping. Bob shows up at 3:30 a.m. with the trailer. Damn traffic, let's load this quick, maybe I can still make it. Hold on, I have to inspect it. No you don't, I have to make this delivery. Bob, I'm inspecting the trailer before we load it. Cursing ensues. He starts making colorful accusations of my mother and my entire ancestral line. I ignore him. I climb up on top of the trailer, soaking wet. I can see water on the bottom. The entire trailer was damp. I come down. Bob, we can't load this trailer, it's wet. You need to dry it. Drying takes about 25 to 40 minutes depending on the weather. More cursing. Finally, he says, "No, I'm not losing my job to bureaucrats who have no idea what traffic is like. I'm not drying this trailer. You're going to load the trailer and I'm going to be on my way, like I've been doing for years." I was so tired, and I had a short fuse. Bob, are you going to dry the trailer? No. Malicious compliance ensues. Okay. I went to the head miller on site. I told him that the trucking company is refusing to dry the trailer. I'm not wasting any more time here. I've done my job. I inspected the trailer. I'm going home. And I'm going to sleep. I left. Bob found out I had left, and he said to loaders, "Great, now you can load me up." They informed him that they couldn't load freshly washed trailers without quality signing off. And now, no one is here to sign off. So, sorry, you're going to miss the delivery. Bob called his boss. He complained that we were refusing to load his trailer. His boss called the head miller, who explained, per our agreement, quality couldn't sign off on a wet trailer. And since Bob refused to dry the trailer, quality's job was done. They inspected the trailer. There wasn't going to be another inspection, since the trailer was not going to be dry, so quality left. You need to call the bakery and tell them. They wanted the mill to take the blame. Oh, don't worry, we will be sure to call. And the head miller told the bakery what happened. The bakery fired the trucking company. Bob got fired from the trucking company. I got promoted. Just kidding, I didn't get promoted. Somehow, my manager still blamed me for it. Something about using creative solutions, but nothing ever happened to me because of this incident. I don't care. No regrets. So, what did we learn from this story? Well, don't mess with the inspector. I guess there's also no loafing around when it comes to drying out your trailer, even though it's a real pain in the buns. This next story comes to us from FMintar1. You want me to abandon my position and do something else? You got it. Let's jump right in. I was listening to a story a couple minutes ago about a manager at a retail store, and this triggers my memory a while ago at my very first job. I was around 16, male at the time, when I was being offered to work at a community center for 2 nights, making $70 a week. As a high schooler, $70 a week makes me feel like the richest kid in school, so I agreed. My main job is cafeteria assistant from 5:30 to 9 p.m., and it's extremely relaxing most of the time. I just have to prep, cook very little, handle cashier stuff, and help the main cook, which is around 80 female. So she does need a bit of physical assistance as well. It's not difficult by any means, and after a while, I started to understand the pattern on when it's busy time and when it's relaxing time. The reason they open the cafeteria around that time is During those hours, they opened the gym floor for bingo night. There are staff outside the cafeteria as well who are selling bingo tickets, number callers, greeters, and the manager. At random times, when it's usually quiet in the cafeteria, my manager asked if I can help the floor by going around selling tickets and merchandise. Usually, it was at reasonable times when I know I can leave my main cook to be on her own, so I never refused. Also, the customers sometimes gave me tips when their tickets are a winner, so that's good as well. One day, when I came to one of my shifts, I suddenly felt like something was off. The hall is packed more than usual. Even a few people are standing while playing bingo because all of the chairs and tables are occupied. By that time, I know that the cafeteria is going to be busy, so I waste no more time and get to work on lots of prepping and boiling hot dogs. I was prepping extra because I'm anticipating the dinner rush. During the prepping time, my manager suddenly came to the cafeteria, and without hesitation, she told me to drop whatever I'm doing and go out to the floor to help her sell tickets. I told her that I just got here and my plan to prep extra for the dinner rush, but she wouldn't budge. Even the words of the main chef falls on her deaf ears. She told me that I have prepped enough and to stop wasting time. Well, who am I to question a manager's decision, right? Cue malicious compliance. I happily obliged to her order, took the tickets off her hands, and off I go. Not a minute after I got to the floor, I saw the very first customer coming to the window of the cafeteria. And I was immediately thinking, let the games begin. The customers versus manager, not the bingo. From the floor, I can see into the inside of the cafeteria, and my manager, who didn't get a chance to leave after telling me to go out, has to serve the customer, because the main chef is taking over my duty to prep. However, like I mentioned earlier, the main chef is an 80-year-old senior, so her taking over my duty is almost impossible. Here's the list of my duties during prepping. Refilling condiments bottles from the heavy gallons. Refilling sugar from the big bag. Cutting vegetables for hot dog toppings. Carrying cases of water and sodas to be chilled in the fridge. Brewing coffee and tea. Boiling hot dogs. Stacking donuts. Handling transactions. Sweep and mop after closing. Here is the main chef's duty, making hoagies and salads, monitoring my tasks. I'm literally doing all of the heavy lifting because I'm physically capable, she is not. She is even having trouble handling transactions because her eyesight isn't good. It takes her a short while to determine certain dollar bills. Anyway, that one customer at the cafeteria becomes two. Then, after a few seconds, my prediction was correct. After I made it down to the end of the gym floor, I turned back, and there is now a long line of customers in front of the cafeteria. I can't hear what's going on because the end of the gym floor is pretty far from the cafeteria, but I can judge by the silhouette of my manager's body movement and the customer in front of her that things do not look good. I think my manager saw me looking at the cafeteria because she's clearly waving at me, assuming telling me to go back. We don't have microphones in the cafeteria. However, instead of walking back in line at the second column directly back to the cafeteria, I started walking to the furthest corner of the gym floor from the cafeteria, pretending to sell tickets when all I'm doing is chatting with a player during the short break. The player was my favorite customer as well, and she did buy a few tickets from me. Right after I made the transaction, the bingo caller has started to make an announcement that they're going to start again in 30 seconds. I took a quick look at the cafeteria and it looked chaotic. From the looks of the silhouette, it looks like my manager is having an argument with a couple of irate customers. Again, I'm just assuming that my manager isn't quick enough to get the order out before the game started. I was chilling there for about 25 seconds, watching the chaos unfold, before the bingo caller announced that he's going to start in 5 seconds. Immediately, all of the customers in line have disbanded and go to their original place, hungry and thirsty and still irate. I started walking again, and I see that my manager has now disappeared from the cafeteria and started walking towards me on the floor, looking disheveled. Calmly, I asked if everything is okay in there. She looked mad, but she knows better not to explode in front of all the players, and just told me as calmly as she could to go back to the cafeteria. I tried poking the bear by asking her what to do with the tickets, because I still have some. She just snatched it off my hands aggressively along with the money. but from the shock of her aggression, I accidentally dropped everything to the floor. Imagine playing 52 catch, but with money and bingo tickets. Before I could offer my help to pick everything up, she just growled at me silently to just go. Alright then. When I'm back, it was a mess. There are some water bottles and soda cans rolling on the floor. The main chef is sitting down on the chair looking exhausted. I really feel bad for her. Coffee pots are empty. Condiments are smeared all over the table, and so on. It's pure chaos. Luckily, I know the routine well enough to recover the situation, and at the next break, I was prepared well enough to handle the wave of customers, even the previously irate ones. The main chef has recovered enough too. Fortunately, most of the regulars already know me, so they're nice and patient with me, instead to my manager, who didn't know as much as me about the cafeteria. After the wave is over, I took the time to prep again for the next one, and suddenly my manager walked in. It looks like she calmed down just enough to compose herself to approach me. Instead of walking away, she's coming at me? Uh-oh. After seeing the state of recovery I just pulled, she asked why I didn't come back when the cafeteria was busy. I told her that I didn't know. I was too far, and she told me to sell tickets. So I assumed that I'm not allowed to come back until I sold everything. She didn't really have much to say after that, took a bottle of water, and just left. The main chef and I just started laughing silently after the manager left. Never underestimate the pettiness of a teenager. Well, at least me when I was a teenager. Haha. You know through this whole story that cook was just sitting back, smiling inside while going about their work, knowing that manager was going to absolutely screw themselves. I honestly think this manager should spend more time in the cafeteria though. You should know the jobs that you're managing before you're even allowed to manage them. Come on. This next story comes to us from Delish Donut. Keep all the accidental tickets? Sure thing. Let's jump right in. So, I work in a food-to-go department in a semi-large grocery shop. Up until a couple of years ago, it was owned and run by a real arse of a man. Let's call him Boris. He was picky, arrogant, sexist, rude, etc., etc. He was only in for a couple of hours a day, but would then be monitoring the CCTV and calling in every 5 minutes to tell someone to do something. And even worse, a couple of the managers would brown nose very hard. They'd side with him, say we were sneaky in our own department and probably were stealing. Anyway, in my department, we would serve people their food and they would put it into their cart and have to pay for it along with all the rest of their groceries at the checkouts. We didn't handle money. We would just use a computer that would tally up all their items and produce a barcode that we could stick on their food. Now, the way the computer worked was anything we typed in, even if we canceled it out, would still be transmitted to the checkout system, so the shop could record what and how much of each thing is selling. This meant, though, that items people never actually bought were still being transmitted and recorded as sold, but no transaction or money ever followed. For example, someone comes to Food to Go, orders several items, and I tally it all up, only for the customer to change their mind and not want the food anymore. Price put them off, or any other customer is always right BS, or sometimes customers just wanted to know how much a certain combination of food would cost. So we'd type it all in, regardless of if they go through with it. This meant that Boris thought either the customers were shoplifting food, or we, the staff, were stealing. I don't understand that logic, but I digress. To tackle this issue, we were told to start recording every single time items were input into the system, but no food was actually making its way to the checkout. Every time someone wanted to know the potential total, we'd print a ticket. Every time we mistyped or pressed the wrong button, or a customer changed their mind, or they wanted to add on more or remove something, we printed that ticket. By the end of the day, there would be dozens, if not hundreds of tickets being recorded. Every day, we brought an A0 page covered front to back in stickers to the office for the manager to go through. Their heart sank every time. They had to painstakingly go through the sales and cross-reference with the codes of the tickets to make sure there was no stolen goods. This was an added job that was not quick on top of an already huge to-do list the managers had in there. Sometimes several days or a week's worth would collect before they got to it. A few months in, and this new process was abandoned. I don't know how they got around it, but another 6 months later, and Boris sold the shop. Whoever decided to put that software into a production environment should be taken out back end. Well, we'll just leave it at that. It makes absolutely no sense for the system to record sales at the cash register when the customer's not even there yet. This next story comes to us from Shaftway. You're going to assign me to make balloon animals at a site with no kids? Okay, I'll just do my job. Let's jump right in. Way back in the long ago, in the before times, mid-level chain restaurants would have these people walk around to make balloon animals for kids as they waited for their food. I was a teenager and needed money, so I did this for a while. The restaurant would pay this agency, and they would tell us what restaurant to go to and when. Key to the story is that we were not paid. On an average night, I'd make around $50 in tips over 3 hours. On special nights, it could be as high as $200. But if there were no customers, I'd make nothing. After working for several months, I must have fallen out of someone's favor, and I got assigned to a restaurant in the business district. I have no idea why they wanted someone making balloon animals there. The key audience was kids, and I never saw anyone there under 30. The first night there, I made $5, which wasn't even enough to cover mass transit to and from the location. After being assigned there twice in a row, I complained, but was told that if I didn't go, I'd be banned from any more assignments. Cue the malicious compliance. The next week when I was assigned there, which was the third time in a row, I waited until there were a couple guys at the bar that were tipsy. I go up and ask if they want balloon hats, no charge. They were hesitant, but I promised they'd be good. They agreed, and I got to work. I broke out all of my skills to make these hats that were clearly people in a cage. The people were all pink and had prominent bubbles on the chest and derriere. An inflated balloon tied around the waist made for a bikini bottom, and a carefully tied balloon in their hand made for a bikini top. They asked what it was, and I told them a stripper in a cage. They loved it. I got a $20 tip. But more importantly, they went to every person in the restaurant to show off their strippers in cages hats. They demanded to talk to the manager to tell him how awesome it was. The super uptight fundamentalist manager. Manager was majorly pissed and told me to go home early. Agency called, pissed off, but I used my most innocent voice to tell them I was just making what the customer asked for, and I didn't know they'd make a scene. Agency said, well, they banned you from ever coming back. The next week, I was back to another $17 an hour location. Hey OP, I think you're missing out on an opportunity. You should go knock on the doors of some of the strip clubs in town, because I'm sure they would love to have your skills there. Imagine all the things you could make out of balloons that relate to their business. This next story comes to us from Tacky Queen. Non-flexible break time? I mean, if you insist. Let's jump right in. I posted recently about my hot pink duct tape shoe saga, and I thought of another much dirtier and less fabulous debacle that I should share here. This particular issue predates my election as union president, but most of the supervisors remain the same. To recap, many years ago, I worked for a very large company with a fairly powerful union. I was serving as a griever, read complaint department, for the union at the time, though that's not a huge part of this tale. I was, at that point, working in a part of the campus that was exceptionally dirty at all times. Part of my daily task was to walk around looking for giant piles of carbon dust dumped by machinery and to shovel it into barrels and dispose of it. These piles of carbon were safety concerns because carbon dust is highly flammable, and obviously, the goal was to minimize the amount of loose carbon dust floating around, so I needed to remove it as soon as I was aware of its presence. Not an easy job, but I was super into fitness at the time, and I kind of enjoyed the physical part of this job. Now, given the environment, when I was on shoveling patrol, I'd be in full head-to-toe PPE, so Tyvek, gloves, respirator, safety glasses, a pain in the butt to put on and take off. In general, once I started a job, I'd prefer to finish it rather than removing my PPE for 15 minutes just to get fully suited back up and go back. So this fateful day, I was cleaning up a particularly obnoxious and large pile of carbon. My watch buzzed, alerting me that it was break time, but I figured I had 15 to 20 minutes left of work, and it would be a huge waste to strip down just to suit back up in new gear for another 15 to 20 minutes. Naturally, I opted to finish the task. About 30 minutes later, I was done, out of my safety gear, and washed up to sit down for a 15-minute break in an air-conditioned break room. Absolute bliss. Then, as luck would have it, no more than 2 minutes later, as I'm minding my own business eating string cheese, one of the supervisors walked in and asked why the hell was I in the break room off of break time. I told her about the carbon spill and how it didn't make sense to leave the job unfinished and waste equipment when I could just finish the job in one go. We also generally prioritize cleaning up potential safety hazards in a timely manner. I was informed that I was being written up for not taking my break at the correct time, and that I was forfeiting that break by missing it. I told the supervisor she couldn't legally take my break time due to her deciding to change the policy, so she graciously allowed me to finish my remaining 10 minutes. I couldn't really fight the write-up because technically we did have set break times, and the practice of moving break times was unique to the particular building I was working in due to emergency safety hazards requiring attention. This building was close to a century old. Sometimes there were floods, carbon dumps, oil spills, etc. The catastrophic issues like that were our domain, and was informal, so we never had a written agreement allowing us to move breaks as needed for urgent jobs. So shortly after, the 5 to 6 of us working in the building were all called together and informed that under no circumstances could we take our breaks outside of set times. In case of emergency, we required verbal permission from a supervisor to do so. Famous last words. As you can probably predict, a few weeks later, all 5 employees from my department present were called for an emergency removal of a combined oil and carbon spill. This is very heavy, very dirty, and fairly dangerous work. The entire factory had to stop production until we got this cleaned up. The plant manager was actually shoveling alongside of us to try to move everything along faster. 30 minutes later, I realize it's less than 15 minutes before we have to go on lunch. I mentioned this to my coworkers, to which we all grumble. I explained to the plant manager that we have been told that we cannot work over our lunch break without permission or risk write-ups, so I was going to make a call to get permission. I called every supervisor we had in those 15 minutes, not a single one answered. Apparently, they'd all gone to lunch together and didn't want to be bothered. I came back in and told the crew I couldn't reach anyone. They all tried calling as well, and nothing. The plant manager called our supervisors, they didn't even pick up for him. So we apologized to the plant manager, and we went on lunch, leaving the plant down for an additional 30 minutes. By the time we'd come back from lunch, we'd still been unable to reach any member of supervision. We finished the job, cleaned up, and went back to our usual tasks as the production started back up. Apparently, the plant manager did eventually get a hold of the supervision team because they showed up furious at us for going on our lunch, up until I reminded them that they'd already written me up for moving a break without consent previously. Apparently, the plant manager and head of manufacturing absolutely tore into them for not answering any calls for over 60 minutes and causing production to halt. They quickly decided that they would no longer be enforcing that rule and gave us discretion on when and how is best to take our breaks after that. Not quite as fabulous as hot pink duct tape, but it was pretty darn enjoyable. OP was asked in the comments down below if they ever requested to have the write-up removed. They responded that they did, but they wouldn't retroactively remove it, as they reasoned OP acted against policy at the time. It was semantics, but it wasn't a winning fight. One thing I'm not understanding from this story is that if the plant manager was there, why didn't they just override their supervisors and tell you to stay? Because they have that ability, they're above the supervisors. The supervisors wouldn't get you in trouble when their boss is the one telling you to continue your work. So something here's not adding up to me, but I'd love to know what you guys think. Comment down below. This next story comes to us from H. Milo Love. A supervisor told me I was unimportant, so I acted unimportant. Let's jump right in. A little background info, I work in a satellite office outside of the country where my company is headquartered. We are all on work visas, except for some custodial staff. Up until about last week, we had about 4 employees to cover a very dense load of administrative work. One new employee arrived last week, so now we have got 5. During the time this all took place, we had one officer that covered legal matters, one that covered budgetary matters, one that did HR, and me, who gets to do just about everything else. Without saying too much about my job, let's just say the entire world rests on my shoulders in terms of what I am supposed to cover. Story: my work visa expired about a month ago, and I applied for it about 3 weeks before it expired. The application needed to be accompanied with some kind of authentication by my supervisor, who is notoriously pompous and inefficient. Even though she never answers my texts or phone calls, I managed to follow up on the authentication submission twice, and both times she said to me that she had more important matters to attend to. About 3 days before my work visa expired, I followed up again, and she said that the issuing office would inform the company when my documents were ready. Being a boomer, I don't think that she knew that I could literally check the status of the application. It was never sent until about 2 weeks after my visa had expired. Feeling very not important and not willing to risk illegally working in a foreign country, I turned off my work phone and went home. I informed the other higher-ups of what was going on and told them that I won't be able to come to work since I was technically in the country on a tourist visa. Anything that was pressing, I was able to do from home. However, a huge meeting was coming up, and while it should have initially been something my supervisor was tasked with, I got stuck with sharing it with her. Surprise! A few weeks go by and the people involved in this meeting are getting antsy because nothing is being done on our side. Shocker. And the supervisor starts panic emailing me about being more involved. I tell her that I'd help and only did exactly what she asked me to do to help. I gave no guidance on anything as my role at the company was not important enough to be any more engaged than that. Anyway, she spent more time trying to delegate tasks and doing paperwork, trying to give me access to portals she already had access to, than actually doing the work. The only time she is efficient is when she's trying to pass work off onto other people. We ended up missing a bunch of deadlines and had to cancel quite a few of the meetings, and people aren't pleased. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just an unimportant tourist. I highly recommend this in any workplace regardless of what type of job you do. If your supervisor treats you with minimal value and minimal importance and thinks your contribution is hardly noteworthy, then call them on their bluff. Challenge their perception. Let management see the consequences of the situation. Sometimes that's the only way to show them exactly how much you're worth to the company. And then once they acknowledge that you do a lot of hard work once you're back and working, sit down with them and say, okay, let's talk about a raise. This next story comes to us from Personal Lavishness 4. We're going to have to throw them away. Let's jump right in. In the late 90s, I volunteered at a small private school. They had little money for extras like computers, or computer teachers. I don't know much about computers, but I knew how to plug them in, and I know how to put one together, if you gave me all the parts. So naturally, I got asked to be the director of the computer lab. It had 2 very old computers, and naturally, it was a volunteer job. I had very little money and a lot of time. They knew that I wanted a job. They told me that after I build it up, they would put a salary in the budget. I taught classes the difference between the components, some file structure, some basic, some DOS, and how rebooting your computer usually solves whatever problems you have. The concept of drivers. The thing is, the director of the school hated fundraising, so my salary never got added to the budget, and the director often kept himself busy doing other things, useless things. One sunny morning, he finds me and tells me to wish him luck. If today goes right, we're gonna have a huge computer lab. He comes back from his meeting with a huge smile. I did it! I convinced a bank to donate to us their old computers. Okay, great. Now I have to set up and maintain 50 new, to us, computers. I can't wait. The computers got delivered the next week. All terminals. These were bank computers. I had no idea how to get them running. They didn't have hard drives or operating systems. The keyboard and mouse ports were different. They were not the standard PS2 at the time. I think they somehow connected to a server, which did not get donated. Their monitors only did text, no graphics. They were useless to us. We needed something to run America Online, Encarta, maybe SimCity, educational stuff. I had no idea how to get these to work. I tried asking the director, telling him that the 50 computers weren't useful. He got super annoyed. I'm sure they can be helpful in some way. They must be worth something. Figure it out, because if you can't, we're going to have to throw them away. He thought he was threatening me. He did not think I'd throw out 50 computers. After all, he worked hard to get them. I did not hesitate at all. My next class, I had screwdrivers for everyone. We disassembled everything. If it had a screw, we unscrewed it. The class figured out what each piece was, and then the class activity was to take the pieces to the dumpster. By the end of the day, there was nothing left. The next day, the director asked me where the computers were. Oh, you were right, they were very useful. The students took them apart, learned all about the different components, and then threw them out, just like you said we should. His face turned all sorts of colors, and he stormed out. What I didn't tell him is that I saved the RAM from the garbage. I mean, after all, it was in the garbage, right? And sold them on the online classifieds, remember Yahoo classifieds, for $20 a piece. There were 2 in each computer, so I got $2,000. I guess they were useful after all. OP, I have nothing but the utmost of respect for you. You taught those students without getting any compensation for yourself. So, taking some things out of a dumpster and making a little bit of cash off of it doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. Now, I know there's some people in the comments that are saying, wow, how could you throw that out and all that? But I guess a lot of people don't understand what dumb terminals are and just how useless they are for any other application. I'm willing to bet that the time you spent with those students got some of them really interested in computers and pushed them down the path to doing something computer related in the future. This next story comes to us from NaughtyCat890. Didn't go above and beyond? I'll delete everything I did above and beyond. Let's jump right in. The original owner of the business I worked for was amazing. I'll call him Larry. He cared about every employee and realized how much we helped the company with our respective positions. He had even let me go negative on my sick time once when I was hospitalized for a week following a double pulmonary embolism with the agreement that I would work the time back, and I did. Just painting a picture of how wonderful Larry was as our boss. Larry finally retired after 45 years of running the business and sold it to his son, who I'll call Eric. Most people know how bad an idea that is, but Larry thought his son could handle it. He couldn't at first, but that's another story. Eric thought I wasn't doing enough during working hours, office job, dealing with inventory coming into a retail store. But what he failed to realize was that since I worked up there for 6 years and got familiar with the work, I was really efficient at the job. So much so that I had collected more responsibilities each year. Larry was one of the main people pushing for me to take on more each year, with immediate raises every time something was added. Eric didn't have the same mentality. Eric fired me for being too inactive for too long during the day. And another reason, which isn't important here, also another story for another time. So I was really active for my last 3 days with deleting everything I had created for the company. It was all above and beyond work. So since I didn't ever go above and beyond, they didn't deserve to keep it. It was signs for products, pictures gathered for advertising, vendor contact information, a program I designed to keep organized and on time for invoices, a manual I had typed up on how to do my job. They had an old version of my job instructions, but by that time they were practically obsolete, especially with all my extra duties collected over the years. In the 2 years I've been gone, they've had at least 8 people hired for my position who quit within a couple of months. I keep getting updates every few months from one of my friends in that office. OP, I think a golden opportunity is knocking here for you. You need to get in touch with that wonderful boss, Eric, the one that fired you. Mention that you've heard a lot of people have gone through that place in the last little while trying to do the job that you used to do so effortlessly. And then offer to come in as a consultant to train the next person in that position at about 3 times your old wage. See what they say, might be worth it. This next story comes to us from Glyph of Ad Blocking. Schedule Black Magic. Let's jump right in. First, a disclaimer. This occurred in a country that has both an awesome set of labor standards and the common practice of companies ignoring them, especially in my field. I was starting a new job. The basic contract had no serious red flags. After signing, the owner asked if I would be willing to work late 1 or 2 days to go home early 1 or 2 early. I told her it was fine as long as it wasn't even trade. Later, she said that I should be at work 30 minutes early because work starts at 9 a.m. sharp. I met with the manager once before the start date, and she said the same thing about coming early. I decided to see how the rest of the work and schedule went before making a stink about it. If the hours were lax and they let us go home after wrapping up, no big deal. I started my first day and the schedule was a train wreck. I'm scheduled to work late 3 days and go home early 1 day. Hours work out to 40, but still not what I verbally agreed to. Breaks are 15 to 30 minutes throughout the day, and our labor standards state that for 40 hours, there should be a minimum of a 1-hour block. Besides the small breaks, work was straight through 9 to 6. Breaks are unpaid and don't count against the 40 in this country, but are still mandatory. Even after you wrap up your duties, you're expected to stay. Whenever I just mentioned needing to talk about it, the manager just said, "It's okay," or "We can't change it now," and refused to even listen. Cue malicious compliance. I kept meticulous records of my time, and I combed the labor standards. More than 8 hours of work per day is overtime. More than 40 hours of work per week is overtime. Any break that doesn't meet the minimum requirements is considered work, overtime. The owner asks me for a meeting when I'm on my way out of the door, more overtime. After the first month, I handed the owner my invoice for overtime payment. She was livid. "Coming in 30 minutes early was a suggestion." No, I was told to do it by 2 supervisors. "The breaks add up to 1 hour each day." Doesn't matter, they should be a solid hour, not piecemeal. "The meeting was just us talking." You told me you needed to talk to me, you didn't ask. "You agreed to work late some days." Yes, for an even trade. This schedule isn't even. "Why didn't you talk to us?" I tried and the manager refused. The owner took the invoice and said she'd think about it. Her husband was a lawyer, so I'm sure she looked for ways to fight it. In the end, I was paid. My schedule was magically reworked to meet the requirements, and they begged me not to tell the other workers. Epilogue. I didn't directly tell the coworkers, but I did drop big hints about the labor standards when they asked about my schedule versus theirs. Sadly, they never pushed the issue. During the year I was there, I saw huge employee turnover. They were simply overworked. One poor worker cried at least once a week. Only 2 workers that were there when I started remained when I left. The turnover led to client retention issues, which led to downsizing for the next cycle. I think what I would have done on my last day working at that place is provide all of my coworkers with the resources they needed to educate themselves and fight for themselves. You said in the comments that some of them would be eligible for back pay up to 3 years. That's a lot of money, and there would be some very happy people if you just gave them a nudge in the right direction. This next story comes to us from Tacky Queen. Dense supervisors inadvertently forced me to do less work for the same pay. A saga continues. Let's jump right in. I'm back with another tale of that incredibly inept supervision team, myself as a union president, and a bizarre series of events which resulted in me being unable to fit more than 4 hours of actual work in my 8-hour shift. All because I did exactly what the supervision told me to. This one takes a bit of backstory to understand how it all came about. So when I left off my tale, I was working at an absolutely filthy factory in the campus in which I was contracted. I worked there for a number of years, but then began to develop issues with my lungs. As filthy as the job was, I'd actually liked that position, but I decided to bid on a different position at a much less risky facility. Part of this move is that I began to float between buildings as needed, which was incredibly convenient for my union work. The only negative is that for whatever reason, employees at that building had a different shift negotiated into the contract, meaning I had to be clocking in at 6 a.m. every morning. I am not a morning person, so this was almost a deal breaker. But I reasoned I'd have more flexibility in my university schedule if I switched, so I went for it. I scheduled my classes according to this schedule change, and worked there for a bit over a year with no issues. The only small complication is that I was one of 2 people who staffed this building from my department, and the other lady had suffered a serious medical event and was off on leave indefinitely, leaving me alone most of the time. That was fine. I was able to keep up well enough at first. I was really into fitness at the time and had been going to the gym every day after work and class. So generally, I had no issue with the physical labor at the previous building and no issue running back and forth between buildings at this new site. I also had to drive between locations to assist with other tasks, but that wasn't an issue either, until I suddenly began to get dizzy spells I couldn't quite put my finger on. I was alone on site, so I couldn't slow down, so I just powered through. The first time I fainted, I actually didn't know for sure that I'd fainted. I actually assumed I'd tripped and ate crap on the cement so quickly I just couldn't process it. The second time, there was a witness, and it became a whole deal. Ambulance called and the works. I couldn't explain what had happened, so I had to go out on short-term disability until I got clearance from cardiology to return to work. Yes, it was just run-of-the-mill POTS, but I wasn't allowed to return without clearance per the contract. I wound up being out for about 6 months, and I wasn't happy about it. So when I was finally cleared to return, I was informed that they had given my job to someone else, and I was starting at a different facility I definitely didn't want to be at, and a different shift. This was a problem for multiple reasons. Firstly, I'd scheduled my classes based off the job I'd been hired for, not whatever shift they decided to give me when I returned. Secondly, they couldn't give away the job of someone out on short-term disability without consent of the person on disability, and I had definitely not consented to this change. Thirdly, they definitely couldn't change my shift without my consent. This was especially well protected in the contract. Unfortunately, the girl who'd taken my job was a new hire, but had bid for my position through the appropriate process and had done so to be on a shift that allowed her to not have disruption in her childcare. Switching shifts to the job they'd unceremoniously shifted me to would mean she wouldn't have anyone to take care of her child after preschool. I felt for her and decided I would grieve the matter and make sure we both walked away from the situation with what we wanted. After a lengthy negotiation, a lot of swearing and threats, mostly from me to the supervision, about what would happen if they pulled this crap ever again, I negotiated that I would permit the girl to keep the job I'd been in previously, but only if they met my demands at the new facility. Firstly, I was going from a generalized labor position to being an office cleaner. I told them no, I wouldn't do that, as it was a downgrade of my role. They would have to find me a position in my role, and I would not be engaging in the role of the cleaners. If they needed to hire more cleaners, then that was their problem. Secondly, I insisted I would not change my shift. It was non-negotiable. I didn't care if I was the only person out of 50 starting at 6 a.m., it wasn't going to change. Thirdly, I caught wind that they'd moved the girl to my role despite her not being paid for the labor role. They paid her just over minimum wage as a cleaner to do labor duties. I insisted they give her every penny of back pay she was due for the work she'd been doing, but this time at the proper rate. In the end, supervision had no way to argue it, and while I wasn't happy, it was a small victory. Then I had another fight. This facility insisted on having set break times honored. I didn't have a way to argue this, as break times were mentioned in the contract, but we didn't have specific language allowing for flexibility. The first time I encountered this was my first day, as this was the only facility that also had a mandatory beginning of shift meeting. I arrived at work and clocked in by 6 a.m., and by the time I had my lunch in the fridge and my lights turned on and machines unplugged for the day, it was 6:25 a.m., and I had to walk close to a mile through a building. I could slightly shorten this if I cut through an alley, to the main offices for the 7 a.m. shift meeting. Initially, I thought that seemed absurd, but I had asked for permission to not attend, as the walk alone ended up being close to 40 minutes round trip, not including however long the meeting ran. I was told I absolutely could not miss this meeting, and she was really smug about it too. I asked her if she remembered my hours, but she rolled her eyes at me. I mean, okay, if you insist. I did try to warn you. So, as instructed, I was forced to attend this understated meeting and honor my strictly scheduled break times. My day ended up looking like this: 6 a.m. arrival and lights turned on, equipment unplugged, 6:25 a.m. Walk between buildings for shift meeting at 7 a.m., shift meeting 7:20 to 7:30 a.m., return to work location 8 a.m. break. So the entire first 2 hours of my shift, I was unable to get any work done. Nothing. After my break, I still had to prep all equipment, check equipment for safety, replace any parts needed, often very time-consuming, check and organize my work orders, and then I was on lunch at 10 a.m. So by the time I had my lunch break, all I had time to do from 7:15 to 10 a.m. was get my equipment ready for the day. Things I would have normally done before my first break, but I was told I had to attend that meeting and didn't have time to start a project before I had to take my lunch. My supervisors came over a day or two later, absolutely spitting with rage and ready to write me up. Unfortunately for them, I'd written out the entire schedule. As they'd told me, my break times were non-negotiable. It was also non-negotiable that I had to attend the shift meeting a building over. I asked if they remembered the explicit instructions they gave me in this regard. For some reason, they looked absolutely thunderstruck. They had inadvertently ordered me to accept a schedule that prevented me from getting more than about 4 hours worth of work done. The kicker was that they couldn't take it back without setting a precedent that exceptions could be made at that location. I could see the cogs trying to turn as they tried to figure out if there was a way to punish me, but I had only done exactly what they insisted I had to. So yeah, I did as I was told, and they inadvertently gave me a job that prevented me from doing more than half a day of work. But I had to be paid for the full day regardless. It also allowed me a lot more time to work on union paperwork, as I wasn't constantly getting in and out of PPE, and was able to catch more of their contract violations being closer to the main office. I'd like to think that I made their lives just a little bit more hellish, and it was in large part facilitated by their F-up trying to mess with my work location and hours, and failure to notice what they'd done to my schedule by ordering me to hike a country mile for this meeting. I worked in that position for the last few years I was there, and it was a running joke the entire time. OP mentioned in the comments down below that they didn't become a union president to sit by and let people get steamrolled. They made sure that everyone got the pay that they were due. Honestly, I was so happy reading this story when I came across the part where they got the replacement, a working mother, brought up to their pay rate and even got them back pay. OP, you are an effing legend. This next story comes to us from Amaron. Bill by the hour? Then I want the full hour. Let's jump right in. Years ago, I worked in the head office of a national corporation. Although we were all salaried employees, everyone had to keep a weekly timesheet. We had to account for everything we worked on, so our department could bill the appropriate team or group for our time. This was a company-wide requirement, so it wasn't just a case of our leaders micromanaging. The least time you could log was a 15-minute increment. Every minute of every day couldn't be billed to other departments, so we had a code that was billed to our own team's budget. This was used for general tasks not specifically attached to any ongoing projects, like checking emails, status meetings with your manager, training and development, and even filling in the timesheet. Management emphasized that we should use our team code as little as possible. I later learned that the less time billed to our team's code meant a bigger pool of bonus money for our whole team at the end of the year. One of the internal services that regularly billed our team's code was IT. Anytime we needed computer support, they'd send an agent who would troubleshoot and fix the problem. When work was done, they'd get us to sign a work order so they could bill our team. No big deal. About a year after I joined the company, the IT department changed their billing protocols. While every other group in our company would bill you in 15-minute increments, IT decided that they'd bill in 1-hour increments. No idea how they sold that to the VPs, but no one objected. So if IT only took 15 minutes to solve my issue, they'd still bill my team's code for 1 hour. It didn't take long for my bosses to notice that our team's code was being billed a lot more than it had in the previous months, but no one connected the dots and tied it to the new IT billing practices. Cue malicious compliance. Here's how the next encounter with the on-site IT agent went. All done, please sign this invoice. This invoice is for 1 hour's work, you were only here 15 minutes. New policy, just sign it. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I don't have time to argue. We're really busy and I have to move on to the next ticket ASAP. Tell you what, I won't bill you for this visit, but next time you'll have to sign regardless of how quickly we can solve your problem. This happened a few more times, and I continued to object to any bill that didn't reflect the actual time spent on my issues. They kept agreeing to give me a free pass this time. After about the 4th or 5th time, the IT agent finally stood his ground. You have to sign this invoice. I'll gladly sign it in 45 minutes, once you've been here a full hour. Feel free to pull up a chair and sit down. He was clearly frustrated, but he decided to call my bluff. He sat down. A minute later, he pulled out his laptop and started working on something else. What are you doing? Getting caught up on a few things while I wait out the hour. Oh, no. This is my time. You're not allowed to work on anything else for anyone else. What do you expect me to do? Just sit here and do nothing? Yes. If you want me to sign that invoice, then you will sit there and do nothing until the hour is up. This guy was stubborn, so he did indeed sit there for the rest of my hour. I signed the invoice and he went on his way. I shared this story with my colleagues and they all decided to do the same the next time they needed IT support. This went on for about 1 week. Then IT changed their tune. They no longer asked anyone on my team to sign off on any invoices unless the job actually took 1 hour or longer. It turned out that they were generating so many billable hours doing this to every team across the company that dealing with our malicious compliance wasn't worth it. They chose to service our team for free rather than give up those other 45 minutes they could bill to 2 or 3 other departments at 1 hour each. That year, our team saw nice bonuses when we had a massive surplus of funds in the team's budget. I heard the IT team made out like bandits on their bonuses, while many other teams saw little to nothing. The next year, the whole internal billing system was overhauled. We didn't have to account for our time anymore, and IT stopped issuing anyone invoices. All billing was managed at a more senior level. Can you guys just imagine how effed up a company has to be to have different departments billing each other and also having their bonuses somehow tied into that system? What a load of absolute crap. Also, the fact that IT was able to just stop billing OP's department for all of the services they were providing just shows how poorly that whole company was monitoring this system in the first place. Just a disaster waiting to happen. This next story comes to us from NoWay6986. You don't want to let me go? Okay then, I will stay, but not as you think. Let's jump right in. Hi, old lurker of this sub, but first time when I have a story to share. English is not my native language, you know the drill. So last year, after 3 years unemployment, and last 2 of them trying to qualify for better work, after I passed only theoretical exams but not the practical, I decided to take a break and clear my head before I try again. I was 1 month home, bored AF, and decided to take the first job I got from my unemployment services. Other name here, you get what I mean. I said from beginning that I will try, that I'm bored at home and that is not my first choice of work area, and I will stay only as long as I am feeling okay. A month ago, I said I will start to search something else, but I will stay until at least they find a replacement for me. Everything was okay, work was good, but around the same time, our leader started to bully me. You have to do this and that, you forget this, you made a mistake and you have to cover it from your salary. You are not finished with your tasks in that 8-hour shift. You stay until you're finished, without pay. I had enough. I found something better and I gave them my notice. I tried to make it friendly, but my boss, who had no idea that I want to go until he got my notice, said I can give notice only on Sunday and I have to stay 2 weeks after. Okay, boss, I said I will do it. I worked that day, and before my shift ended, I started to complain about back pain and other stuff. After my shift was done, I didn't give a fork about unfinished tasks. I said to Next Shift that I'm sorry, I did my best, more I can't do, and home I went. Next day, I called my doctor, a wonderful one who's always covered my butt when I told him I needed a break from work or school, etc. And he told me I need infusions for 3 days in a row, therapy, and at least 10 days I am not allowed to work. I sent my boss all the details. Aftermath. Today, my boss called, ready to end our contract early because it's cheaper for him to end our contract and pay me until the end of notice for my sick leave. I tried to tell you, but you didn't want to hear it, and if you try to force me to do something I don't want, well, it won't be cheap for you. I know labor laws are very different in different countries, but here in North America, Canada, USA, we're pretty much the same. So when you give notice, well, it's when you give notice, not when they tell you to. And you're absolutely not obligated to work for free, ever. Glad you got out of that one, OP. This next story comes to us from Ten Chimkey. Microsoft Windows is free? Sure, I will install a trial version that is free. Let's jump right in. I worked in a computer repair shop as part of my internship and encountered an unreasonable lady. The job was simple. The lady wanted to reformat her computer because her computer was acting up. As part of the standard operating procedure, I need to inform the customer on service being rendered and the final cost, where they will sign it off in case of any dispute. In a bid to get the best bang for her buck, she adamantly requested that we upgrade her operating system from Windows XP to Windows Vista without additional cost. I kindly advised her that it's more of a downgrade than an upgrade. There are additional costs involved if she wants to purchase the license for it. The lady went into a rage and said that I'm trying to scam her because Windows is supposed to be free. I decided to call my manager, and after some discussion, my manager decided to let her know that there's a trial version of Windows Vista which we can install for her, but she will need to purchase her own license later on. I wrote on the forum stating that we will do a reformat on her computer and install a trial version of Windows Vista, which I repeatedly told her that once the 30 days are up, she won't be able to use her computer properly. She promptly signed it, came back a few days later to collect her computer, and even gave me a smirk as a sign of victory. Sorry, madam, you are not having the last laugh here. To nobody's surprise, after 30 days or so, the lady called in and complained about why her computer was no longer working, and demanded that we send someone over and fix the problem ASAP. My manager took the phone, explaining to her that we had warned her about the dangers before she signed it off. The lady was very furious on the phone and hung up on my manager afterwards. First of all, most serious people about computers wouldn't touch Vista with a 10-foot network cable. Secondly, there are few pleasures in customer service as satisfying as when those types of customers hang up on you. This next story comes to us from ECD Muppet. Being an engineer is effing based when your management is incompetent. Let's jump right in. I'm a factory automation engineer with companies like Tesla on my resume. At my current factory job, shortly after I joined the company, I solved a problem that one of our processes had been having for literally the entire 20 years this factory has been standing. Because my specific educational focus in engineering school was centered around exactly the kind of problem this process was having. I had the permission from my direct supervisor and production management to implement the fix for this specific factory line. The other lines were running well enough without it that I didn't feel it was necessary to apply it across the factory. It was just this one line that ran like crap for whatever reason. So I fixed the problem I saw. I did this for about 6 months and managed to fix problems with literally dozens of different processes across the factory. All the while, I had no idea that there was a rule determined by our corporate engineering manager that all factory processes had to run on the same set of control parameters, and that we were forbidden from changing the parameters that I had been running around changing. I didn't know this was a rule, and I never thought to consider that it might be a rule, because it's an absolutely stupid rule. Because process controls are supposed to be tuned individually to the equipment they are controlling. Every piece of industrial hardware is slightly different, even when the equipment is ostensibly identical. Without getting too technical, Things like electric motors have subtle variations in the windings that make them respond differently to current flowing through them. Heating units have slightly different thermal mass and other properties that make them heat up a little faster or slower. The automated controls for those processes have to use slightly different control parameters to account for these subtle differences in equipment. But apparently, this manager read about corporate standardization in a book somewhere and decided that every line across all of our factories needed to run the same controller constants. He had spent years in his own factory forcing his technicians to find a single set of parameters that worked across all his lines. Apparently, he managed to find a set of parameters that didn't cause the equipment to catch fire. So, in his infinite wisdom, he had spent the last 5 or 6 years shoving that mandate up the butt of all his technicians and subordinate engineers, so that he could report to his bosses that he had been putting the hammer down, standardizing our processes. So, in his eyes, I was effing up the whole factory by tuning those controller constants to match the hardware they were running on. After trying to explain that's not how any of this works, and getting about as far as that old lady in the commercial, I acquiesced to the manager's very explicit and stern demands to put everything back exactly the way it was supposed to be. I barely managed to avoid being fired on the spot by apologizing profusely for my mistake because I didn't realize that there was a standard in place. So when scrap and quality rejects at our factory doubled in a single week, and we lost about 70 hours of uptime because of jammed up processes at a cost of about $10,000 an hour in lost productivity, there was suddenly a big meeting demanded by corporate to come yell at us for costing the company about $2 million in 1 week between all the increased scrap and downtime. At that meeting, I explained exactly the changes that I had been making to the processes over the course of the previous 6 months. I had charts from our historian for every single process before I made my original changes, after I made the changes, and after I was compelled under the threat of losing my job to revert all the changes I made back to the original parameters. I got the opportunity to explain to that engineering manager's boss that homogenizing code and standardizing processes is a good idea on the whole, but that there are specific equipment parameters that need to be tuned individually for each process they are running on, and that these parameters often need to be retuned if something about the process changes in a way that affects the performance of that process, such as changes in materials or natural wear and tear on components. And I explained that while one factory was able to find a set of parameters that worked across all their lines without causing catastrophic failures, most of those lines were actually performing quite sluggishly. And I demonstrated using our own plant's data how similarly performing lines at our factory before my changes dramatically improved yield and uptime when the processes were tuned individually. The corporate engineer manager got fired, and I got 40% of my annual salary as a bonus this year, along with everyone at my plant getting maxed out bonuses because of how well the plant performed this year. Well, OP, I guess not all heroes wear capes. I mean, especially in a factory, because that could turn out pretty bad. Anyway, this story definitely hammers home the need to document everything you do while you're working. If you make a significant change to a process, make sure you document what that process was before, the change that you're making to that process and why, and what the results are afterwards as well. Because you never know when you're going to need that information to cover your own butt and stay safe in your job. This next story comes to us from the Black Company Wiki. Be nasty to ESL folks who inadvertently used violent language. Now you're stuck with Memo Cannon, Report Crusher, and Document Hunter. Let's jump right in. I've been sitting on this for some time because I'm still not sure if it precisely qualifies as malicious compliance. And also, it's specific enough to conceivably be traced to me. But I'm sufficiently distanced from these folks now, so here goes. I was a freelancer for a media company that maintains a database for their videos, photo galleries, other digital property, as well as a separate bit for contracts and the like. One of the clients who struck a deal with them to utilize their IP was represented by a woman with serious bullying issues. Let's call her Boomer. She was a Luddite and rarely seemed to understand anything that was being said on conference calls, So, I suppose to feel important, she acted like the grammar police and would interrupt her own boss's business partners and stakeholders in mid-speech if they said something slightly different than how she wanted to hear it. Sometimes she did this multiple times in a single call. The worst was when she abruptly corrected ESL folks, like the group from India or the project manager from Germany or the account rep from Hong Kong. Really, any stakeholders from any non-Anglophone country who were still learning English. But on top of the grammar policing, she had a special fixation on correcting violent words and phrases. Examples to follow. Now, this is something I would support to a degree, as I try to avoid that language myself when I have the presence of mind to do so. There have been fair-minded movements for years now, all basically calling for a reduction in this type of language. But Boomer never conducted herself in a way that was respectful of anyone about this. So for me, it's not about the nobility of someone's cause, it's about how you treat people. When someone casually said, "Shoot me a note," very common to hear, Boomer would interject, "Wait, why did you just say that?" You could hear a pin drop. The proverbial tumbleweed would roll through. It's hard to convey the total rudeness in a Reddit post, but this is tangible stuff. She would then pontificate briefly on why such phrases were unacceptable. And it's a shame we have not moved beyond this language. And then suddenly it was crickets again. Like we are supposed to go back to the topic at hand. Like she didn't just treat someone like scum for saying a very common phrase. It's such a disruption, and she never apologized a single time. The first few times this happened, people were stunned. People from all countries of origin and all age groups, the other boomers, the Gen Xers, the millennials, and the younger folks. This also extended to hunting-related words. The phrase, "shooting fish in a barrel," and harmless phrases like, "deer in the headlights." When anyone said this stuff, she acted like she was being given carte blanche to be an entitled bully with anger issues for 45 seconds. Even the group I worked for, who got regular royalty checks from her boss, hated this. When she wasn't pulling these stunts, she was silent except for terse, distracted, soulless replies, and only when absolutely necessary. So to understate it politely, she earned only negative feelings from everyone. This came to a head. It turned out that the company was helping with a lot of her syndication and sublicensing docs, and even cloud management free of charge. They did not have to do so, and it was not in the contract. This had been unofficially grandfathered for her by one of the senior sponsors, and only because Boomer was a Luddite. The operations guy who did some of this grunt work for her finally got insulted by one of Boomer's direct callouts. He said something like, "We need a dev who can hunt down the root cause," and she snapped as usual. So he categorically refused to do the work, meaning she would need to pay extra or get database access and do it herself like all the other clients. I saw a fun opportunity here and seized it. I volunteered to handle it for her myself until I could set her up with the necessary access, at which point she ultimately would use the same screens I use. She readily agreed, and this is where I think malicious compliance comes in. We made a customized interface for me to use, and then gave her access to it. They were technically the same screens I use. There was a Brazilian IT guy who hated her more than anyone, and a girl in the creative department who commiserated with our cause. I sold them on my little plan, and one evening, we made it happen. There was a duplicate web GUI that had been created for testing or something, but was now disused. We decided to grant her access to this GUI, not the production standard one, but with key verbiage and icons of violent language. We knew she'd hate perforating the entire thing. The quick access bar that follows when she scrolls has these 6 beauties. Report Crusher. This was the reporting system she would be using 24 times per week. The icon was a vise with paper getting smashed inside it. If you look closely enough, the paper had the tiniest frown. Document Hunter. Instead of just search, the icon was a bullseye getting hit with an arrow. Shoot us a note. Instead of just contact us, the icon was a speeding bullet with an innocuous chubby cheek smile and baby-like expression. Memo Cannon. This was my favorite little contribution to the whole thing. It was always just a broken link. It never did anything except take you to a unique 404 message page with a teensy little line art drawing of a deer with antlers, his tongue sticking out, slack-jawed, and X's over his eyes. I just thought memo cannon was the funniest phrase I had come up with, and we knew it would stare at her in the middle of her screen for the next few years. The icon was a squat little cannon with a sparking fuse. Troubleshooting instead of just help, but the two O's were crosshairs. Wiki Change Patrol. This was worthless since it just linked to a recent changes page for a wiki full of deprecated docs that nobody consulted. But the icon was a gendarme-looking guy smacking a huge baton into his palm. It also featured these gems. The cancel button for the reporting system said kill task instead of just cancel. We had a file deduping routine. We changed the text for that button to say got time to kill. She didn't have permissions to access this actual function, but she would be seeing this button each time she opened any document in the web viewer. There were a handful of spots where the IT guy put a splash of camouflage coloration. In the standard environment, these were all just dead spaces. He thought, I believe correctly, that camouflage would get her blood to boil. Before we granted her access to this wonderful Frankenstein, I permanently switched to the same environment GUI so that I could say honestly, yes, these are the same screens I use, which is what she agreed to. I hashed together a walkthrough in PDF that even a zombie could learn from using screen captures from the new interface, passed it along, and that was that. The fallout is a bit anticlimactic, but I never got any calls from Boomer directly with feedback that I could save her myself. This is because she lured some gullible student to do the grunt work for her in an unpaid gig. So where I thought I'd be cherishing the apoplectic response firsthand, I actually wound up liaising with a disinterested teenager. But eventually it did filter back to me secondhand that when Boomer finally saw the screen, she was really livid. She called the account manager and demanded changes. The account manager and anyone else we knew was liable to get a call from her had been prepped beforehand for this eventuality and had access to screen captures which backed up the idea that what she was seeing was the normal interface. Absolutely no changes whatsoever were made. Was anybody else thinking after this story that somebody so easily triggered couldn't even tell you that they were because they wouldn't ever use that word? You definitely know this person was just looking for things to argue about though. Even the word shoot means to move quickly or directly. It's in the dictionary. If coworker Karen tried to correct me when I said I'm going to shoot over to the store, I'd just say, okay, yeah, I'm totally gonna load myself into a cannon and fire it, propelling myself through the air and landing at or on the store, Karen. This next story comes to us from Royal Rose. If someone asks you for help, you need approval to help them. Okay, got it, boss. Let's jump right in. I work in a law firm as a legal assistant. My boss does not like me. No clue why, she just doesn't. I'm not unconvinced the only reason I haven't been fired is because every attorney I support hardcore goes to bat for me. Now, one thing that infuriates me about their hiring process is they do not in any way, shape, or form inquire about computer skills. We are, I guess you could say, tech adjacent due to the type of law we practice. But I've also interviewed at many other firms who require a typing test and some sort of Microsoft literacy test. I've come to be known as a computer whiz kid. I'm not even that great. I'm really just good with Microsoft products. My middle and high school were obsessed with us having computer skills, so I was Microsoft certified at like 14 years old. And while a lot of knowledge base is gone, I still know my way around an Excel file. This is where I think my manager started to not like me. Within a month of me starting, I showed her up multiple times on how to do things, but this was all one-on-one training, not like I called her out in a meeting. She would show me how to do something, like say how to concatenate in Excel. I couldn't even tell you how she was doing it because it was so convoluted and cumbersome. I asked if I could show her how to do it properly, and she said yes, and then was stunned when I did it in 2 minutes versus the half-hour explanation she had given me. Edit. I phrased this badly, the convo went more like this. I've actually had to do concatenations a lot at a previous job. I did it a little bit different. Can I show you and get some feedback on if it would be okay to use, as I'm more comfortable doing it that way? This repeated itself with several other things, and finally I just stopped making suggestions because it became clear she didn't want to hear them. Cause why let someone help you become more efficient, right? As my attorney spread my skills to the rest of the firm, I was starting to be asked to help with other people's tasks, so they were done quickly. Then other attorneys started telling their assistants to ask me for help. I never minded, as they always asked if I had time before just assuming I would help them. My manager caught wind of this and had a meeting with myself and HR that I was doing unsanctioned and unapproved training. Her words, not mine. I brought up that people come to me, I don't seek them out. And she said, but you need to run everything by me. I asked if I had to do that if it was a 30-second fix, and she said yes. Okay, you got it. So I did just that. Someone asked me for help fixing a document header. Hey manager, okay if I show so-and-so this? Someone asks me how to make Excel columns all the same size. Hi manager, am I okay to help? Get asked how I can make it so when I copy and paste, it's in the specific format. Manager, can I show them? And to cover my bases, I copied HR. Want to show I am abiding by the rules. Multiple times a day, I'll give her credit, she lasted almost a month, but I was PTO one week. I was then told I'm allowed to assist others with Microsoft products without running it by her. By now, I'm not asked nearly as much to help, mainly because my knowledge has spread, as I would never just do it for them. I would show them how to do whatever it was and send a follow-up email with the steps. She still isn't my biggest fan, but can't say I give a F. One of the best things you can do with coworkers if you're not an actual IT professional and providing that advice isn't your actual job, teach them how to use Google so they can find the answers themselves. Because if they spend 30 seconds actually Googling what they want to know, they might find the answer faster than it would take for you to make it to their desk. This next story comes to us from Throwaway936292. Spend a set amount of time on each task? Sure thing. Let's jump right in. So recently we got a new manager in work. Before, with my old manager, I was trusted to know how long to spend on each task to complete it properly. I work in a pretty niche field, so aside from me and my old manager, who worked alongside me, no one really knew how long tasks would take me. So they would ask me, could you have that report ready by Friday? And I might say, yeah, that's fine. Or I might say, actually, I can do that in an hour and have it to you before lunch today. Other times I might say, oh, it will probably be next week before I get that done. This manager, however, is more like an office-wide manager and doesn't really understand what I do at all. She just knows it makes the company a lot of money. Anyway, I had a meeting with her and she essentially gave out to me for not doing each client report in a regular amount of time. She was very condescending, implying that I was lazy and taking naps at work. I actually thought she must think I'm new or am an intern, but I have been here for years. I explained to her that almost all of our reports are bespoke. One client might spend 60,000 euros on a report. The next might spend 350,000 on a much more convoluted and wider-reaching piece of work. She sort of blew me off saying, I understand that, but in order to ensure you are not slacking off when working remotely, I'll allocate your hours for each report going forward. Got it? I told her I did, but to email me the details for reference. Her email came in before I got back to my desk. It read something like, due to irregularities in your timesheet, which you were not able to adequately explain, I will now be allocating your time for each report. All caps, under no circumstances are you to go over these hours. I was already laughing internally as I read this. I just replied, politely apologizing that I wasn't clear in explaining myself. I restated that because projects varied, some naturally took longer, but that as she was my boss, I was happy to work however she wanted. The next day, I got my allocation from her. To keep it simple, let's say 4 client projects, 10 hours each. Her emails restated not to go over hours, so I didn't. Projects 1 and 2 took an hour each. Then I went downstairs and played Elden Rings. Project 3 was about 40% done when I ran out of hours. Project 4 was about 10% done. I forwarded on my work at the end of the 10 hours. In each email, I told her how much work was remaining and if I would be allocated more hours. I put these at the bottom of the email. It took about a week for crap to hit the fan. Presenting to the clients for projects 1 and 2 had gone smoothly, and the manager had become very smug. "See, isn't this way much better? No company time wasted." I just nodded and smiled. Then came time to present for client 3. What had been happening in these meetings was that my manager would introduce herself as the head of the project, making it look like she was closet involved. Then say something like, "We really want to give OP experience in presenting to clients, so why doesn't he take the lead here?" Then I would present as I normally do. I had even presented to these clients several times in the past. Today though, she asked as usual, "You ready to take the lead?" I pretended to be shocked. "I can't. I have only done like 40% of the report. I haven't even seen the finished report." The look on her face was priceless. "What? But we are presenting in a few hours. Where is the report?" "I sent you the unfinished report weeks ago, as soon as I went over my allocated hours. I told you it was incomplete and even asked if it would be allocated more hours. When I didn't hear back, I assumed you did it yourself." Then I pointed out that this was not the only incomplete project. There was screaming, but long story short, she frantically rang the client saying I was ill, so she would have to cancel. They said, "No problem, just send the report and we can review it ourselves." The next day, I was called into an emergency in-person meeting with my manager and the boss. When I walked in, they had clearly been talking about the issue. Manager was glaring at me. I took my seat and boss said, "OP, what is happening?" I started to explain, but when I got to the part about sending progress emails, manager cut me off. "I never received any emails." "Well, I sent them. They're here on my phone with timestamps. I mean, it's your job to review them before we show them to clients. If you didn't receive them, you should have asked about it." No response. I went on to explain to boss that I presented to the client solely, that I was told not to spend more than 10 hours on a project. When I left, boss was angry. Manager was sweating. I no longer have a manager. Our company had to pay a few fines for late delivery. I got enough overtime to buy a car, so it all ended well. Ah yes, the typical manager, "I've never done your job, but I know it better than you do." This is why I still don't understand the process of hiring managers from outside of a company. Because if you have no experience doing the job that you're managing, how can you effectively manage it at all? This next story comes to us from Deminox. District manager wanted us to treat customers like our best friend. Okay, let's jump right in. Retail time, those were the days. I worked in the number 3 office supply chain in the country. Small flex, as there were only 3 office supply chains at the time. Well, I had one of those district managers that went to district manager school and did all the district manager things. You know, sending emails with random words in bold, different fonts, colors. His emails read like William Shatner having a stroke. The dude was a company man, read over enthusiastic. Corporate had released a new policy about how we should set the standard for customer interaction. Don't just say hi or welcome to when a customer walks in, but treat them like you are happy they're there. Express interest in them on a unique level. If they're wearing a sports team hat and you know the team, say, "Hey, great game last night, right?" The general idea was to personalize the experience. Don't just sound like an NPC in a video game saying the same lines again and again to everyone. Well, Mr. District Manager guy living close to our store popped in the day of the store meeting, where this was all announced, and decided to encourage us and lead by example. That's actually pretty cool of a DM to do, but he also had a history of throwing tantrums, and we were like the bad news bears of the district, so it was more treating us like little kids. It felt more condescending than anything. Mr. District Manager interpreted the new policy to be, talk to the customer like they are your best friend. We role-played, and he would berate employee after employee to get it right. Role-playing in retail is always awkward, and this isn't a theater troupe. They aren't trained actors. The majority of the staff is first-time job high school kids and part-time college kids. I was the latter. Our performances were not Hollywood. He wanted Hollywood. And me, I'm a sarcastic clown who loves having a little fun. The kind of guy that practices making ridiculous faces in the mirror so I can try them out on unsuspecting friends later. I love an audience. Don't give me an excuse to be ridiculous. So the store opens at 8 a.m., customers start coming in, and Mr. District Manager is still there, watching our performance and rating us, but not being as loudly snide in front of the customers. Finally, it's my turn, and he's once again repeating out loud, "Remember, you need to treat the customer like you would treat your best friend walking into your house." I recognize the customer who walked in, an old guy in his 60s we gave the nickname of Reno, and I know he heard every word Mr. District Manager said. Reno is one of our favorite customers. You're about to understand why. Reno walks right up to me. I say, "Hey dude, what's up?" Reno says, "You know man, same crap, different day, right?" I say, "Tell me about it. My district manager has been a real pain in the butt lately, with some new idea that's probably going to blow up in his face." Reno laughs. "Sounds about right. Hey, I need to get some folders for a presentation for the condo association. Know where those are?" I say, "Back at the store. Find them yourself, dude. I'm not your servant." Reno says, "Fair enough. Think your manager buddy has figured out how stupid this is yet?" I say, "I don't know, man. He's not that bright." Reno laughs, loud as he is prone to, and takes a step to my district manager, gives him a big slap on the arm, the kind that ends with his hand gripping the arm up high by the shoulder, stares him in the eyes, gives his shoulder a small shake. I think he'll figure it out. He doesn't want to make the store's best customer angry, and Reno walks off. Mr. District Manager is beet red angry. If he were a cartoon, there would be steam. He breathes. He practically hisses through clenched teeth, asking, "Just what the hell was I trying to pull?" I do my best Joey from Friends. "What? You said treat him like my best friend, and Reno practically lives here." I got written up that day. Hashtag worth it. So many times I should have been fired from that job. Also, this was like 2004. So obviously I didn't get the word for word banter perfectly memorized, but that's the kind of guy Reno was, and that's the kind of employee I was, and that's the setup we were given. Okay, I completely understand being friendly to customers, but when I walk into a store, I'm not looking for the sales rep to be my best friend and to talk to me like they've known me for years, because come on, I know you're just there to sell me stuff. You know you're just there to sell me stuff. Let's just keep it that way. This next story comes to us from Boy in Black 13X. Ex-husband ghosts ex-wife, racks up a huge bill. He clearly didn't think things through. Let's jump right in. I'm working in the billing queue in a call center for one of the big 3 telcos, and a client calls in regarding a billing concern. This lady calls in, is puzzled by why she got charged a one-time fee of $49 for a wireless access point. It's Gen 1 equipment for wireless set-top boxes for Optic TV. She's even more puzzled, why would she have that charge when she doesn't have TV services from us? And I am informed she does. It started more or less a month ago. She's disputing that because Optic TV isn't available in her area. Now I'm confused. She lives in a small town and there's no Optic TV there. I do a little digging and find out that someone, no ex-husband, was still on her account and got 3-year contract to get a free TV for Optic TV and internet. She begins to cry on the phone and tells me her now ex-husband had an affair with a younger woman, divorced her, milked her for as much as he could, and apparently is still milking her for more. He totally ghosted her, moved to Alberta, changed his email, phone number, blocked her on all social media, etc. In my mind, I'm like, what a D-head. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry. If you cancel the services, you're on hook to pay for cancellation fees and so on. I can tell her though, I can remove his access to your account, and you can also add on a password, downgrade the internet and TV to the bare essentials, and I can attempt to redirect the TV gift from his address to hers. But there's no guarantee as it's been processed already. I can hear the light going off in her head. Wait, what? You have where he's living at now? Why, yes, he's got a TV and internet services, so there's a service address. She goes really quiet, says her lawyer and herself have been trying to track him down, but his family and friends are being tight-lipped about it. She asks if I'm allowed to give that info to her. I smile and reply, this is your account. You have unrestricted access for service address, phone numbers, emails that your now ex-husband provided to us to get hooked up. She asks that I can give her his new address, his new cell number, and the second number left on the account, presumably the new woman, and contact info over the phone right now. I asked if she had a pen and paper handy. She was so ecstatic, and after giving her all the details from her account regarding the second service address, downgrade everything, and he was a hockey fan, and there was a game playing right now with his team. So I wish I could have been a fly on the wall when the game cuts out and he calls in to ask WTF and discovers he's been removed, and there's an account pin, and he's been discovered by his ex-wife and lawyer. So this company charged her $49 basically to find her ex-husband for her? That's a heck of a lot cheaper than hiring a PI to do the same thing. I'd say this was a win-win situation. This next story comes to us from Janie 2019. Proud of my malicious compliance. Let's jump right in. My malicious compliance took place about 20 plus years ago. In September, I accepted a retail job in a small local shop to pay my bills until I could get into a local hospital that offered better pay, benefits, and flex hours that would be compatible with going back to college spring semester. During the interview, the manager brought up that the company likes to promote from within, and they would be happy to start me on a path to assistant manager. I told both the manager and assistant manager that I didn't intend to accept any of their offers for promotion because I was going to be returning to college in the spring. They hired me and I started nearly full-time hours right away. Occasionally, they would make a comment about promoting me and I would repeat the same as I did when I interviewed. Not interested. The job offer from the hospital came shortly before Thanksgiving, so my 2 weeks notice had me starting my new job the first week of December. This meant the retail store would be in the hurt for coverage during the busy month of December. I offered to stay and work evenings and weekends until December 30th because I did want to provide them with coverage, and hey, it would be extra money in my pocket for running a till for 3 hours a night and on weekends. I specifically said December 30th because before getting the hospital job, the manager was a jerk and made sure to let me know I would be working New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. He liked being a D about things like that. When I gave my notice, the manager was so pissed. He said, "We promised we would help you get promoted to an assistant manager position." I responded that since day one and onward, I have told you that I'm not interested in being promoted, as my goal is to return to college. I explained I was taking the job with the hospital, not only for better pay and benefits, but because it would allow me the flexibility of changing my hours when I return to college in the spring and at each following semester. Surprisingly, the manager did let me finish my 2 weeks, but refused my offer of staying until December 30th. His reason for refusing my offer was because I was going to be too out of touch. So the very first Saturday of not working at the store, I get a call from the assistant manager asking me to come in to help. The assistant manager was a pretty cool guy, and he said the manager was the one who asked him to call me. So I told the assistant manager, please tell the manager that I would love to come in and help, but I'm afraid I'm just too out of touch. I am a believer in not burning all bridges, but this was one bridge that needed to be set on fire. It's not a huge malicious compliance, but it's a story I still like to tell all these years later. Well, OP, that bridge wasn't just on fire, it was crispy and completely destroyed. But you know what? You didn't start the fire, they did. When they called you back and asked if you would come back in to help out, I would have said, sure, I'll come back in, no problem. My consulting rates are about 3 times what you were paying me before, and I need to be paid up front. Is that okay with you? This next story comes to us from Shop Hopper, a letter from our CEO, Mr. Johnson. Let's jump right in. I just came back from a great skiing trip with a bunch of colleagues. It was a short holiday on our private time and paid in full by anyone who joined the trip. In other words, it was a private trip, with all attendees working at the same company. The youngest person in the group was fresh out of school, while others have been in key positions in the company for decades. The company I work for is a Dutch engineering firm with 1,000 plus employees. This field of work is dominated by men. We are a professional yet very informal organization, where everyone addresses each other on a first-name basis. Our former CEO was with us on the trip. Let's call her Kathy Johnson. Not only is she a great skier, she is also a very outgoing person who loves to have fun and who hates pretentious behavior. By the way, the reason that she's not the CEO anymore but still works at the company is that we have a mandatory rule that requires the executive board to step down at the age of 55. The thought behind that is that the best performing, fresh-minded leaders are generally not people who are well past 60 years of age. On the day of our return trip, a 10-hour drive, we were carpooling. We had already vacated the hotel and went out skiing until well after lunchtime. While we were changing clothes out in the open in the car parking, she shared a great story. While she was the CEO, she received many letters addressed to the CEO, Mr. Johnson or Mr. C. Johnson. These letters were all based on the false assumption that the CEO of an engineering firm must be a man. She instructed her secretary to return every single letter unopened that addressed her as a man. Her secretary, also a woman, loved doing that. She returned dozens of letters over the year, stating that there was no Mr. Johnson at her company. When I asked Kathy about the replies, she told me that the senders invariably either sent a second letter with profuse apologies or were never heard of again. Now, OP clarified a few things after the story. It's in an edit down below and it says, "Given the massive amount of comments, it seems I need to clarify a few things. Why mention the ski trip? Well, that's where the story started for me, so that's where I started my writing. Sorry guys and gals, I didn't know it would be graded as a master thesis." Kathy casually told me the story while we were standing bare pants in a car park. Not a likely setting for interaction with most executives out there. Was it relevant to the readers? Probably not, but I hope it might add some background information about her personality. As I wrote, nothing pretentious. About missing opportunities by returning the letters, of course the secretary consulted Kathy about every letter before returning it, which always gave them a good laugh together. Obviously, no harm was done to the company's business interests. This particular engineering firm consistently outperforms all other engineering firms in the country. It didn't get in that position with poor management skills. She's wise enough to know what she is doing. For what it's worth, she was elected European CEO of the Year a few years back. Where is the malicious compliance? She obviously knew that the letters were meant for her, but returned them to make the senders aware of their own prejudice that engineers, especially those in key positions, can only be men. Throughout her career, she fought for more diversity in the engineering world, and this was one way to create awareness. Okay, so I went through a lot of the comments on this story, and a lot of them are saying that the whole skiing part of the story was completely irrelevant to the story. You know what I have to say about that? All of those people in the comments should write their own story sometime and put it up on the internet, because then they can live with the comments from a whole bunch of people who don't appreciate how hard it is to actually put stuff like this out there. This next story comes to us from Visual Suggestion 487. I did exactly what my nurse manager asked me, and it caused her trouble. Let's jump right in. Alright, I never thought I would have to make this post, but here we go. I used to work as a patient monitor at a hospital during the pandemic. My role was to take care of mostly psychiatric patients. For example, monitor them, talk to them, chart it, etc. We are told to always stay with one-to-one patients until someone relieves us and exchange reports before we leave. One day, I got assigned to take care of a psychiatric patient in a specific wing of the hospital who happens to also have COVID-19. No surprise here, I am trained on how to handle this. For some annoying and unintuitive reason, the hospital nursing office has this thing, where if there's a patient monitor watching a COVID patient, then every 2 hours, they must switch with another patient monitor who would watch a non-COVID patient. Wouldn't that expose more people? Whatever. So this meant that I would have to switch after my first 2 hours of my shift with another patient monitor who happens to be in the emergency room. I would also like to add that my first patient was very aggressive and worked up as he wanted to go home. I was a bit on the nervous side because he punched the wall and kept jumping out of frustration. After an hour and 45 minutes, I had to push the panic alarm, which calls security since he was being so restless. Since it was almost time for me to leave, the nurse told me to step outside the room and he'll stay with him as security talks to the patient. Eventually, we were able to fulfill the patient's request and start discharge papers. Now, I'm not sure how many of you know this, but discharge paperwork takes a bit of time. Maybe an hour or two depending on how busy the staff are. But anyways, since it was 2 hours in for me, it was time to switch with the other patient monitor, as protocol like I mentioned earlier. When I went to the ER where the other patient was located, I warned the other patient monitor about the aggressive patient and that she should be very careful. Another 2 hours pass by and I have to switch again with this patient monitor. But someone has to watch this ER patient till I go and switch, so I kindly asked this patient's nurse to watch him until the other patient monitor comes back. This is where things go downhill fast. I had just gone to that wing of the hospital where I was taking care of the first patient, and I still see the aggressive patient being so restless and wants to go home. The paramedics came to take him on a stretcher, hospital bed that can be easily moved around, to take him to the ambulance and take him home. When I was walking to this patient's room, his nurse tells me that he is not a 1-to-1 anymore, which makes sense, he's going home. But I still had the ER patient's report in my hand to give to the other patient monitor, so I still stopped by and give it to her. At this point, the patient monitor was not responsible for this patient as of this point, and neither was I. The other patient monitor was supposed to leave this patient and go back to her other patient in the ER. Because of that, I just went back to the nursing office to see if there was a new assignment. I do get a new assignment and I'm with a new patient. 5 minutes in, the nursing office calls me and needs me downstairs immediately. When I get there, they asked me, "Didn't you say that the patient was leaving and got downgraded?" I say yes, and that the other patient monitor should be back to her original patient in the ER. But they tell me that she isn't. At this point, the nurse from the ER is asking, where is the other patient monitor? The nursing office tried calling her and no answer. I was told to go back to the ER patient until the other patient monitor returns, and I comply. After 15 to 20 minutes with being with the patient in the ER, the other patient monitor returns, and I asked her what happened. She told me that she was just staying with the aggressive patient till he left. I told her that she was supposed to be here with her original patient, and that either way she passed her 2 hours with this COVID patient. But now the nursing office wanted me with the ER patient for the rest of the shift and to see the nurse manager after my shift. I was so fed up at this point. The other patient monitor went back to the nursing office and went to a new patient. Fast forward till after my shift was over. The nurse manager wanted to speak to me and the other patient monitor because of that wild confusion and how we left the ER patient alone for 5 or 10 minutes. We both explain our sides of what happened, and that nurse manager thinks that it was my fault that the ER patient was alone and that he could have harmed himself. 1. I respectfully asked his ER nurse to be in charge of him until the other patient monitor arrives. 2. The aggressive patient was discharged, so no more 1-to-1. So the other patient monitor needed to leave and proceed to the ER patient. 3. I did everything that was told. The nurse manager still applauded the other patient monitor for staying with a non-1-to-1 patient till the last minute, and talked down on me for basically following protocol, telling me that you should have never left that ER patient. Okay, fine. Not even 1 week later, I was with a patient who was getting discharged, and I did exactly what the nurse manager told me to do. Stay with the patient till the last minute, even when they aren't 1-to-1 anymore. This time, the nursing office knew that this patient was leaving, and that they were expecting me back at their office soon. But the discharge papers aren't done, and 3 paramedics were with the patient waiting and told me that it's okay to leave, as well as the nurse. I told them that I needed to stay until the last second. The nurse manager runs into an issue where she needs me with another patient. She tried calling me. "Where are you? The patient you have is getting discharged, and we need you here." I tell them, "Oh, but I should stay with the patient till last minute, just like they disciplined me a couple days earlier." They kept trying to tell me it's okay and that they need me, but I said, "No, it's okay, I insist." They tell me fine and to come as soon as the patient leaves. Half an hour goes by and the patient still didn't leave, and the nurse manager calls me back as she really needs me, but I tell her I can't. And I also say, what if the patient hurts themselves? The manager gets annoyed and hangs up. Later, after I left the patient as she left, I went back to the nursing office and the nursing manager can't make eye contact with me. Apparently, they had to pull someone from a different role to watch the patient because I was busy. Right, I would continue doing exactly what OP was doing until they decide to remove the write-up from the file. Once that's gone, I'd say, okay, where do you need me? Also, another thing to think of is if you get written up for things that are pretty stupid in your job, then right away you should start looking for something else, because you know it's not going to be a good environment when they're starting to look for ways to get rid of you. This next story comes to us from Lord Commodi. You need to write a manual for that. Let's jump right in. A few years ago, I worked for a mildly successful healthcare provider. While the pay wasn't good, the team dynamic was great and things moved along smoothly. But like a lot of stories here, awesome boss left, and now things sucked with the new boss, whom we'll refer to as boss. Shortly before that, I took a role that, despite a decent sounding title, was severely underpaid compared to anyone with a similar title, even within the same company. Every year, I would lobby for a raise, but every year, I get turned down for one reason or another. The company didn't really perform well enough, you need to improve your skills first, but on your own time and expense, your bandwidth usage is too high. Yes, that was actually a reason given to me. After too many failed attempts to get a raise, I decided it's malicious compliance time. I'm just gonna limit my output according to the scale of what I'm being paid. I stopped using all the shortcuts to my task and just did them all the hard way. Like, why use an Excel macro when I can do the same thing manually? Need someone on that project? Go find someone else. I'm too busy doing these things the hard way now. Need an analysis? I'd state the obvious within a couple of sentences. Sometimes I'd even send a spreadsheet with the raw data and say, here you go. Need this yesterday? I could have actually done this task in 10 minutes, but because I'm not paid to do that, I'll get back to you tomorrow. The final straw was when they hired a trainee to assist me, but somehow gets involved in projects and even spent a weekend modifying my templates without my knowledge. Come Monday, I get in hot water for not using their new templates. It was obvious that I was being managed out. Well, two can play this game. As it happens, while they were tweaking my templates, I'm working on a new one of my own, and they were quite similar. Boss agreed to let me use the new one, but that I should write a manual on how to use it. Well, sure, I can do that. You see, boss didn't specify how detailed that manual should be, so I just wrote something like Step 1, open template. Step 2, download data. Step 3, copy chart to PowerPoint. Step 4, send the report. No indication which template to use, where to get the data, what to put in the slideshow, or who to send the report to. Also, I spent a whole day just figuring out which font to use, because why not? That done, I filed for 2 weeks leave that somehow got approved. I reasoned trainee is there anyway, and if he gets stuck, he could use the manual. On the last possible moment of the last working day before my leave starts, I handed in my 2 weeks notice as per my employment contract. Days later, I got a call from a work buddy telling me that trainee is splitting hairs trying to comprehend what my manuals are talking about. Asked if I could maybe help. Boss was too proud and too pissed to call me himself. Well, sure, I'd love to come over and help, but I'm actually 2 time zones away now and too busy learning about my new job. OP, this was another chance to make a boatload of money, because when they want you to come back and help because they can't figure it out themselves, this is your perfect opportunity to say, hey, yeah, I will come back, but I'm a consultant now, and my fees are about 3 times what you were paying me before. Oh, you don't want to pay that? Well, then you obviously don't want me enough. This next story comes to us from DodoHead974. You scheduled a meeting with senior executives on my last day? Cool, but you made me return all my equipment, remember? Let's jump right in. So for background, I recently changed jobs. I wore 2 hats at work for 18 months during COVID, and when year-end reviews came around, I got a meeting expectations and a 3% raise. Everyone else on our team of 6 got promoted. Needless to say, I felt the love and found a new job. So I've got my offer and accepted, but before putting in my 2 weeks, I realized I had accumulated personal days to the tune of 8 days. I scheduled vacation so that for my last 2 weeks, I'd only have to work Monday and Tuesday. I made sure it was approved in our system and then tendered my resignation effective in 2 weeks. Now, I know this is kind of a crap way to do it, but I wasn't worried about burning bridges, and they don't pay out personal days, only vacation days, so I wasn't going to lose those days. Anyways, over the weekend, I get emails, phone calls, and texts from my manager. Some angry, some in disbelief, some accusatory. It was a lot. Come Monday, what do you know? There's a meeting with my manager and the executive director first thing in the morning. Call goes exactly how you'd imagine. I'm called unprofessional. I'm leaving them in a bad situation. Why didn't I talk to them if I was unhappy? I had. Blah, blah, blah. We finally get to the point where they just flat out ask me what it's going to take to get me to stay. So I reply, permanent work from home and a promotion. To which the executive director chuckles and says that's not going to happen. And then I add, and give me a 50% increase, which would be 2% more than what my offer was. You could hear the effing crickets through my noise-canceling Plantronics Voyager headset. Long story short, they are both irate at this point and tell me I needed to return all company property, laptop, badge, etc. ASAP, or I won't get my last paycheck. Cue malicious compliance. You see, in my line of work, our teams collaborate, but we become the experts in our particular area of focus, and we were due to present our C-suite and high-level execs on my area of focus on a Friday. The same Friday that happens to be my technical last day. That also happens to be the last day of my paid vacation. I saw my manager schedule the meeting a few hours after our lovely call and accepted. I did my work the rest of the day, and Tuesday as well. Signed off, got in my car, drove to our office, and returned all my stuff to HR. They logged the return and told me I was all set. Now I start enjoying my paid vacation as the next week starts. I figure midweek I'll get a text about the meeting, reminding me about it despite being on PTO. Sure enough, that Thursday evening I get the reminder text, to which I don't respond. Come Friday, 15 minutes before the meeting, I get another text. Are you ready for the call? I don't see you signed on. I respond this time, but C-Face, not her real name, I can't sign on. You told me to return all my equipment ASAP or I wouldn't get my last paycheck, remember? So I did what you said and returned it to HR last week. Did they not tell you? She never responded, but a coworker I still keep in touch with called me a few days later to spill the tea about the call and how no one knew my area. And someone high up at one point said, "You're a team lead, but can't explain what your team was doing?" Turns out she's been demoted and moved to another department, and I am 2 weeks into my new job, happy as a pig in crap. One thing to take away from this one is that if you're in the USA or Canada, as far as I know, a company cannot threaten to withhold your last paycheck. That's something that your local labor board would probably love to hear about. Also, just wanted to mention that right in the middle of this story, bringing out the Plantronics headset thing, that almost felt like a paid advertisement. Hey, OP, blink twice if you're getting paid to say that. This next story comes to us from LizzieB66. It's not that I can't play chess. Let's jump right in. It's that I don't choose to play chess. I originally posted this over in Entitled People, and it was suggested that this might also fit here. So I learned to count because I wanted to play cards with my brother. He was 10 years older than me, and I thought that the world revolved around him. Because my father was narcissistic, it wasn't until years later that I realized what a positive male role model he was. My brother was games obsessed. We would play hands of rummy that went on for weeks, game after game of Monopoly that lasted months. When I got to about 8, I had the chance to join the school chess club. So the summer before, I begged him to teach me to play chess. It was then that I discovered that most chess players out in the wild like to take time pondering their moves. Me, I like to play a game, finish it, learn from it, and then play another. For me, it was quantity and quality that taught me. By the time the year was out, I had a decent ranking in the school chess league, but my heart wasn't in it. I put my chess set away and focused on playing blackjack with my brother. It seemed that my knack with numbers and a mild case of synesthesia, where number and cards have personalities, made me a natural and I loved the game. We also played a version of whist where we would bid on tricks and these became our go-to games. As time went on, I would avoid playing chess because it just didn't grab me. If asked by anyone, I'd say, no, I don't play. Then came the day when a boyfriend wouldn't take no for an answer. This guy had the biggest chip on his shoulder, so much so that it caused a permanent stoop. I'd self-financed my further education, but I'd managed to do that because your social class gave you all the breaks. I'd got a good job through working hard, but that was because your social class gave you all the breaks. I got promotions through self-financed study in my own time, but that was because your social class gave you all the breaks. You get the idea. So he decides that he is a chess champion. He was undiscovered because, you guessed it, his social class as a child had stopped him. He comes down for the weekend with a chess set so he could sit and study the board. He asked me if I played chess and I gave my standard answer. I know how to, but I don't play chess. Well, this must have eaten away at him. Here was an opportunity for him to show his superiority to me by beating me at chess. He'd been beating all his friends. Now he could wipe the floor with me. On and on he went at me about playing a game. I kept saying that I don't play chess, but he wouldn't let it go. In the end, I gave in. He sets up the board and announces that he will be white. Yep, you don't do that, but I just wanted it over. He starts standard opening. Game goes as predicted for the first few moves. Now, as I said, I was a quite competent chess player. I just don't like all the humming and hawing and so on. I find it a bit pretentious. I'm not a great player, so never took it to the level where time moves would have made it more fun, but I'd studied a number of games as part of chess club, and because I have great visual retention, these things stayed. A few moves further, and I can see what he is trying to do. It's a standard gambit. Played it a number of times. About 10 moves in, and I'm bored. I'm really bored. It's 40 minutes. I'm moving a piece immediately. He's doing all the things I hate. So I stop concentrating and start moving pieces by instinct. And you got it. I sacrifice a piece, and I can see the gloating on his face. He thinks he's got me. He checks me. 2 moves later, and I've put him in mate. He throws the board and pieces across the room. You said you couldn't play chess. No, I said I didn't play chess, not that I couldn't. Well, if you don't like playing chess, you should have let me win. That's not how it works. I deserve to win. That's still not how it works. OP added a really quick edit at the bottom. It says, edit to mention, I dumped him a few years later and have now been with my hubby for nearly 20 years. Well, normally you won't hear that should have let me win thing unless you're talking to a child. But this guy was apparently 36 years old. And I was shocked to see that OP stayed with this person for another couple of years. If that wasn't a giant red frickin' flag blowing in the wind, I don't know what is. This next story comes to us from a deleted account. Bin everything in this room? You got it, boss. Let's jump right in. Not my own malicious compliance, but overheard then witnessed at work. A few months ago, the 2 owners at my work had a huge disagreement, which has escalated to full-blown screaming matches in the middle of the office, and nearly into several physical fights. It came to a head last Friday, and owner A decided to pack it all in and leave effective immediately. After lunch, owner B called the warehouse manager up to the office and pointed at owner A's office, situated just off the main open plan office, and said, I'm too stressed to deal with this, so I'm going home. Bin everything in that room. I don't want to see a shred of evidence that owner A worked here when I get back on Monday morning. The warehouse manager looked at the offending office and back to owner B. Are you sure you want to bin everything, boss? Owner B looked ready to explode already, and apparently this extra bit of clarification sent him over the edge. Did I stutter? Get rid of everything in there or you can clear out your desk too. And so owner B stormed off and our warehouse manager took out his walkie-talkie and summoned up 2 of his warehouse staff and relayed the instructions. The warehouse workers questioned it and got the same answer. Yes, absolutely everything. And so they got to work. Owner A's personal effects were put into a box and sealed up to be taken to him by one of the purchasing staff who lived nearby. Everything else was bagged up and put into the bins. The paperwork and stationery were boxed up to be shredded and destroyed. Next, the monitor and printer were taken to the bins, followed by the desk and chair. When I left at 4 p.m., the warehouse workers were just starting to take down the wall-mounted bookshelves. I would have expected them to stop there, but when I got in this morning, there was nothing in the office. The curtains and blinds are gone, plug sockets and light fittings taken off the walls, leaving exposed wires. The tiles removed from the ceiling, showing the ductwork and wiring above. The carpet that owner A requested be put in was torn up and leaving the underlay. Even the door with owner A's name plaque on it was taken off the hinges. It looks like a construction site in there. Owner B came in at 10 this morning, took one look at the bomb site, and started screaming his head off and demanded to see the warehouse manager. He wanted whoever did this to put this right, and then get off site as they were fired. If no one owned up, then the whole warehouse shift was fired. Our warehouse manager, never one to give a crap, just peered into the office and said, "You said bin everything, boss. Looks like they did," and walked off. Owner B looked like he was going to burst a vessel. Did that not make sense to anyone else? Yeah, get in there and fix all of that and then get out because you're fired. No thank you. I think I'll move directly to the fired part. Bye. This next story comes to us from Bol de Acier. Schedule me for evening shift? Make certain you know what you're doing. Let's jump right in. A couple of recent stories reminded me of something that happened way back when. I was a teenager and had a job at a hotel as a busboy in a coffee shop. We had about 95 seats, and on a Saturday and Sunday, we would do about 400 covers. It was busy, but I was good. Afternoon, things would slow down, so I would jump into the dish pit and help them catch up. One Sunday, the back of house manager and the general manager were having lunch, and they called me over. They asked me to take the next Saturday's evening shift in the dish pit. I reminded them that weekends were pretty busy, and they would have a problem if I wasn't bussing on breakfast. They told me they would get someone to cover bussing, but they really needed me in the dish pit that Saturday night. I agreed, but told them that I would need to leave at 11 p.m. on the dot, as I relied on public transit to get home, and there was no way I could work late. They said no problem, and we had a deal. I showed up at 3 p.m. to absolute chaos. Guess who they had cover bussing? That's right, the dishwasher. The pit was absolutely stacked with dishes, and then I found out why they needed me on that shift. Banquets and the coffee shop used the same glassware, plates, and cutlery, and there was a massive banquet going on upstairs. When I got there, the cook line and the banquet crew were going nuts, prepping and setting up tons of centerpieces, place settings, that sort of thing. We had bussing carts, and the banquet crew was loading them up and running them up the elevators to the banquet hall. It was pandemonium. The back of house manager kept yelling at me, "I need more forks right now." And I was fishing through the dozens of bus pans from day shift, trying to get him the stuff he needed. It took a while, but I managed to find it for him. I took it with a grain of salt, since he was actually a pretty good guy, just stressed to the max. Finally, the banquet stuff all went upstairs and I could clear the backlog. It took me until about 8 p.m. Then, nothing. There was about 400 people attending this banquet, and occasionally I would see a member of the banquet team come down. I would ask them where the dish carts were. These guys treated me like crap and snapped that they would bring them down when they had a chance. Sure enough, it was about 10 p.m. when the parade of banquet bozos started wheeling cart after cart of dirty dishes in by the pit. There were tons of them, 30 or 40 at least, and none of the bus tubs were sorted. It was all just tossed in. They weren't even scraped into the trash. There was leftover food on lots of the plates. Just before 11 p.m., I see the back of house manager talking to his crew, and I went up to him. I was really pissed off. "What the hell am I supposed to do here?" I asked, gesturing to the carts. "Wash the damn things," he snapped back. There's no time, I leave in 15 minutes, remember? Well, you'll just have to stay late. I can't. I have a bus to catch. If I miss it, I miss my connection, and that's the last bus. So no, I am leaving, and I told you that last week. He starts getting irate, and I just took off my apron and left without a word. The next weekend, I arrive from my busboy shift, and I get called into the general manager's office. The back-of-house manager was there, and the general manager is asking me why I abandoned the dish pit in such chaos. It turns out, nobody on the banquet crew would work the pit, and in the morning, there was nowhere near enough dishware and cutlery for the coffee shop. The dishwasher they had covering took one look at the hell in the back and quit on the spot. They had to close the coffee shop and lost out on a ton of money. I just looked at them and reminded them that when I said I would take the dish pit for that shift, that I would be leaving on time. It's not my fault that the banquet crew didn't start bringing down the carts until after 10 p.m. The general manager looked at the back-of-house manager and asked him what time they served the meals, 6 p.m. So you're telling me that your crew took over 3 hours to roll the dishes back downstairs, and you didn't do anything about it? What the hell were they doing? Why didn't you assign 1 or 2 to push the carts? Then I pointed out that all the carts weren't sorted, and that the plates weren't even scraped. The back-of-house manager gave me the stink eye, and the general manager excused me and said to head down to the coffee shop and pick up the busing. The following weekend I came in, and there was a big notice targeted at the banquet guys. All bus pans were to contain only one item. 1 pan for dinner plates, 1 pan for side plates, 1 pan for glassware, another for cutlery. All dishes were to be in the dish pit no later than 15 minutes after being pulled from the table. All plates were to be scraped of excess food waste before going in the pan. The banquet crew was pissed that they actually had to do their jobs, and the back-of-house manager was pissed that a lowly busboy and dishwasher put him in the hot seat. They never asked me to take an evening shift again. This would be a good learning experience for the people higher up here, because the dishwasher left and the place closed down. That should tell you just how much these people on the low end of the totem pole actually do to keep the businesses running. Well, you'd kinda hope they'd notice that, but they are managers, so we know that's probably not gonna happen. This next story comes to us from One More Stripe. Demand a 10% discount? Alrighty then, let's jump right in. This is why you never make the first offer. My job is in customer service at this fancy door and cabinet hardware manufacturer. It's all bronze or brass alloys that are designed to look distressed and handmade. Because metals keep getting more expensive, we do a yearly price increase and discontinue anything that doesn't sell. To make sure all our distributors are on the same page, we send a mass email 30 days in advance. These emails go to every single person we do business with, from salespeople to purchasers and warehouse managers. If you bought a toilet paper holder from us 10 years ago, you get an email from us. 2021 being the dumpster fire of a year that it was caused some problems. So many people quit our overseas factory that we had to start from scratch. Instead of discontinuing a few items or collections, we had to get rid of the entire patina, fancy word for color. This was the antique bronze. It was the closest we had to gold at the time. We simply did not have enough people working at the factory that knew how to make it. And when they did, it came out with black spots that looked like dirt. So we bit the bullet and removed this patina at the same time we announced the yearly price increase, otherwise we would have had to print new catalogs without the bronze antique option. We needed to get everyone to change their orders from the antique bronze to absolutely anything else. We pretty much said so in the mass email. The incentive was a 20% discount. Before you think of this company as generous, I should point out that the yearly price increase was 10%. Still, our larger projects were for entire mansions, hotels, and parade homes, so the 10% amounted to several $1,000s for our biggest customers. Enter Anna from Montana. Anna was known as a credit card customer, as in, she better have a credit card on file if she expects us to ship this truckload of hardware halfway across the country to her. Her purchase orders always had errors, she constantly requested return authorizations, and her clients mysteriously canceled their orders at the last second. But the cost of living and running a business must be low in Montana, because she would pop up every few months with a new order. And she never read her emails. Not the order confirmations, not the delivery updates, and not our yearly price increase and notice of discontinuations. Sorry for all the background, here is the story. This is Hardware Company, how may I help you today? I say in my best customer service voice. It's Anna from Montana. I got your voicemail. Can you please explain to me what's going on with my order? Yes, we haven't been able to process it because all the hardware is in antique bronze. We discontinued this a few months ago. What? Why didn't anyone call me? I just spec'd this entire home in the antique bronze. You must have some antique bronze left. You have to. There was more woe is me from Anna while I explained what I wrote here. Eventually, she switches tactics. Well, if you don't have the antique anymore, why do I need all these displays? Your antique bronze is everywhere. That's why my client chose it for his entire ranch. Our displays take months to build, are technically our property, annoyingly fragile, and we make a point to keep them updated. We had a schedule to send new hardware to replace the antique. Until then, the displays were a huge liability and Anna knew it. You can keep the displays and mention to your clients that the hardware is still available in a different patina. I don't want them here confusing my clients. I'll just ship them back to you. Since they're already assembled, we would prefer that you didn't. I'll take a screwdriver and do it myself. Now, I've been in this job for long enough to understand when someone is clumsily looking for a discount. It's really annoying. People make a mistake when quoting a project and make it our problem. This usually ends with us expediting a shipment and flying it out to the customer on our dime. I found it strange that Anna was doing this since we were already offering a discount and we physically couldn't make what she wanted. Then she hit me with this. The least your company can do is give me last year's prices on this order. It was then when it all clicked for me. Anna had not read the email update. Not a word. She was going off last year's catalog that still had the antique. The cherry on top, she didn't know we were offering a 20% discount to switch. She was essentially asking for 10% and leaving thousands on the table. We can do that, Anna, if you change to another patina. Give me a few moments to check with the manager. I muted the phone and had a laugh with my coworkers. They knew Anna too. So Anna hangs up thinking she got one over on us. I personally see that the order is processed with the changes and bird dog it until it leaves on a truck for Montana. I saw the invoice and saw that it was around $10K after the discount. I calculated she left $1K behind because she didn't read the email. My manager had a laugh about it, but unconvincingly warned me not to do it again. She was trying not to laugh the whole time. I wish I could say Anna kicked herself in the butt when she realized she had negotiated a terrible discount for herself, but my guess is that Anna simply hung up the phone and called her client to decide on a new patina and bragged about the discount she got. Okay, let's be honest. If I bought a toilet paper holder from you 10 years ago and you're still sending me emails, well, I don't think I'd let it get that far. You gotta have an unsubscribe option, right? Also think that this email going out to a bunch of people, well, they get emails from a lot of other companies that they buy things from too. And so I can't blame them for not reading every single one of them. If you want to have great customer service, maybe you should be a little more upfront with these customers, and then they will treat you a little bit better in the end. This next story comes to us from Functional Psychopath. Dealership said sue, so I did. Let's jump right in. This all started December of last year and just finished last week. So I bought a car from one of those buy here and pay here places. I love the car. It's a Mazda 5 from 2014, basically the smallest minivan I've ever seen. Well, on Christmas, we drove to some family for dinner and celebration. When we went to leave, the car would not start. We checked everything and found out the horn wasn't even connected. Any fuse that wasn't absolutely needed was simply missing, and the tires were the original tires. Beyond that, we hooked up to the computer and it read several errors, but the one getting in the way was the immobilizer. I had never known the van had one. I called AAA and set up towing, but because we were in the middle of nowhere, AAA couldn't get a tow truck to us under our membership, free, so we had to call a tow truck and then submit the bill to AAA after the fact. So, family let us borrow their car and the van was towed to a shop. A few days later, the shop calls and tells us what's wrong. I live in Texas, a single-party consent state, and I record all my calls thanks to an app on my phone. The long list of car issues isn't important. The point of this van is a basic work van. The only issue they found stopping it from running is the immobilizer is active, and they can't touch it without talking to the dealer. I three-way called the dealership and the shop, and we talked for 17.43 minutes. During this call, the dealership acknowledged we were not behind, and everything should be working unless it malfunctioned. The dealership also gave permission for the shop to bypass it, and we would be reimbursed the towing and repairs. All the shop needed to do to get the van running was bypass the immobilizer, and a couple days later we picked up the van and paid the bill. Both bills came to just under $300, and we started calling the dealership. The first few conversations go well, and the phone rep seemed interested in helping, but mostly I end up getting tossed around from department to department and then disconnected. That went on for some time, and I of course took to Reddit to find out options. As almost always happens, Reddit users know some crazy facts and how to get stuff done. So I followed their advice and kept calling, eventually getting to a supervisor, and the first supervisor said he'd get it taken care of, and we ended the call. 2 more days go by and nothing is heard. So I call back, get tossed around, and then get another manager who says we're not responsible for mechanical issues and hangs up. I call back now quite annoyed and eventually get back to the same manager. I explain I have all the information and call recordings, including the repair shop 3-way call. He cuts me off and says, "What, are you gonna take us to court over $296.47? I don't think so, but go ahead and sue. We will win, and if that small amount is worth suing to you, you probably don't have the resources to actually sue." This, of course, made me quite upset. So off to a justice of the peace and explain what's happened. They give us a small claims form and explain the process. We can fill it out and pay for a constable to serve the dealership, or fill out the paper and take it to the dealership unfiled and explain everything to a manager in person. We chose the cheaper route because the manager on the phone was right. We didn't have the money to have it served, only filed. So we transcribed the phone calls, found out how to fill out the paper. The hardest part was finding the agent. We didn't know what that meant, but we again turned to Reddit and learned. We gathered the bills and all the paperwork and made our way to the dealership's payment center. I wait in line and see the name of the manager is the same as the manager on the phone that told me to sue. I wait in line, and when it's my turn, I ask to talk to John, and he comes over and sits across from me. After making introductions and I confirm it's the same guy, I start to explain the situation again. As I'm explaining, I see when he recalls talking to me on the phone. He starts to dismiss me, and I explain that he asked me to sue, and I'm here with all my evidence and the unfiled suit, giving him one final chance. He starts to look over the papers and asked if I still had the recordings. I said yes, I could email him a copy. We sit and talk for about an hour as he reads. Then I start with a slight aggravated tone. If something isn't done today, not only am I going to head right back to the courthouse and file, as well as tack on as much for emotional distress and whatever else the clerk hinted at. The clerk was very open-mouthed with ideas, as well as send a copy of everything to every email on the corporate website. At this, our conversation drew the attention of a woman in a power suit who rushes over for a recap. I find out she's John's boss's boss's boss, and she's none too happy about how far things have gone. She assured me that all would be made right and gave me her cell number and email. I gave her the papers and left. The next Monday at 8 a.m., I got a call asking if credit being applied to the account would be acceptable. I say yes, and she explains they will credit $500 to the account as payments. The payments are only $155 every 2 weeks. I agree, and we talk for a few minutes when I ask why it took this much just to get things done. She laughed and said, "It shouldn't have, and certain people are no longer employed at the company." Well, today was Wednesday, and the day of the payment, but when I went to make the payment, it was already done. Thank you, Power Suit Lady. So in this case, that manager John could have just gone to Power Suit Lady and gotten an okay to pay out OP and everything would be done and dealt with. But John for some reason decided to power trip his management position and, well, he managed himself right out of a job. Well done, John. This next story comes to us from Bearded Alien 13. Father-in-law finds out I'm right the worst possible way. Let's jump right in. So, as the title suggests, this is a story about my father-in-law and his inability to actually listen. English is not my first language, so I apologize if anything is fuzzy or disorganized. Backstory: my father-in-law is the sweetest man alive, and I'd go through a brick wall for him. He's giving, caring, selfless, and overall, a great human being. He was also my boss for almost 3 years while I was working my way through my master's degree. He gave me a job in his small but successful store. He runs that thing as a German train, being firm but fair. I was never treated differently than his other employees, and everything was fine. However, he has a fatal flaw when it comes to his business. He simply doesn't listen. He's been doing that for more than 2 decades, and he's great at his job. The problem? His PC system and store software also have over 2 decades of experience. I'm talking about a 2000s PC with a 1990s MS-DOS program which holds every single piece of vital information of that store. Inventory, sales register, ranking sales, bills paid, bills to be paid, so on and so forth. Ever since I started working there, I begged him to upgrade his system. I'm not an IT guy, but I've been around computers my whole life, 32 years old, and I know when a system is doomed to fail eventually. You guys want to know how bad that PC is? Google Chrome doesn't run because it's too heavy. It's that bad. I begged him for the years I worked there for an upgrade, both hardware and software, but he just wouldn't budge. Fast forward 3 years, I'm a full-time professor at a small private college in my country, and he's still running the same old system. Last month he called me because he needed my help. He was going away for a week in a small vacation and wanted me to check everything at the store. Just the basics, nothing too crazy. Cool, I've done that before. Off he went to his vacation, and off I went to the store first thing in the morning. When I got there, the situation was worse than before. The system used to take 1 or 2 minutes to boot up. Now it's taking 5 minutes, and the PC is making a lot of noise. Despite that, the week went smoothly and he came back. When we sat down to talk about the store, after he told everything he did during his time off, I told him, once again, that he needs to upgrade things or he's gonna face some serious problems in the near future. He, once again, won't budge and tries to dismiss me. I keep at it because I know how bad things are getting and how screwed up he'd be if that system fails. After some time, he starts to get mad at me and cuts me off by saying, "I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for almost your entire life. Stop bothering me." I was pissed because I wasn't being rude to him, but whatever. You don't want to listen? Your funeral. Last week he called me, and before I could even muster a hello, he blew off. "OP, I need your help. The PC won't turn on." What? What happened? I don't know. I tried to turn it on, the screen flashed, and a bit of smoke came out of the PC. Come here, please. When I got there, he was panicking and frantically walking around inside the store. When I took a glance at the PC, I knew it was dead. I called a friend of mine who works with IT, and he told me to take the system to him and he'd take a look. 2 days later, I heard from my mother-in-law that the power supply, the hard drive, the processor, and the graphics card died. Apparently, it was some sort of domino effect after the power supply died. Now, my lovely yet stubborn father-in-law lost his entire system. We'll have to buy a new PC, new software, and do the inventory of over 1,500 items. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I find that when it comes to the IT world and older people, sometimes you need to put things into terms that they'll understand. So you can look at them and say, well, how long would you expect your car to run if you never change the oil? Or something like, when's the last time you bought new tires for your car? It's a great way to help them understand the importance of replacing parts in a computer as the years go by so that it doesn't completely fail and leave you stranded. This next story comes to us from Objective Uncone. Build my fence and do it exactly as I designed. Let's jump right in. So I have posted several stories about Pops, my grandfather, on Reddit over the last week, and well, people seem to like them. Pops was an old-school, rough-as-nails World War II vet farmer. Not only that, in my small town in Northern Ontario, Pops and his brother were the only contractors in town. Pops took a job from an out-of-towner, some rich guy from Toronto, who purchased a small plot of land on the lake for his vacation home. The guy hired Pops to put up a fence all around the house, a 6-foot-high monster fence. The darn thing is still up today, it's ugly AF, and completely out of place with the natural beauty of the area. From day one, while marking out lines, the guy was a real prick to Pops, a real nitpick POS who thought of himself as a top-tier designer. Pops went to the guy because a problem with his design, the guy didn't give a single F. When Pops tried to point out the problem, the guy was like, "I don't care about your opinion. I paid you to work for me, get it done. I have guests coming up at the end of the month, so get it done. Don't call me with any problems, get it done." Pops being Pops, he just gave him an okie dokie, can I get that in writing? The guy did just that, and Pops did exactly what he wanted. The guy got his fence built. Pops told one of the townies that lived near the road leading to the place to give him a call if he sees Mr. Moneybag show up. It took 3 weeks and the prick showed up with his entire family in tow. Pops got a call from the townie telling him, "Hey, you're about to get a visitor." Well, as I said, Pops followed the direction exactly as written. A fence completely around the house about 40 feet away from the place. What the plans didn't have was an opening for the driveway or any gate to get in. I wish I was there to see the guy's face when he got to his nice vacation home. Hell, I would have loved to have seen his face when he showed up to the farm to tell off Pops. When Pops told me this story, he said he was sitting on the front porch sipping on his whiskey as that prick rolled up. The guy screamed at Pops, calling him a dumb hick, and Pops just smiled and said, "Remember when you told me to build it exactly as you designed? If you don't like it, redesign it and fix it yourself." As I said, that guy still owns the place and he stays far out of town. And that fence is still up today. It's ugly as hell, but has stood the test of time. Have we not learned that if a contractor's telling you there's a problem with something you're paying them to do, that they might know exactly what they're talking about because they've been doing this for a long time? And you, well, when's the last time you put up a fence yourself? Huh? I absolutely love the way your Pops complied with this one. There's a lot of older stories about older contractors where they were able to get away with things like this, although I think these days, people would just turn around and sue you, and it just takes the fun out of some malicious compliance. This next story comes to us from Avwi. Sure, I will be paying back student grants. Let's jump right in. This isn't my story, but of my relative. But here goes. We live in a very good country where we have something called student grants. Every student that goes to college or university gets a certain amount of money deposited every month on their checking account by the government. Aside from that, you get a free travel pass for all the public transport. So that is pretty nice. They reverted this practice after 30 years a few years ago and made it a loan and re-reverted it again this year, but that is another story. The idea is, of course, that everyone, regardless of their financial background, has a fair chance at higher education. During the time this story was relevant, 2001 to 2005, it was about 100 euros a month, upwards to 800 euros a month. But in the latter case, it meant that both your parents should be completely devoid of any income. However, obviously there are some caveats. If you make some money by having some side job, you can make about 5,000 a year, or you need to stop these grants, which is fair. FYI, living costs in the major student cities that time were like 400 a month for housing, 120 a month for groceries. Tuition was like 120 a month euros as well, to give some perspective. It should be said that a lot of students just use the money to drink a lot of beer. Anyway, to the story. My relative is a very hardworking guy. He started college and finished it in 3 years, which requires normally 4 years. And he did a master's at university in 1 year, where it normally required 2 years for this master. He was active in councils, did non-profit work, etc., etc. In this period, he also started his own freelance business to support him and future wife and kid a little more. He was very precise with monitoring his income, and made sure to stop his grants every year when he would go over the limit and start it up again next year. However, this is where he made a small calculation error. See, he assumed he could stop his grants when he was nearing the limit and continue the rest of the year. But the government doesn't calculate it like that at all. They look at the income you had extra that whole year, divide it by 365 or 366, and look at which moment you crossed it. So how does this matter? He had like 500 euros extra income per month on average. So somewhere in the end of October, he would call the government and say he would like to stop the grant. Everything solved. But then, in the holiday period, he would work a little extra hard and would get 700 euros in December. So the government would look at the end of the year and see he made 6,200. They would divide it by 365 and calculate that he would have crossed the threshold at 294 days, which would be October 20th or something. And he called at the end of October, example the 28th, a few days of difference. However, the government, fast as they are, didn't act on this immediately. So he finished his master's, and after a few months, he gets a letter from the government, basically saying, "You've been getting the grant and weren't allowed, so you are forced to pay everything back with interest, and with an added fine." Please note that the grant also includes the free public transportation card. The total sum was something like 12,000 euro. He was devastated and called them to say he understood he made an error, but he was off by a few days. Besides, it took him way shorter to study than most people, so in that sense, he didn't use the grant as much as other people. Some people study for 8 years and get the grant. That has changed now, by the way. But nope, they were not open to any sort of leniency or reduction. Unable to pay it directly, he asked if there was some way of paying it monthly, and there was. So he started doing that. However, here is where he started to get maliciously compliant. Instead of paying the exact amount, he decided to pay €1 higher than the required amount. So the required amount was 150 euro, and he would pay 151. The extra euro more would trigger something in their systems because they couldn't account for it. So they would contact him and he would ask for a reimbursement. This would take a lot of hassle for them. And then next month, he would do it again, and again, and again. It took him 3 minutes a month, but it would take them a lot of time every month with figuring out what happened. Nowadays, it is a little bit more automated, but back then it was fun. Look, we live in a good country where these grants are possible, so we are fortunate. And he was able to pay everything back, and he made an error. He knows that. However, it was a bitter pill to swallow, and I understand that he got some satisfaction out of doing this. After sitting back and thinking about this story for a second, the only thing that keeps going through my head is how easy it is to get money for school where OP lives. Because here in Canada, and I think as well in the USA, that stuff just doesn't happen. Here, you get to go to school, and you get to take out a loan to go to school, and you get to pay off that loan for the next 15 to 20 years. You know, because that's how it should be done, right? This next story comes to us from Dirty Cop Gangsta. You don't like it here? There's the door. Let's jump right in. This is my own personal story that took place in Belgium circa 2015 or 2016. Context, in my mid-20s, I worked in accounting with 4 other mid-20s guys. We were a solid, well-oiled machine that ran flawlessly, and yet we had way too much work and needed an extra person. We had taken over in 1 year from the previous team, who seemingly quit for no reason. At the end of the second quarter, we crushed through the mountain of work with a collective 4 weeks of overtime between us. Boss was happy and allowed us to finally go on vacation. More like, he knew we had accumulated too many recovery days and gave us the bonus we were promised if we reached the goal. We've been unhappy with the situation for some time and have been bitching about it. Clearly, there's enough work to justify hiring an extra person, so we go tell the boss. As soon as we explain why we're asking for an extra person, he goes ballistic. How dare we, employees who are terrible at our jobs, dare ask for an extra hand when all we do is F around for the entire day and we're costing him money. In his screaming, he points to the door and says, "I'm not holding you hostage. If you're unhappy, I suggest you walk out." We're stunned. What the F did he just say? We came in to ask for help, and he's telling us to F off? We ask him to explain what he means. He literally says, I don't need you. I don't need any of you. Quit if you don't like it. I wish I could say we did, but we were stunned because we thought since we've crushed our workload, we would be in his good graces. So we shut the F up and let him continue his tirade. Come January, crunch time is coming. Boss gathers the entire company in a meeting room and goes on to explain how we're horrible workers and can't do anything properly, and we're costing him money. He then goes on to say the company made 1,000% profit compared to last year. If we're so bad at our jobs, how come we multiplied profits? He goes on to say that from now on, no more bonuses, because we're crap workers and we're expected to stay in the office until our work's done, no matter how long that may be. No exceptions, whoever doesn't comply will get fired. He reminds us he can replace us at any moment, and that we need to prove we deserve our jobs. The thing is, I knew I was the best employee there. Not just the best accountant, but the most innovative, most charismatic, most resourceful, and on top of that, the rest of the team and a lot of people from the other departments kind of relied on my upbeat, seemingly lighthearted, jokerish attitude, and so, tired of his crap, and extremely scared of the mountain of incoming work, I get up and just say, I quit. Boss doesn't understand what I mean and continues his meeting while I go to clear my desk. I've cleared my desk by the time he's finished the meeting, and while I'm walking out past him, he understands what I'm doing. He immediately starts yelling that I'm abandoning my post and that it's unprofessional and there will be consequences. I'm calm because I had already made up my mind. We're in front of everyone, including the rest of my team. I simply tell him, Boss, we all heard you say that I'm free to leave at any point because you don't need me. Isn't that right, guys? No one answers, of course, because they're all, boss included, stunned that the nice guy who's always polite and keeps his head down is being assertive. Before boss gets a chance to snap out of it, I tell him that he mistook my tact and diplomacy for acceptance and that I'm only doing what he said. Maybe he should choose his words carefully next time. The rest of the team quit within 3 months. They knew where crap was going and they spent their time at work looking for work anyway. The other teams quit within 12 months and he was bought out within 16 months because most clients had stopped paying and sued him since he had no one to do the actual work. All because he thought I wouldn't comply with his own malicious request. Honestly, the fastest way for a boss to fail is when they think that they're the ones who make the magic happen and provide all the money to the company instead of the people under them who are actually doing all the hard work. Also, the boss learned here that you should never make a threat that you're not prepared to follow through on or prepared for the consequences of somebody else following through on your threat. This next story comes to us from CES 007. Reimbursement bounced for going over by cents. Cool, I'll spend 20 times that. Let's jump right in. Worked as a freelancer in a job that almost always required travel. The per diem amount allotted for meals was actually pretty generous, which is needed when traveling. Airports, hotel room service, and touristy areas if you happen to be stuck there with no other options are pricey. But it was not a true per day amount in the sense that you could spend it however you wanted per day. You got a certain amount for breakfast, for lunch, and for dinner, but could transfer the amount between them only if you were buying all 3 meals in a day. Understandable, since you shouldn't get to spend a full day's amount on one meal if you didn't fly out for the job until late. 1 meal was easy, the amount allotted for that meal. 3 was easy, can transfer between the 3 to use the full day's amount, but you did have to literally have 3 receipts to prove it. If you knew you were going to be on site and miss lunch, for example, we found you had to go buy a bag of chips or a banana or something for as little money as you could and claim it to be a meal to unlock the rest of the meal amount to use later. 2 meals is where it got hairy. You could only use the amount for that meal and not transfer anything between them since you didn't use all 3 meals, hence needing to buy something random above if you were truly there all day. was at the airport at 5 a.m. and went to the only place open, a bar or restaurant, got an omelet and a drink or something, and not wanting to stiff the server in the US, tipped appropriately for that region, and went about 50 cents over on breakfast. At my next layover, and since more places were open, got cheap fast food and went $10 under on lunch. When I submitted the reimbursements, it was bounced for going 50 cents over policy for breakfast. When I pointed out I went $10 under for lunch, they said that was the policy and to remove 50 cents from the expense report in order for it to be paid. In a policy meant to save the company money, I was penalized for saving them $10 because I went over 50 cents. Fine, I thought, take your 50 cents. From then on, I tried to spend every last dollar of the per diem amount, even if I wasn't hungry. I'd hoard snacks and things from the airport and take them home to eat later. I'd rather start to spend a few dollars of my own money beyond the per diem to make sure I used every last cent of theirs. You know, sometimes these people working in the background who have to go through all your receipts and make sure everything is above board, well, they're silently rooting for you in the background because they know the policies are dumb and they might have tried to fix it, but they got nowhere with it themselves, and they just want to see you screw the company just as much as you want to do it yourself. This next story comes to us from Grinchmer. My malicious compliance turned my office into a vacation home. Let's jump right in. This was maybe 6 to 7 years ago. I was the only full-time IT person at a 100 million plus a year in sales company. I worked 55 to 65 hours a week between on-site and at home. This is important to remember. I reported to the controller and everything was fine until he quit and they hired the new guy. The new guy was the youngest controller ever hired by our site or any of our sister sites, and man did he think he had something to prove. First thing he does is pull me into his office and inform me that my team will be the first ones in the building and the last ones to go home. I expect to see you in your office anytime I am in this building. I don't care what you do, just make sure you're here at 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. I tried to argue why that was a bad idea. He was having none of it. My response is a collapsed, okay, as if I tried to make it a single syllable. Anyone that worked with me knew they were now effed. I was literally the only guy with the keys to the castle. Literally untouchable. Malicious compliance. Met with the OSHA lead to see what appliances I could run in my office safely. No electric kettle. Met with HR and informed them I would be making a spreadsheet of my daily work activities just in case I needed to prove my productivity for any reason in the near future. They thought it was a joke and said okay. Then I set up my second home. Over the course of the next few months, every day I showed up to work at 7:15, went to my office, and worked until 3:30, then I would start my vacation. I brought in a Raspberry Pi and played games, brought in crock pots of food, and invited key members into graze and chit-chat. One day, I set up a panini press bar and invited all the engineers in for sandwiches, watched movies, listened to music and ebooks, tried to get a dartboard approved by the safety lead, said no before I could finish my request. Basically, I did all the things I did at home at the office. People would stop in after 3:30 p.m. and ask for help, and I would tell them no, explain what I was told, and tell them to stop in at 7:30 tomorrow, which was a moot point because the site was an 8:30 to 4:30 place, and if possible, immediately go back to slacking off while they were standing there asking for help. This lasted about 2 months. Then HR called me and we had that meeting. I explained everything, showed my spreadsheet of work, and I included all the times I spent doing zero work and what I was doing to slack off in that time. I was averaging around 35 hours of work a week. Between breaks and lunches, that is normal. They were mad at me, and even more mad at the controller because they knew my productivity tanked, and as a byproduct, so did multiple departments. I was told to go back to doing what I was doing before he started, and I would start reporting to one of the departments that needed me the most instead of finance. Everyone in the office pieced together that their life got harder for those few months because the new guy deemed it so. He ended up relocating shortly after because no one wanted to work with him. I ended up working a more normal work week, 45 hours, and everyone was just happy to have me back to help when they needed it. Now, OP was asked in the comments down below why they would stay that many hours at the job, why the boss was able to make them work more than 8 hours a day. OP responded with, "Ignoring your boss's instructions causes problems because HR would have enough to add a file to his folder that might impact his raise. Following your boss's instructions while making them look bad is easier." This next story comes to us from Alternative Space 42. Can't come in because of my shot records? Okay, let's jump right in. This was many moons ago, my first legal job at 16. I was a dishwasher at a very famous buffet, known for their rolls and sweet butter. I was a dishwasher at this location, and my friend Jerry worked there with another old lady named Rosa. We were the only 3 dishwashers in rotation. I had a very bad manager named Walt. Real names, many moons ago, don't give a rat's butt. While overall he was a good manager, everything he did was illegal, especially when I was 16. I was manning machinery, our can crusher, and our cardboard baler. That's stuff you have to use when you're 18, but they didn't care. I could go into more detail about the work and the mistreatment, but in a way, it's not quite relevant to the story. I worked 2 days a week, Saturday and Sunday, occasionally holidays, but it was always from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. I didn't work very often, just enough to buy some green and pay my phone. Jerry was my ride there and back to work. He got me the job, trained me accordingly, all that good jazz. I was about 6 months in when Walt pulled me aside and asked for my shot records. I was in a predicament at this time because I didn't live with my parents, and my school refused to give out any shot records unless it was the parents. I told my manager I wasn't able to get them. He said after I completed today's work, I couldn't return until I had my shot records. I was 16. I didn't understand why I had to prove I was updated on my shots, but I obliged. I missed 4 days of work, 2 weeks, and I finally ended up moving back with my mom. My work uniform was still at my old house when I texted Jerry to tell Walt I'll be able to get my records Monday, tomorrow, when I return to school. I suppose upon hearing about this, Walt demanded I go into work, be there at 7 p.m., it was already 6 p.m., that they needed help and nobody else wanted to wash dishes. Jerry was already at work and so was my mom. I had 0 transportation, and I still had to pick up my work uniform from another city. It'll take me at least 2 hours to finish the commute just to get my uniform. I told Jerry that there was no way I was going to be able to be there. I guess Jerry relayed the message, and I received a bunch of calls from my job. I let them all go to voicemail, and the one I listened to, Walt was pissed. He demanded I came into work at 7 p.m. or I was fired. So instead of coming into work, I decided to block my job's numbers, call my boyfriend and my brother over. We had a blast. It was 420, I might add, so it was basically a gift for a stoner that was in high school. I told Jerry to tell Walt that, 1, he asked me not to return to work unless I had my shot records in hand. 2, he can't fire me for something he specifically asked me to do. 3, he's totally aware of my ride situation and knows Jerry is the only person who takes me to work and home. If Jerry is at work, I can't go. Walt refused to let Jerry come and get me. Apparently, from what Jerry told me at the end of the day, Walt ended up getting so stressed out he quit that day. Turns out, the reason why he wanted me to be there was because a party of 200 booked the whole restaurant out, and Rosa was on vacation. Poor Jerry had to deal with all of that, and nobody helped him. I felt very guilty for Jerry because he didn't deserve that, but at the same time, it felt so darn good to know I ended a tyrant's reign at 16. This brings me back to a comment that I made on yesterday's Malicious Compliance video, where a lack of planning by you does not constitute an emergency for me. If this boss knew that they had 200 people coming in to a fully booked restaurant, then they should have planned out way in advance to have more people there working, even if they needed to bring in temp workers or hire on new people specifically for that purpose. That manager is a dumb butt. This next story comes to us from Farts Don't Matter. I disagree. My employer made me rewrite my exit paper after I initially submitted a list of safety and general concerns I had about my department. So I did. Let's jump right in. About 10 years ago, I worked for a famous wholesale club that usually prides itself on good working conditions and treating their employees well. You know the one. The specific location I worked for happened to be a rather large exception to that rule, as it would turn out. I worked in the suburbs west of Detroit for this wholesale club in the deli department for the better part of 2 years. My job was, among other things, skewering the chickens, preparing entrees, and performing the nightly cleaning procedures. If you know anything about this wholesale club, you know they have very detailed and very thorough procedures for just about everything because they care about their customers and they care about doing the right thing in general, even when no one is looking. Or so I thought. During the 2 years, I started noticing certain patterns that felt not just unfair, but possibly dangerous or hazardous to the well-being of employees and/or customers. A couple of examples, among dozens of others, were being told to look past off-colored and bad-smelling raw rotisserie chickens, and to just do my job, being written up for clocking out 1 minute over my shift, even though I was rushing to complete all of the sanitation tasks in the prep area, and getting in trouble and written up for requesting the wholesale club's company policy and deli guidelines about how fast a satisfactory employee should be expected to go when preparing entrees and cleaning the deli. My manager bucked the official guidelines and would always make me perform 10% faster than my previous week's performance, probably so she could cut more hours and send us part-timers home sooner so it'd cut down on expenditures and she'd look good. Given my place in life, I absolutely had needed this job and couldn't afford to lose it. So I tolerated everything that I felt was odd or perhaps egregiously unfair about the work environment. But I wrote everything down in a journal when I came across an instance where I thought, that doesn't seem like the executives of this company would approve of that. But now, at the point where I had another job offer, I felt slightly more confident and less likely to slip into my subservient spineless worker facade. About 2 or 3 days after I had tendered my 2 weeks notice, one of the lead people of the store called me to the main office while I was working in the deli. I walk up to see what they wanted. I was given a packet of paperwork that was tantamount to an exit interview. It had questions many of us have all seen before in an exit interview. It also had a space for extra comments. In this space, I put that I had some concerns about some of the safety practices, disciplinary measures, adherence to corporate standards, and general demeanor of, and the worker morale within the deli department. That's all I put. I didn't get salty, I didn't list examples, I wasn't even mad. I was just a naive younger adult in my early 20s who thought some companies really cared about certain kinds of feedback regarding well-being and safety of the employees and customers. I handed in the paperwork and returned to my department. About 2 days later, I get called to the main office again. Oh boy, maybe they want to hear my feedback and concerns, I thought. When I arrived into the office, the same lead person who originally handed me the paperwork had a puzzled expression on her face. She told me to step into this super tiny office where they had the security camera monitors stored. Inside was a small desk and 3 store leaders, the assistant manager, the store manager, and this lady. They all told me to take a seat and shut the door of this super tiny room. All 3 of them got really close to me from across the tiny table. The store manager was first to speak. OP, how many years of experience do I have being a manager? Probably a lot. Seems like you know how to run the store. Right, I've been here, points to name tag, since some year in the late 1990s. So would you say I have what it takes to know how to reflect on all of the things needed to operate a wholesale club like this? Yeah, likely that you do. What are you getting at? How many years of management experience do you have, Mr. OP? None. Okay, how many years of deli management experience do you have? None. I work as an associate. Right, so let me ask you, how would you know how to run a deli if you don't have any experience as a deli manager? Never said I did know how. Well, apparently you think you do, because I have what looks like very disgruntled paperwork here I believe you filled out that says you have some concerns about certain safety practices, disciplinary measures, adherence to corporate standards. That's right. How can you know what is truly a concern in the deli department if you've never had experience as a deli manager? You just told me you have no experience as a deli manager. The reason we called you in here today, everyone in the room folds their arms in unison, is because we know you overthink stuff. We don't pay you to think. We pay you to show up and work. And while you may think your comments and so-called concerns are legitimate, I can assure you that your remarks instead come across as a disgruntled and highly out of line. It would be a shame if a future employer called us for a reference check and we had to tell them Mr. OP was a highly disgruntled employee. Therefore, we are giving you the opportunity to rewrite your paperwork, and we will pretend like we didn't even see this paperwork, so you can rest assured we don't have to mention anything about you being disgruntled to any future employer. One of the other people slides me a fresh copy of the same paperwork. I agree to rewrite it. They leave me alone while I begin to rewrite the paperwork. When I get to the comment section, I write, "Everything was absolutely perfect about my experience here, and there is nothing but good things that I have to say." And this was what the three managers told me to put after bringing me into a tiny room and giving me the opportunity to rewrite this paperwork after my former paperwork, which pointed out that I had concerns about the deli department, would be interpreted like I am a disgruntled employee if I submitted that copy of the paperwork. I turn in my new paperwork without saying anything and walk back to my department. I didn't return to work after that night. Fallout. Came back for a shop a few weeks after starting my new job, and the store had entirely different management, and the deli manager was long gone. OP, I think I would have taken that one just a little bit further, because the corporate offices need to know what's going on in each one of these locations. You said you documented everything that happened there that didn't seem to go against the rules of that company or the way they wanted themselves portrayed. I think corporate would have enjoyed your notebook. I would have sent it to them, just to see what would happen. This next story comes to us from Chick with an Attitude. Ex-husband backed out on his agreement. Ended up costing him so much more in the long run. Let's jump right in. My ex-husband and I had a great divorce, even though he cheated on me after 12 years and 2 kids under 4. I really wanted to do things differently than my parents did during their divorce. I never said anything negative about him and tried very hard to defend him when the kids got upset with him. I extended invitations to the woman he left me for so she would not feel uncomfortable with me, and we became friends. She was basically their stepmom, so why not include her on everything? On holidays, we all had one big dinner. He and her and me and my boyfriend. This made everyone comfortable and the kids never had to choose one side or the other, as we were all on the same page. It was such a great relationship that when I had back surgery, I recovered at his house and she cooked for me. He and I were coaches for the kids' basketball and baseball teams, and I helped at their wedding 13 years later. This was not easy for me, as he moved to another state to raise her children, leaving me to raise ours on my own. She quit her job when they got together, and I had to return to work to support my kids. But I needed to keep the resentment and bitterness away from my kids. All of this sets the tone for the divorce, but when he initially left, I spoke to a lawyer and got a separation agreement that was really great for me. He asked that I not take half of his retirement, but instead, he would pay X in child support and additional Y in alimony, because he was making a lot of money, and I was a stay-at-home mom with a country club membership. Yuck, I hated saying that, but it was only to set the scene. Normally, alimony ends after 5 years, but because I didn't get half of the 401k, the only condition on ending it was it would end on my remarriage or my death. He agreed with all of it. The thing is, when he left me to move down to where she lived, he left his cushy job and took this promising but not delivering position that really screwed him financially. But he never went back to the lawyer to get the child support or alimony reduced. Instead, he borrowed from his mother. When I discovered he was mooching off of her, I suggested to her that she stop paying for him when he finally got back on his feet. She never would do that and continued paying for his life and her to be a stay-at-home mom, even co-signing for a second home for him when he finally moved back to raise his kids. Hers had graduated and lived in his old house, ours were in high school. he did come to me and ask if I would accept regular child support and half of the alimony. Then later, when he was really earning money, he would pick back up on the past due amount. Not wanting to make waves in an otherwise great divorce, I said yes and kept track each month of what was owed in a shared spreadsheet with him so he could see how far in debt he was getting each month. He ended up owing me $1,000 a month times 10 years, but he said when the kids aged out of child support, he would continue to pay the same amount to make up for the alimony, which totaled $120,000. When my daughter aged out, he continued to pay the same amount, putting a small dent in what he owed for 3 years. Then, as soon as my son aged out, 2 weeks after he joined the Marines, he called me and told me there was no way he was going to continue paying me for the next X years, and I could take him to court if I wanted, but there is no effing way he would pay me another cent. This completely blew my mind, as we had such a fantastic relationship, and it came out of nowhere. I was completely freaked out, but I took his advice, I contacted an attorney, I sent all his calls to voicemail per my attorney's advice, and I took him to court. The best thing was, prior to the hearing, my attorney put a lien on both homes he had, so he could not change ownership to his mom or wife prior to the court hearing. I still have the phone call recording when he realized this, and the horrible names he called me for doing that. Since I had kept such immaculate records from that day he changed payments, and he was aware of his debt rising each month, it was a slam dunk for my attorney. Instead of making small payments for a few years, he had 30 days to pay me $120,000 in full. Unfortunately, the kids now have to choose which parent they visit on holidays, but that was not my fault. I was willing to continue as is and not put any strain on the family relationship. And for those who are wondering, yes, he did cheat on her 2 times before they got married, but she had quit her job when they got together because she found a sugar daddy and had nothing to fall back on and nowhere to go, so she stayed with him. Since we're friends, she shared this info with me, as I would understand what she was going through. I'm sitting back here and kinda wondering what made him turn, what made him say that she wasn't gonna get any more money at all when they had such a good arrangement going back over 10 years. And it turns out in the end that it wasn't even because he didn't have the money, because on day 29, apparently, he paid the debt in full. So he did have access to money. This next story comes to us from Underachiever. My university told me to steal $9,000 from them. So I did. Let's jump right in. This story is back from when I was attending university several years ago, pre-pandemic. I was the president of the school club. We had good attendance, but limited interest in leadership positions. I think this was largely due to being an LGBT organization, and the university lists all university organization officers on their website for anyone with internet access to see. But anyway, that meant I was the only acting officer of this club, making me the secretary and treasurer also. The other officers were actually previous club presidents who had graduated. You just needed 3 student ID numbers to remain an active club. I had planned a large ice cream social that went great. I rented a ballroom on campus, free for student organizations, had ice cream catering, a live band, and almost 100 students in attendance. It was a great way to begin the school year. Anyway, it all cost something like $1,021.17, not the actual amount, but something like that. There were 2 methods to pay for this kind of thing: petition in advance for university funds, or pay it yourself and submit a reimbursement after the fact. In the past, the school had taken 6 months to pay a vendor I used, and it was a stressful experience because I wanted them to be paid. I felt terrible having to just keep saying, "The university is working on it," and going to the student organization finance office twice a week to ask them about it for months. So I figured I'd take the hit and wait for the funds myself. I could sweat it out on student loans and get the band and caterer paid in a timely fashion. There's a bunch of compliance paperwork to fill out. You have to submit itemized receipts, etc., etc. Long story short, it's a process. But I got it all filed and I waited. About 4 months later, I got an email prompting me of an activity in the student organization finance portal to approve a direct deposit into my account. You have to confirm the amount. I wish I'd been drinking water because I would have spat it out dramatically, but the amount was for $10,211.70. They had clearly just misplaced the decimal point. I could accept or comment on it, so I wrote that the amount should have been $1,021.17. In an hour, I got a response back along the lines of, yes, the amount is 10211.70. So I responded, no, it should be 1021.17. And the response was that she couldn't find an issue. Now look, I'm terribly dyslexic, as in I actually am. I sometimes have to clarify this, because it seems to be a quirky thing people without a learning disability say to play off a mistake. So I was genuinely thinking, maybe I misread it and caused her to be confused. Maybe for who knows why, the computer put 3 numbers after the decimal, so I was reading 1021.170 and thinking I saw 10211.70 or something. I had a friend look at it and she confirmed I was, in fact, reading it correctly. But hey, maybe the lady in the finance office was also dyslexic or overworked or couldn't care less to actually look. Whatever the case, I can explain myself better in person, so I walked down to the office. I was a regular at this point. There was hardly ever a line because nearly everything is done online. So I go up to the desk and say there's been a mistake on a reimbursement request for a club event. I'm told to have a seat and she'll chat with me in a moment. So I waited for about half an hour while she sat on her iPhone at the desk. Then she calls me up. I explain I was over reimbursed and she says, look, as I've told you, there's nothing wrong. So I said, but it's off by a decimal place. She kind of just sighed and said she could deny the reimbursement or I could accept it and leave. She seemed to be getting very upset with me, probably because I was constantly asking her the previous year about the payment for that vendor. I said I would accept it and left. When you accept, you can make a comment. So I basically typed in the comment box that I tried to remedy the situation and was told there was no issue repeatedly, over chat and in person, and then was threatened to not be reimbursed at all. I took screenshots of all the messages in case I had to defend myself. After a few business days, the money was direct deposited into my bank account the university has on file for tuition and student loans. I let it sit there for a couple years while I was a student, expecting them to find the error and demand the money back. When I was getting close to graduating and that never happened, I gave the money to a member in my club whose parents stopped paying his tuition because he started testosterone. They pulled funds past the deadline for federal student loans and obviously wouldn't co-sign for private loans. Interestingly enough, for any events over $15,000, you had to file invoices in advance and have it pre-approved. Anything under that, they recommend you do this, but you can be reimbursed with proper receipts and paperwork. I think that's why it didn't raise any alarms in the computer system. At least that's all I can reason. It kinda haunts me to this day that I might randomly owe $9,000 at some point, and I just don't understand what I was saying wrong that she couldn't understand me, and I worry I should have just gone to her supervisor. But I was 19, so I just did as I was told. I'm willing to bet in this case that the finance person really just didn't care. They didn't want to go through all the paperwork necessary to change it, and just thought, well, you might as well have the money instead of the university having it, and they just really wanted you to drop it. I also wanted to add on at the end, respect to OP for helping out someone whose parents disowned them. You are an amazing person. This next story comes to us from I'm Your Life. Our deal is off. If you don't like it, just quit. Let's jump right in. I used to work for a company that had a weird work culture. Everyone, including CEO, directors, and the owner, worked way too much. And some would proudly say that they could only sleep after drinking, because they have so much work they can't turn off. I was working 12 hours a day plus commute, all without overtime, while being paid less than market average for 8 hours. I was dumb. I loved what I did. The company has a big name in my country, so it helped build my curriculum, and I had the chance of tackling very interesting projects. So I saw it as a stepping stone to better jobs. About 8 months in though, I started to break. I had stopped exercising and gained weight. My mental health was taking a big dive, and I would wake up at 4 a.m. thinking about things I wasn't able to finish, and then I couldn't fall back asleep. So I handed my resignation. The CEO, who I had a good work relationship with, called me in to ask what was going on. My director was present. I was honest. He asked what they could do to keep me in the team. I said we desperately needed more people in our department. My director nodded, and I had to start working 1 hour later so I could at least go for a walk every morning. He agreed with both of those things, said that they were already working on the budget to get 2 more people to our department, and he'd ask RH to post the openings. My director had vacation planned, and during that couple of weeks, I got to work 1 hour later. Got stinky eyes from my coworkers, but oh well, started to feel better. Interviews happened during that time, and by the end of the 2 weeks, we had 2 new members for our team. Then, on the 3rd week, when my director is back, we are all called into a meeting about 2 big projects that will require every hand on deck. Company was preparing for an IPO, and we had to work on it. Second day of the week, director calls me for a chat and says I can't be getting in late. I said I wasn't late, my hours were changed to start later at the talk with the CEO. She says that I can't start at a different time than everyone else, and that everything was too busy for it anyway. I either accept it or I quit. I was sure she felt she could spare me now that we had 2 new members, or that I wouldn't want to leave because having helped organize an IPO is great for your resume. Not worth it. I quit. She was surprised. Notice in my country is usually a month. Unless the employer asks you not to go, they'd still pay, but if you're angry or whatever, you wouldn't have time to steal information or cause damage. I get to work the next day and find out one of the new hires had also quit. Too much work for her. I see my boss calling HR and asking them to cancel the email they had talked about earlier, while throwing glances at me. I'm sure she was going to ask me to not show up anymore, but with one person leaving, it would be harder to handle everything. I keep working as usual, don't want to damage my professional image. They find someone to replace me that week, since they still had resumes from the previous cycle. Second previously hired person quits. Replacement quits. Then, second replacement showed up, and I wasn't allowed to train him in case the first one quit because of something bad I said. But he broke a record and gave up after the very first day, all before the end of my 3rd week of notice. That week, I had gone through a great interview for another company, yay lunch hour, and I believe they called my company for reference. HR must have told my director, since she suddenly started acting friendly to me and would stop my coworkers whenever they made snarky remarks about me leaving. Did I mention that the work environment there sucked? First day of my 4th week, director calls me and says maybe we were both too harsh in our decisions, that she is willing to allow me to get to work 30 minutes later if I cut my lunch hour by 30 minutes, and she is fine ignoring my quitting since it was clearly a decision made by impulse. I said I would consider staying if she matched my offer from the other company plus 10%. Went back to the previously agreed starting work 1 hour later, and I would have to have everything in writing before the end of the day, since I wouldn't want to screw the other company over. She said I was doing her dirty, in better terms. Something hurting the company, no loyalty, think of your future. After everything we've done for you, you are wasting an opportunity. You aren't being professional. Why would you even think of quitting? When she said that last bit, I smiled and said it was her idea, after all. That we had a deal I was willing to uphold despite everything bad that working there had. But she said the deal was off, and if I didn't like it, I should quit. So I just complied. I didn't like it, I quit. We had a 3rd replacement for me that week. I trained her. She lasted 2 weeks. The 2 extra people for the department were never brought in, as they were trying to cut costs to better prepare for the IPO. 2 months later, the whole team was different, except the director, who was there holding strong. CEO said he was sad to see me leave, but he understood it. HR confirmed to me at my exit interview that he had been talking to owner and directors on how to change the work culture they had been cultivating in order to retain talents better. HR friend later told me that the owner stopped that nonsense. Oh well, I tried. I love how the higher-ups in the company always talk about having loyalty to the company. But in most cases, loyalty is corporate speak for willingness to be exploited. And OP, how could you do this after all the company's done for you? What? Like driving OP to a complete mental breakdown? One thing the boss in this case obviously never learned is that if you're going to give somebody an ultimatum, you have to be ready and willing to follow through regardless of which way that ultimatum goes. This next story comes to us from Malicious. Buy what I can afford? Okay, let's jump right in. Last month, I was shopping around for a washing machine. For context, I'm in Nairobi, Kenya. Yes, it's a place. Yes, it's in Africa. Yes, we have electricity and running water. And I'm a bit of a late bloomer, so I look more like a 23-year-old, but I'm 32. Also, I'm a photographer and I dress for comfort, so I more often than not look homeless. Back to the story. I looked up what I wanted online and saw it was available at one of the major chains. But since I was free, I decided to go to the store in person. I went straight to the section with laundry equipment and one of the salesmen came to me. I was busy checking out the model I wanted, opening the door, reading the spec sheet and whatnot, so after he greeted me, we started talking about it. He asked if I'm interested in buying it and I told him I'm considering it and asked for the price. It was just shy of $900, I knew from their website. But since I was in the store, I asked if they had in-store discounts or discount for return customers, and inquired about their payment plans. I had bought a cooker there a few months before, so I knew all these things existed. And while I could afford to buy the washer outright, it would have left me a little cash strapped, and I wanted to spread the payment over 2 or 3 weeks. Also, I'm frugal, so I always look for discounts. At around this time, a well-dressed couple came into the same section, probably looking to buy something as well. And as soon as the salesman saw them, he walked to them and left me hanging. I called to him like, hey, I wasn't done. And he said, I'm serving a client now. I'll come back to you in a bit. In the meantime, look around for something you can afford. I was furious, but I'm a bit of a coward. So I walked away and went to the customer service station and started making my inquiry all over again. The attendant offered to call a sales agent for me, same guy. Apparently, he's the go-to guy for washing machines, but I declined. I told her I already knew what I wanted, I just needed someone to help me with the paperwork and payment, and I'll be on my way. She did just that. I paid the full amount out of spite, and as we were finishing up, the salesman came up to her claiming I was his client, which I denied, and the attendant listed herself as the sales agent. It turns out they earn a 10% commission from each sale, and the guy just missed out on a decent bonus. Salesmen earn around $300 plus commissions monthly. As I left, I turned to him and said, turns out I could afford it, with the biggest grin I could muster. Felt good. Best part? The couple he ditched me for left without buying anything. We really need to start treating everybody the same regardless of what they look like, because you never know if that person who comes in looking like a hobo is actually a person that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Your job in retail and sales isn't to judge people, it's to take their money. This next story comes to us from Mostly Mad 1. I order you to keep your hands off my power generators. Let's jump right in. This was years ago. I was deployed to Afghanistan as part of a provincial reconstruction team with the mission of helping the Afghan provinces rebuild critical infrastructure like schools, roads, and the like. I was part of the Air Force communications team, whose primary job it was to keep our team's on-site communications up and operational, so that we could always communicate back to headquarters. This meant it must be operational as close to 24/7 365 as possible, as we were in the middle of the war in Afghanistan. Our setup was a bit unique. As far as I know, the other team sites were within a fortified compound where the team would live and work. Our site, however, was 4 walls barely 6 feet tall on a tiny compound. We lived amongst the populace in safe houses. The commo guys were housed about a 3 to 5 minute drive from the compound in a tiny house. The reasoning being that since we were the only ones required to be on site 24/7, then we needed to be close. Plus, we were also the lowest ranked, and of the 2 houses, the one we stayed in was a dump. It was run down, white, 2-story, 4-bedroom, 2-bath that we shared. Think duplex house cut in half, no walls or gate. We had our own attachment of Afghan guards who not only provided us with protection, but also usually our meals. The other safe house where the rest of the team stayed was comparably a mansion. a beautiful 3-story emerald green trim, stained glass windows with large bedrooms, huge dining room, living room, and huge kitchen. This was where all the cooks, the higher-ups, translators, maintainers, etc. all stayed. Problem being that it was a good 35 to 45 minute drive away along some winding mountain dirt roads and mud brick Afghan villages. Were we jealous? Yeah, we knew we were getting the shaft, but it is what it is and we made the best of it. In fact, my current love of Afghan cuisine stemmed directly from the Afghan guards' cooking. Anyway, we made it suck less by only having to work 8 hours, as all of the commo guys would rotate to keep each other fresh. Everyone else generally worked 12s. Since we were on site all the time, we would do other people's job, mainly things like refueling generators, so we had power through the night as the diesel generators we used had fuel tanks that would last about 10 hours before needing to be refueled. Usually, it was the maintainer's job to keep them refueled, but they weren't about to make an hour-and-a-half round trip in the middle of the night to refuel the generator, so we did it. We operated like this for a good 6 months without issue, when one morning, after just doing turnover from my midnight shift, the E6 in charge of the maintenance team barged into the common room. "You and you, come outside." He points to me and my replacement before storming outside. With a raised brow at my colleague, we follow him outside. "I'm ordering you guys right now to keep your darn hands off my generators," he yells the moment we are out of the building. "You mean you don't want us to do your job for you in the middle of the night?" I almost ask, but instead opt for, "Why? What happened?" You see, our 4-man team had a teensy tiny small problem. To protect the idiot, I shall name him Airman UXO. You see, UXO was not the sharpest tool in the shed. He once picked up an old inert mortar round he found outside our safe house and thought it would be a good idea to bang it with a rock in an attempt to open it while next to the safe house we were sleeping in. Hence, Airman Unexploded Ordnance had a reputation for getting into trouble when bored. Apparently, while UXO was on swing shift, in his infinite boredom, he had done something wrong with the generator the night before, as he was prone to mess with stuff he didn't need to be messing with. As per usual, the backlash landed on the rest of us, which, fine, now we have even less duties to take care of, okay. But I needed to verify exactly what he meant by no touchy. So I asked, "Hey Tech Sergeant, by don't touch, you mean don't touch at all? You don't want us to fuel them at night?" He was still hot and with as much venom as he could muster, yelled at us, "No, I don't want you idiots anywhere near my generators. I'll fuel them before going home, and we'll be back early enough to ensure they're fueled again in the morning." I couldn't help but smile as I thought, yeah, right, and responded with a crisp, "Roger that, Sergeant." I left to go find my supervisor to verify that the order was lawful and that I should obey it. The thing about this maintenance lead was that no one really liked him. He made his junior do like 90% of the work while he fiddled around with this $1,000 camera he brought with. That, or he disgustingly flirted with the female translator we had. We barely saw him doing any work. My supervisor, upon being told what we'd been ordered, just shrugged. He ordered you all not to touch them? Fine. His problem to deal with now. So a few weeks go by. Of course, it isn't the tech sergeant who comes in early to fuel the generators, but his subordinate who did the majority of the work. So the first day after his subordinate left to go on leave, back to the States, I reminded the tech sergeant as I came on site that he would need to ensure he was back on site at 0700 to fuel the generator. "Don't tell me how to do my job, I'll be here." I barely kept my eyes from rolling and gave him a "Roger that" before going inside for shift change. Shift goes without a hitch, but as the sun starts to light the sky of the valley, I begin to wonder if the tech sergeant is going to make it in. I'm alone on the compound, having an inner debate on if I should just refuel them myself or not. On one hand, my mission was to ensure that communications remained up and operational. On the other, I had standing orders to not touch the generator. The clock on the office wall kept ticking, seemingly louder and louder as I knew after the hands past 0700 that the generator could fail at any moment, and the site would lose power and comms would be cut. I went outside to the generator shack. The active and backup generators were inside. Without touching them, I went back over the crash course we had on them from earlier on how to flip them over in the event of an emergency. Confident I knew how to start up and flip the power over to the other generator, I made the decision to maliciously comply with the orders I'd been given. I know. I could have easily filled the generator up with a little bit of fuel just to keep it running until he got there to do his job, but knowing him, he was dicking around instead of ensuring his job was done. So, now knowing a power failure was imminent, I reached back to the HQ and informed them that a potential short outage could possibly occur so that they were aware. Told them that we expected it to not be longer than a half hour as we could potentially have a generator issue. It would take a bit of time to transfer over to the other generator. Shortly after making the call, at about 10 after the hour, the telltale signs of a generator dying began to bring the power down to the site. I go back out to the generator shack, snickering, because I knew it will be a pain for the tech sergeant to fix the now empty diesel motor and get it back in running condition. Not like you can just refuel the thing like a gas motor and get it running again. I reach the backup generator, flip the proper switches, give the key a turn, and there is no power to the backup generator. The car battery on it was dead. What the hell? Why isn't this generator maintained properly? Tech Sergeant was supposed to be in charge of ensuring the backup was running at least weekly. This was supposed to be simple. Power goes out, I followed orders. I then bring the site back up, no big deal. Now, my head races as I try to figure out how to get power back in under a half hour. I snap my fingers and grab the toolkit and head to the empty generator. I find the battery case for it and I start uncoupling it from the dead generator so I can put it in the backup. And wouldn't you know it, as I'm putting the last few turns to install the battery, Tech Sergeant finally rolls into the compound half an hour late, and immediately notices me over at his generator with the wires hanging out. I'm covered in grease and filth as I stand up, while looking directly at him, crank the backup generator, and bring power back to the compound. He starts screaming at me. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you touching my generators? I told you not to touch them. I ordered you." I throw a wrench down at his feet and yell back, "Well, maybe if you'd been here on time to do your job and refuel the generators, I wouldn't have to be out here fixing your backup generator so I can do my job." And brush past him and yelling over my shoulder, "Excuse me, I have to call HQ and let them know we are back up and operational." As I go inside, I see the compound commander with a red face go storming outside screaming for Tech Sergeant to come to his office. With a nod from my supervisor, I make my call. Normally, I'm all mission first, but sometimes you need to put a pompous NCO in his place. OP said down in the comments that this guy pretty much had it out for him going forward. He even got written up by him once for unsafe driving when he broke the tires loose in an empty bed stick shift Tacoma on gravel. Now, one thing I'm really not understanding from this story is that OP was told not to touch the generators. It was a direct order by somebody that was above him. But yet he turned around and touched the generators anyway. Wouldn't that normally result in some severe consequences for disobeying a direct order? Let me know in the comments down below. This next story comes to us from N. McCade. The time the airline I worked for lost thousands because they didn't want to pay me $10.50. Let's jump right in. So, the year before COVID hit the US, I started working for one of the major airlines at my local airport as a baggage handler. I absolutely loved the job. I just enjoyed being around planes from the ground level. When I started, there were no full-time positions available, so I was working part-time, 6-hour nights, 5 times a week. The way it usually works is each gate has a lead, the person with extra training to do the load planning and scanning, and towing the planes to the runway, as well as guiding them in, and a few baggage handlers. Now, I had only been there a few months, but I was working my butt off and showing that I was a team player. I decided I was going to try and become a lead even though they usually want you to work a year or so as a handler first. I was confident and ended up passing the training course with ease. The problem was they had no availability for more leads, so I was put into what was basically an on-call lead kind of thing, where they could upgrade me for the day if they needed more leads. Now, whenever they upgrade you to lead, even if it's for a single flight, they have to pay you the extra $1.75 an hour leads get for your whole shift. Remember, I work 6-hour days, so $10.50 is the cost to make me a lead for my shift. Now, for a few months, everything was great. I was a part-time baggage handler, but I was working as a lead for my whole shift, every shift, and I was loving every second of it. Something about towing huge planes full of people to the runway was just awesome to me. Enter everyone's favorite virus, good old COVID-19. Within months, the airline industry is tanking pretty hard, as nobody wants to travel and get stuck somewhere. Supervisors are being told to cut costs everywhere they can, which makes sense given the circumstances. Cue up the night of my malicious compliance. It's maybe 11 p.m. and I'm on till 1 a.m. Supervisors have sent a large chunk of workers home, and those of us left are being sent all over the airport to cover the flights we do still have coming. I get a call from the office that assigns your flights, and am told to go grab a box and a walkie, the stuff needed to plug into the plane to talk to the flight deck. They tell me head to the gate, the flight's landing in 5, and to just put in my request for lead. When asked to be a lead, you put it in on the company app, and a supervisor approves your pay rise for the day. I get to my gate, check the load coming off the plane, brief the handlers on what's coming down, and we all get our spots to bring the plane in. I see the plane coming down the lane to my gate, and at the same time, my zone supervisor drives up to my gate and asks me to come over. He then tells me something along the lines of, "Hey man, we can't upgrade you to lead right now, we just can't swing the extra expense right now." I respond with, "Okay, so who's going to bring in this plane? Nobody else on the gate is lead trained, and supervisors are not allowed to do any of our work because of the union rules." He then tells me he's going to find another lead to bring it in, and to just assist him when he arrives. So I'm like, sure, whatever. Now, it's important to note that planes have very tight metrics for how long it can take to bring a flight in, unload, and reload for the next flight. The flight pulls up to the edge of my gate and comes to a stop, as there's no lead there guiding them in. So the flight just sits there waiting, and the entire gate crew are also just standing around waiting. 20 minutes go by, and my radio I still have on me goes off, and the office is pissed. They want to know why the hell I'm holding this flight short and not bringing it in. To which, obviously, I reply with, "What do you mean? Supervisor told me they couldn't afford to pay me for lead work today, and that he would find someone else." He then asks me if I can please just bring it in for him, and I said, "Sorry, but if you're not willing to pay me to do the lead work, then I'm only going to do the handler work I'm being paid for." As it turns out, they sent too many leads home this night, and the ones they did have were all busy on flights already. After about 45 minutes, a lead from 2 terminals over finally strolls up, and we're able to unload the plane as usual. But that 45 minutes the plane sat idle at the gate cost thousands in extra fuel, plus overtime for flight attendants forced into mandatory overtime from the situation. Not to mention all the passengers who were pissed off from the extra wait, who all were comped some credits with the airline for the trouble. I also come to find out the supervisor's bonus were based on flight turn time, and this 45-minute short hold probably cost his bonus and a write-up. So basically, the TLDR is supervisor didn't want to pay me the $10.50 for me to be a lead for the day, and instead cost the airline thousands on a heavy delayed plane at the gate, and probably his yearly bonus that all could have been avoided by just paying me the extra $1.75 an hour for my 6-hour shift. Sorry for any spelling and grammar errors, I'm not the best writer. Cheers! Good for you, OP, for standing your ground. I'm willing to bet your boss thought you were just gonna be a team player and do what needed to be done. But even for a small amount of money, it's the principle that counts. This next story comes to us from The Real Federal. Your job isn't to make decisions, my job is to make decisions. Let's jump right in. This is the story of my non-Reddit using sister's malicious compliance when a new general manager took over her hotel. My sister, Federal sister, has been in the hospitality field since she got out of high school. She started at the front desk, but worked just about every job having to do with the hotel business: housekeeping, night audit, reservations, etc. At the time of this story, she had been the assistant hotel manager for quite a while, and had a fantastic working relationship with her general manager, competent GM. She would handle all the day-to-day minutia, guest issues, employee problems, leaving competent GM to handle the bigger issues and increase the business. This well-known hotel brand was located outside the major airport, and was the layover hotel for a lot of crew and weary travelers, and was always at or near capacity. Fast forward a couple of years, and her competent GM is promoted up the chain, and a new GM, micromanaging GM, takes over. he decides to lay down the law that he doesn't care how things were done under the competent GM. He was in charge now, and his word was law. All of the staff were taken aback as they had great customer feedback and their occupancy numbers were always spectacular, and someone who was looking to disturb that was concerning. What was worse, micromanaging GM had just moved to the area and had yet to find an apartment and was staying at the hotel, ensuring that he was always lurking about, aggravating the staff in their daily tasks. My sister did everything she could to shield her people from micromanaging GM's antics, all the while handling the day-to-day of the hotel front desk. My sister was used to handling guest complaints and would regularly do whatever it took to keep angry guests happy, be it giving comps, moving rooms, whatever it took to keep people content. Once, after upgrading an irritated guest to a better room, micromanaging GM pulled her aside to chew her out for doing that without permission. My sister said that she had been instructed by competent GM to do whatever it took to keep the hotel running smoothly. He said, "Your job isn't to make decisions, my job is to make decisions. You don't do anything in the future without permission." My sister, being my sister, engaged nuclear malicious compliance. Yes, sir. You have a complaint about your room? Let me transfer your call to micromanaging GM. You need more towels? Please hold while I transfer you to micromanaging GM. We're overbooked and we need to find you another hotel room. Let me connect you to micromanaging GM. After watching her do this for a few days, the rest of the staff started doing this across all shifts. The man would be woken up at 2 a.m. to connect to an angry guest, so he was getting almost no sleep with fielding so many calls. He lasted about 6 weeks before he resigned. The hotel's previous GM had to be temporarily transferred back to hold things together until a new GM could be found. My sister was told by competent GM that micromanaging GM had a nervous breakdown, and competent GM was trying to figure out how it happened in a hotel that was running like a Swiss watch when she left. When new GM was finally sent to take over, one of the things competent GM said to her was, "Your success or failure here is going to hinge on how well you get along with Federal Sister." This truly is one of the only ways that you can deal with a micromanaging boss. Do exactly what they tell you to, when they tell you to, and don't do anything else. Always go to them when you have a question, send everybody else to them, and let them make all the decisions. Eventually, the stress will get to them. This next story comes to us from LexB777. Don't want my crew to eat well? Fine, I'll make you pay even more so they can eat like royalty the whole week. Let's jump right in. I own a small video production company. There is one simple rule to keep morale high on set. Feed your people well. We had a fairly big project coming up. Instead of the usual 3 to 4 crew members, it was going to take 17 crew members. We submitted an itemized budget to our client for them to review. We usually allot $15 for breakfast, $20 for lunch, and $30 for dinner. I know that may seem high, but sometimes these shooting days can consistently run for 10 to 12 hours. It's incredibly important to keep people fed well to keep crew morale high throughout the shoot. Meals are short but planned events in the schedule, not unpaid breaks. And if all you have to look forward to is crappy sandwiches during a long and demanding shift, the collective efficiency begins to fall by day 2. I have worked on many sets like that, including ones with no meals, and it sucks. I never want to do that to any of my crew members. Good food is the least you can do. So we send the budget to the client, and hell breaks loose on a couple of levels. They decide they want something a little more for the set, but they also don't want to have to hire more crew or shoot for more days, as that would balloon the cost. It was still within the scope of what we could do, and it was an exciting project. The problem was that they wanted to help offset the potential cost of the extra art direction by reducing the rate for the crew and the meal costs. I've already offered the crew these positions for the day rates they requested, and I'm not budging on that. I don't want cheap, I want good. And if they want cheap but not good, then they can go somewhere else. Over an 8-day shoot, the total for $65 per person per day was almost $9,000 total. They wanted to reduce it to $4,000. Get the F out. You're talking bare minimum for that many people. I called the client and explained that it was very important to not take away from that part of the budget, but they won't budge. I don't even spend that much for food on vacation. Okay, well, this isn't a vacation, and you're not the one working a physically and mentally demanding 12-hour shift every day for over a week in a different city. Then I have a devious idea. The film industry has lots of jargon that doesn't always make sense at face value. Things like stinger means an extension cord, a C-47 is a clothespin, and a Texas apple box means a specially made wooden box laid down on its largest side. So I comply maliciously by saying, okay, as I have said, it's very important to keep the meal budget as it is, but I think I can get it down to $6,000 or so. They eventually agree to it. Thank you. Then, on a completely unrelated note, of course, I talk about the art direction. Now, unfortunately, it may still cost a little more than before, because with the new style, the art department is going to need the craft services budget increased from $3,000 to $6,500. I know it's not cheap, but they'll be able to make exactly what you're looking for. That kind of style is very high in demand, so those materials are pretty expensive to get. Also, the shipping for the extra craft services supplier are gonna cost a few hundred. Also, the extra construction for craft services will cost a few hundred. We chat about options, but they accepted. They are paying more, but they still saved money and got what they want. Here's the thing though, craft services has nothing to do with the art department. That's the snacks and drinks available on set throughout the day and the people who prepare them. The art department did need that budget increased because of the smaller meal budget. Just so happens that all the other departments did too. The style they were asking for was in high demand, but didn't actually cost that much more. Craft services ended up equipped with breakfast sandwiches, donuts, coffee, protein bars, fruit, and many other snacks for breakfast. Various forms of catering from local pizza, Italian, Mexican, and Americana restaurants for lunch that happened to appear at craft services for serving. Desserts, expensive charcuterie boards, deluxe trail mixes, veggie platters, and lots of sparkling waters, bottled Starbucks, lemonades, and about a dozen other kinds of drinks throughout the day in nearly unlimited supply. I can't list everything, but it was much more than we usually supplied, including full meals. I let the crew know the situation and that breakfast and lunch would be served at craft services with appropriate break times. Then I let them know that the limit for dinner each night would now be $50 and would be after we wrapped each day. Oh, hell yes. Some days, some people were tired and just wanted to go to sleep after the shoot. No problem, your meal budget rolls over indefinitely. By the time the shoot was finished, we had been to many of the nicer restaurants in the area. By the final night, it was a blowout. Almost everyone had a decent budget rolled over due to the occasional fast food dinner. The average bill with fancy drinks, appetizers, and to-go orders included was well over $100 per person. My company still profited plenty, and all of those crew members are still happy and even prioritizing working on our projects. Being well-fed and well-paid on a set is the kind of thing that's not forgotten in this industry. It's not a waste, it's an investment. I can completely understand this story because one of the fastest ways to get to my heart is through my stomach. It's probably why I'm fat. This next story comes to us from Killer Rabbit. Read the employee manual so you don't look lazy. Let's jump right in. I was working in a small hospital as a security guard to help pay my way through college. I'm a male with long hair, and my boss was a clean-cut, beefy ex-football player and hated that I was far more intelligent, pre-med, and could handle situations far better than he ever expected me to. I helped install a security camera system on every entrance and busy hallways to the hospital. Rather than eating meals by myself in the cafeteria, I would take my meals to the security office and watch the cameras since I could cover more ground and still eat in peace. I would do paperwork there and watch the cameras as well. He came to me one night hoping to catch me slacking. You know, you look lazy just sitting here, so please read the damn employee manual while you're sitting here. You might actually learn something. So one night, I get bored enough to pull down the employee manual and read it between my rounds. Sure enough, they weren't paying us for on-call time. Not only that, they were paying us wrong for when we got called in during our on-call hours. And anytime we got called in, we were supposed to be paid from the time we were paged until we arrived back home at no less than 1 hour per call, and rounded up to the half hour. I promptly photocopied the page, highlighted the section, placed a copy in each security guard's message box, and across the hall on the human resources lady's desk. I even printed off the timesheets and corrected it for proper pay I was owed, $700 or so, from the past 2 years, and left copies in HR and my boss's desk. The next day, during my day off, I received a call from our secretary saying I needed to come in immediately. I walked into the secretary just smiling at me, my supervisor grinning from ear to ear, and my boss mad as hell. I sat quietly while he berated me about this BS move I had just pulled. To which I replied, "If I recall, you told me to read the employee manual so I don't look lazy." So I did. At this point, he was threatening me and screaming so loudly he could be heard way down the hallway. He was threatening to fire me for insubordination and a list of other infractions. I simply stared at him and said, "I think we should talk to human resources," stood up and walked across the hall with him screaming at me the whole way as he stood up to follow me. I knocked on the open door. "Hey Rhonda, did you get my memo and corrected timesheet?" She simply smiled and said, "I sure did. I'll cut your check as soon as I can." I replied, "And did you catch Larry threatening to fire me for reading the employee manual like he told me to?" "I sure did, hun. And you don't need to worry about your job. You are safe here, and if you need to file a complaint, we heard everything." I turned around to find Larry fuming and red in the face. He turned around and walked out of the hospital to go cool off. Our secretary, my supervisor, and HR all just stood there and broke out laughing. I looked at our secretary and said, "Could you please log my hour for the time I had to come in for this? Best $700 check I ever cashed." So wait a minute, you mean this supervisor told somebody whose job it is to look at cameras to bury their nose in a manual instead? Do they not understand the point of watching security cameras and the point of being a security guard in the first place? In all honesty, wage theft is one of the biggest things out there, and there's not a lot of people that actually go to their management and go to their higher ups to get what they're actually owed. So if you're putting in extra time and you're not getting paid for it, stand up for yourselves, go talk to your HR, and get the money that you're owed. This next story comes to us from Black Diamond 0321. Let's just make sure those timesheets are accurate. Let's jump right in. In the commercial construction world, the management team on site are generally all salaried employees of the general contractor. Superintendents, assistant superintendents, safety officers, quality control inspectors, etc. Generally, anyone in the job trailer, 8 hours a week or 80 hours, our checks are the same every time. I am a senior superintendent, and part of this role is ensuring that timesheets are filled out correctly. Individual expense reports are completed, and we've got adequate manpower from laborers to tradesmen. About 6 months ago, we had a superintendent meeting at our office. Nothing new, we do this every month. However, one of the things that was discussed happened to be timekeeping. We were told that our timesheets have to reflect 8 hours a day, regardless of how long we're actually there. And they have to be sent in no later than 9 a.m. on Monday, or checks will be withheld or late that week. To me, the timesheets have always seemed redundant because our checks don't change, and we usually look at an app we're required to download that clocks us in and out automatically according to our location relative to the site. Everyone always rolls in around 6:30 a.m., even though the day doesn't start till 7 a.m. Most of us are there until 4:30 or 5:30 p.m. It's just the nature of the beast with $50 to $200 million projects. We get gates and doors open early for subcontractors, get set up for the day, and we're ready to go. This timekeeping guideline was reiterated several times through emails, so I decided it was only right that we comply. I have 2 assistant supers, a superintendent, 2 safety officers, 2 QC officers, and 2 admin assistants in the job trailer. That's 10 in the trailer counting myself. I also have a 12-man labor crew, 14 carpenters, and 2 trade foremen. That's 38 timesheets altogether and 13 expense reports, along with random mileage reports, 51 plus individual reports altogether. That's just one project. The entire company has around 40 projects running right now. If you've used Outlook, you know that you can schedule emails to be delivered at a predetermined time and date. So here's what we did. We all, 38, meet in a parking lot about a block away from the site. Our apps clock us in when we pull onto the job site. At 6:55, we all pull out and arrive on site at 6:56 to 7, and then unlock the gates. At this point, there are roughly 200 other tradesmen standing there with tools or sitting in their vehicles waiting on gates to be opened. Once they're opened, these guys go to any one of 17 floors in the building, waiting turns for a very slow hydromobile construction elevator. By the time they're set up to work, it's easily 8 a.m. At 3:30 p.m., the gates are locked, and all personnel has to be out of the building and site. So they're all rolling up around 2:45 in order to be off-site by 3:30. This reduces production from about 7 hours a day down to around 5, or approximately 500 man-hours of production per day. I also had our assistant supers and AAs start scheduling timesheets and report deliveries, one every minute from 8 a.m. until 9 a.m. on Monday mornings. From what I hear, other senior supers I told about this began doing the same type of thing. The loss in production and the annoying chime of new emails every minute had their new guidelines squashed in 3 weeks, overtime approved for hourly employees, and Saturday work approved for subcontractors, so we could get back on schedule and make up for the approximately 7,500 lost man-hours of production just from our project alone. When asked about it, I simply stated that I was following instruction precisely as it was given. There has been no more micromanaging. Ah yes, the good old I stare at a spreadsheet, so I know what's best for everybody, even though I've never been on the job site and don't know what everybody does. Dumb butt. This next story comes to us from Public Pressure 4516. At-will employment cuts both ways, sister. Let's jump right in. A few years ago, my husband was laid off at the start of summer. I had a part-time gig as a teacher, but it didn't come with benefits. I had to take a job, any job, to provide health insurance while hubby looked for a new gig. I got a job as a teller at a bank. I tried but was new to keeping a till, so a few times a week my register wouldn't balance. Never very much money, under a few dollars, but the whole staff had to stay late until we straightened it out. I felt horrible for the rest of the staff. As if that shame wasn't bad enough, my supervisor, Mel, would remind me that I worked at will and they could fire me at any time. Our family's health insurance going up in smoke was terrifying to me. Sometimes it was hard to hold back tears. I got better as the summer went on, but every few weeks, if I would make a mistake, Mel would smile as she warned me that you can be fired for no cause and you'd have to leave immediately. It was so fantastically over the top. At one point, I pointed out that constant threats didn't create a healthy environment. Her smile only broadened. It goes both ways. You can quit anytime, you know. When the school year started in the fall, I needed to take my daughter to tour her new school for her first day. I asked to take my lunch in the afternoon so I could help my daughter. Though they approved it, when it came time for my lunch, they insisted I work through my lunch because they were being slammed. By then, Hubs had found a job with insurance and, even better, I'd been offered more hours teaching. Though still not full-time, it was enough. The next day, I practically floated into the bank. I waited until 10 a.m., then told Mel I needed to talk with her. She replied that she was very busy and it would have to wait until after we closed. "Oh, I won't be here then," I said. She looked like I'd smacked her with a brick. "What?" I smiled. "Remember that I needed to bring my daughter to her new school yesterday? You wouldn't let me do that, so I'm doing it this afternoon." She didn't get it at all. "You can't just take an hour off when you—" I had to interrupt. "I'm not taking an hour off, I'm leaving. For good, at noon. You kept reminding me that I work at will. Thanks for those reminders. I'm leaving for good in 2 hours. While Mel fumed, I waited on customers. I practically sang my greetings to them and was so effing cheerful. Customers kept asking me why I was so happy. I was delighted to tell them, because I'm leaving forever at noon. After a half hour of that, Mel thought I should just go right away. And I did. I effing skipped right out the door, then gave Mel a very elaborate curtsy at the door. I love the ones where someone goes to quit and they say, "Oh, but you have to give us 2 weeks notice, you can't just quit on the spot." Right. Would you give me 2 weeks notice if you were gonna fire me? Didn't think so. Have a nice day. Bye-bye now. This next story comes to us from Mr. Duck 0409. Make the nursing home pay indefinitely. Let's jump right in. Short explanation first. I have full power of attorney for my mother-in-law. This is mostly because 2 of her children are deceased, and the 2 remaining daughters are high-level managers and executives and are out of town on business a lot. I work at home, and before my mother-in-law went to the nursing home, she lived with us, and I assisted and am familiar with her financial affairs. So making me POA made sense. Yes, her daughters are set up appropriately as well. 2 years ago, a medical issue caused my mother-in-law to become bedridden and could no longer walk or take care of her own personal things. We had to get her into a home. It took 5 nursing homes and 6 moves across 2 years to get her into a place that is as close to perfect as we could get. After we finally get her squared away, she's a Medicaid patient, which means she can't have over $2,500 of personal funds, and the nursing home takes all of her Social Security and pension income, except for $60 a month. She had some funds sitting aside. However, the Medicaid approval didn't come until the 4th nursing home. Over the 2 years, she had some things paid by Medicare and private funds, and now she's spent down to under her required amount of funds she can keep. The first nursing home we had her in had probably the most draconian policies, didn't treat her well, and was about to kick her out back then unless we privately paid or get her Medicaid approval completed. We then went on a chain of going through other nursing homes that allowed her in, but the Medicaid kicked in. The first nursing home also claimed on their advertising they take Medicaid pending. The phrase means you're in the process of being approved and that hopefully they can retro bill your stay. But they didn't, no available beds, and weren't really helpful except to pester us with, "When are you going to pay?" or "When are you going to leave?" We had several other care issues with them as well. We were better treated by the next few nursing homes, but not perfect, and now have her in a safe place. About 8 months ago, about a year and a half since she had been at the first nursing home, we get a bill for several $100s. I argued with the nursing home, why the F didn't you bill us back then while she had available funds to pay this? She cannot pay now as she's under a limited income. The amount owed isn't much, I was just mad at them for the bad treatment and the crappy attitude they treated my mother-in-law with during her time there, and to top it off, sent us a bill well after she had the ability to pay. They didn't care, said they had no control over their billing. Fine, but well over a year late? Malicious Compliance Act Number 1. I told them we'd pay, based on the amount she could really get out of her $60 a month that Medicaid lets her keep, $5 per month. They weren't happy, but I sent a $5 payment monthly to the parent company of the nursing home. This only lasted for about a few months, but they were also slow to collect the $5 in their billing system, so I actually paid an extra $5 once to keep ahead. Then, they started getting antsy with the small amount they were getting and started including more dire wording in their bills, got more threatening phone calls. Whether any of the threats were real or not, the letters weren't fun. As I said, the amount wasn't much. I went ahead and used my own funds, paid off the bill, just to keep the nursing home from escalating. But as I said, I had sent an extra single $5 just to keep ahead. Malicious Compliance Act Number 2. The nursing home is paid off, however, they have a negative balance, owing us $5. The nursing home's billing system is now issuing a monthly bill showing the negative $5 and also included an envelope for payment. I figure this is costing the nursing home about 75 cents a month, printing a bill, using 2 envelopes, and mailing it to us. As far as I know, it appears their system will keep spending 75 cents a month forever. So in a year, they will have spent $8 to send us a negative balance bill, and that will just keep building and building. Haven't gotten any other notification that they would return it. I'm not going to waste my time contacting them. They'll sit and eat it. If that has a postage paid envelope in it, you really need to send something back to them. Even if it's just your junk mail shoved up into that envelope and they don't know where it came from, something needs to go back to them. Then somebody on the other end has to open that envelope and get rid of the stuff you sent to them, so you're costing them a lot more than that 75 cents you mentioned. This next story comes to us from Murphy's Mom 08. Don't leave the locker room? You got it, boss. Let's jump right in. Several years ago, I was a high school PE teacher. The district I worked in was Title I with a huge population of ELL and low-income kids, 95% or so. For hygiene reasons, we required the kids to wear PE uniforms and change for PE. Kids also showered after class. Because of our students' socioeconomic standards, I always had spare clothes and towels that kids could use and offered to wash PE clothes weekly for students who didn't have access to laundry facilities. This practice was also done by the male PE teacher and has actually been around since before I started. Before I get to the malicious compliance, there are a few more details you need to set the scene. Classroom management in teaching is a whole art in and of itself. PE is kind of next level because you have 30 plus kids all running around and a lot of area to cover. In addition, the genius that designed our school decided not to have the locker rooms connect to the gym, but rather put a hallway in between. This was somewhat of a management nightmare because there were basically 3 places you had to supervise, and there wasn't a way to watch all 3 at once. On top of that, locker rooms had to be locked between classes. The laundry facility was also located in the hallway between the gym and locker rooms. Two-way radios were also frequently used by all PE teachers in the district, as well as admin, counselors, etc., for safety and to find kids when outside, before school or after school, etc. Finally, because our district was a decent size but rural, it was a stepping stone for a lot of want-to-be admin. They would come in for a year or 2 and then leave. This revolving door of admin also made it a bit frustrating because rules and climate changed every few years while people tried to leave their mark to get hired for the next gig. Now, on to the malicious compliance. As I mentioned, it was always a little crazy trying to supervise kids everywhere, but for the most part, the kids were really good and respectful, and we had a pretty good system. I would often duck out of the locker room between classes to start laundry, let kids into the locker room during a class period, or open it up for sports teams leaving early at the end of the day. These sort of frequent interruptions happened more often than you would think, but we made it work. That is, until we got Attila the Hun as principal. This particular chick thought her crap didn't stink and came in with the idea that everything in the school sucked, and it was her job to fix it. She was also an alcoholic that had learned to work the system and stepped on everyone she could trying to get to the top. Well, one day, she wandered past PE while sneaking into the building late to work, and decided this was her time to make a point. I had left to go put laundry in the dryer, and she proceeded to chew my butt out for leaving the locker room unsupervised. Keep in mind, this was during a passing period where other teachers are allowed to step out of their room to go to the bathroom, make copies, etc. This applied to everyone except myself and the male teacher in PE. I should add, I was the union rep, and she hated me for it because the union held her accountable. I was told under no circumstances was I allowed to leave the locker room during the day unless it was to go to class, and that no students were allowed anywhere without supervision. Okay boss, you got it. I also need to mention that everyone else in the district knew how much she sucked, and most other building admin and teachers had also had run-ins with her. I was also pretty well respected, having been in the district a while and worked in several other buildings and had been in teacher leadership positions. The day she told me that, I put my plan into place and made sure I always had my two-way radio with me. I laid low for a week or 2 and then put my plan into action. First thing, I needed to put laundry in the dryer, so I radioed High School Girls PE to Attila the Hun over the entire district radio. She responded thinking it was urgent, to which I stated, I need to go put clothes into the dryer and need coverage in the locker room. She tried to tell me that I didn't need to radio for this, to which I reminded her that she insisted we never leave the locker room unless it was to start class. About 15 minutes later, she strolls down rather pissed off to let me go do my mundane task. I am instantly flooded with text messages from other admin, teachers, etc. who have access to radios and heard it go out laughing. A few days later, she sent a kid down to change because they're going to in-house and had gang-affiliated clothing on. Kid comes to me while I'm teaching asking to open the locker room. You guessed it. I got on the radio and asked her to come down and unlock the door and wait, reminding her that kids are not to be unsupervised. This goes on for about a week with about 4 to 5 radio calls a day. Anytime students, sports teams, or anyone else needed to get into the locker room, or I had tasks to do, it went out over the radio for all to hear, reminding her each time of the rules. She finally caught on to what I was doing, and then started ignoring me on the radio. At that point, I would radio to all other admin in the school and district, or anyone else that could come and assist, since it appeared our admin was unavailable. Also, not a good look for her. I think this malicious compliance was one of the last straws for Attila, because shortly thereafter, she was fired. I think the superintendent got word of all her shadiness, but me constantly on the radio didn't help. He ended up coming to me and the male teacher, letting us know we could go back to actually doing our jobs and we wouldn't be punished. As an update, she was subsequently fired from other admin jobs in our state every year for about 3 years until COVID hit. I have zero regrets. Well, nobody cares about what's going on until everybody hears that there's a problem and someone is ignoring it. Then everybody cares. Our first story today comes to us from the Valleys. Slowest mile of my life. Let's jump right in. Growing up, my siblings and I went to private Baptist school. Our parents wanted to keep us from the world's evil influence. It did not work, as I'm sure 99% of people who attend those type of schools know what actually goes on in those environments. Anyway, once a year we went to what was called Regional Student Convention, aka Regionals. This was a big fine arts competition between other schools like ours in the region. People from Arizona, New Mexico, Kansas, and Texas came to one spot somewhat in the middle to compete so they could move on to International Student Convention, which is obviously for other schools around the world. Our school didn't go to internationals, but took regionals pretty seriously. There are over 100 fine art categories you can sign up for. Our teachers required at least 7, but no more than 12, I believe. The categories included photography, acting, writing, color guard, some sports, singing, art, and track and field, to name a few. I would try my best to do the most allotted categories since my parents took the week of regionals off and liked to see us perform. I would do photography, sewing, research projects, multiple singing groups, some play type things, and I played on the volleyball team. All of these were picked because I wanted to do them. I wanted the week to be fun for myself and my family. One year, the teacher in charge decided to micromanage everything about this week. They decided they were going to tell everyone what they were doing instead of letting us pick ourselves. The teacher decided one sport activity was not enough and wanted me to sign up for a track and field event. I told them I did not want to, as I had done it in the past and did not win, and ended up exhausted the whole rest of the day, as I did not ever train at all for the events. Our school was a church building that they could convert to the school Sunday nights, so no grounds for such a thing. Track and field happened on Tuesday morning, and then after lunch, it was time to do singing competitions. It made for a miserable day for me. The teacher did not care and decided I would be running the timed 1-mile run. They could have easily made me do something less exhausting like the 100-meter dash, but more people signed up for that than they did the mile, so by their logic, we had a better chance at a medal. Most teachers that take students to these competitions want to receive a plaque of achievement for that category, so they try to get as many people to participate so the plaque can hang in the school hallway. The teacher did not care that I requested not to do this and told me, "You will sign up for it, even if you walk the whole mile, you will participate." I replied with, "Yes, ma'am," and filled out the required paperwork. I'm sure you can see where this is going. The day of the competition comes and we are all warming up waiting for our events. The teachers are all there cheering us on, as well as other students who were not competing. That part is fun, just hanging out with your friends. Our school did not take it too seriously. We didn't have any training or anything, so it was just a morning spent on the grass for us. After a while, it's time for the female mile, and I was all smiles. The teacher asked if I was ready, and I replied, "Are you ready?" They had no idea what they were in for. I lined up with all my fellow competitors and waited for the pew-pew to go off. Once off, I did a little jog, and of course, everyone rushed past me. Then I walked. I walked the entire mile, which, if you don't know, is 4 times around a track field. There was so much confusion, and many people came up to me thinking I was hurt. I replied to them all, "I'm fine, just doing what my teacher told me to," with a smile and a wave. The officials were confused, the other competitors were confused, even my parents were confused. I turned what would have been a 10 to 20 minute event into a 35-minute event, which is a lot of time considering they could not start anything else till the female mile completed, so everything was at a standstill because of me. I eventually finished and my judge didn't even give me my completed time since it was so ridiculous. I did finish in 6th place since there was only 5 other competitors, so I still got a medal. Woohoo for me! When I tell you the principal of our school was mad, I mean if he was a cartoon, there would be steam coming out of his whole body. He was silently screaming at me, telling me how much I embarrassed him, the school, myself, and most importantly, God. I very calmly explained, I only participated like my teacher told me to do. I know that nothing happened to the teacher for making me do that event, but I was never forced to sign up for anything I didn't want to again. Oh, memories. I wasn't in a Baptist school, but I remember being forced into some track and field events myself when I was back in elementary school. Now, one thing to know about me from back when I was a kid, I was the shortest person in all of my classes. What does that translate to? Itty bitty little legs. So yes, I'm gonna compete in your long distance running, but with the size of my legs, I'm gonna be behind everybody else, regardless of whether I'm giving it my all or not. This next story comes to us from Chaotic Whisper 1918. I'm only here to clean? Okay, let's jump right in. My boss is a generally nice and caring individual. She has always seemed to have all of our best interests in mind, and we have always felt as though we could go to her for anything. That is, until recently. She has been so cranky and accusatory to everyone, but especially those that she doesn't currently favor. Yes, my boss apparently picks favorites. This was news to me after years of working for her. I never knew or noticed before these past couple of months, but now I am seeing her in a whole new light. She won't punish her favorite even if they mess up multiple times in major ways, but will punish anyone else if they step even slightly out of line. It's BS to say the least, and we are all done with it. The other day, I was in the back helping one of my coworkers with something, and was back there for a little while. We had 2 other people up front manning the front desk, so it should have been fine. It was a Saturday, and we were busy, but not that busy. We rarely need all 3 of us up front anyway. When my manager scheduled me for the Saturday shift, she specifically told me that part of my job was to go back and help that one worker if she needed it. Well, she needed it, so I went back to help. One of my other coworkers must have mentioned that I was back there to my boss, because a few minutes later, my boss comes back and starts berating me for being back there. She says she's heard that I spent 3+ hours back there every Saturday helping my coworker. Not even close. I spend maybe half an hour with her, and if I need to spend longer, I will check up front first to see if the other coworkers are okay. She says my coworker has a dedicated helper and that I need to spend my time cleaning because that's all you're here for. For reference, my coworker's dedicated helper is useless. They are worse than having no help at all. So as someone who values my coworker, I go back and assist them whenever they need it because I know that their helper won't. This, coupled with the fact that the manager told me to do this and the exaggeration of how much time I spend in the back, angered me and my coworker that I was helping. Then, my boss just had to make it worse. I told her privately in a note everything that the helper wasn't doing. I told her how frustrated we all were, and how I was just trying to help my coworker like I was supposed to. I told her in excruciating detail how much my coworker needed a better helper, and how I was going to continue helping her until my boss found one. My boss lost it. She got so angry and yelled at me. It's the first time in 5 years that she has ever gotten upset at me. She accused me of being a coward and that I needed to grow up. She said I basically told her F you with my letter, which was not my intent at all. She wouldn't listen to anyone who tried to back me up and confirm what I had said. She attacked everyone, enough to make my poor coworker run out of the room in tears and take a personal day because of how upset she was at the way my boss was treating us. By treating me and multiple other coworkers this way more than once, my boss has now created an environment of solidarity between her employees to not do anything extra for the business. We all used to go above and beyond for her, but not anymore. Things are not getting done now, and my boss can't figure out why. She snaps at us about it and we try to tell her, but she won't listen. So we don't try to change it. I'm only there to clean on Saturdays, boss? Okay. My coworkers will be just fine without me apparently. I used to stay late, update the website, I'm the only one who did, do extra paperwork, etc., but not anymore. I come in, I clean for the entire second half of my shift, and I leave. Nothing more, nothing less. It's a shame when a previously good boss turns out to be a really bad boss, but it also leads me to believe there's probably something going on in that boss's life that they're kind of bringing out on everybody else at work. So in a case like that, if it's a really bad environment but it never was before, I'd go and talk to that boss's boss, because it sounds to me like there might be something going on that the boss's boss might be able to help with. Or if they can't help with it, they might be able to push your boss in the right direction to get the help that they need. This next story comes to us from Galatheria. I can do this all day. Let's jump right in. I worked in homes for disabled adults for over a decade. Every client had an ISP, individualized service plan, and as a caregiver, it was our job to know what was outlined in each plan. Every year, the local baseball team hosts a night for the group homes. This was also when HR would come with any home that might need a hand. I got stuck with one of the most annoying HR people several years ago. Terry just thought she knew everything. She kept telling me I couldn't take photos of the clients. I could, we had photo permission. That one client didn't need their wheelchair to walk to the seating area, they did, etc. We were seated next to another home that I used to be at, and so I helped those staff as needed too. One client had in his plan that his socks, braces, and shoes only had to be worn in the van for safety reasons. We had worked hard with him to get to that point. There was a lot of upset and punching involved, but we got there. Well, see, Terry thought she knew everything and insisted that this client had to have his footwear on. We kept trying to tell her that he wouldn't tolerate it. Her answer, just do it, I'm right, you're wrong. Cue malicious compliance. Okay bud, we have to put your footwear back on, and the other staff and I wrestled everything on. Not 5 minutes later, one shoe went sailing and landed next to Terry. Oh, bud, we can't throw our shoes. Next went the brace and sock, which hit poor Terry in the back of the head. Soon after, while we were picking up those items, off came the other footwear, of which the shoe and the sock hit her head this time. Whoops, I know you don't like these, but we have to put them back on. Again, everything was stripped and launched. Every single thing hit Terry in the head again. I went to gather his things and said, I am so sorry. We will get these back on ASAP. She handed them back to me and said, forget it. Obviously the ISP needs to state that he can't have his footwear on. Let me make a note. She looks at his plan, looks at us, looks at it again. Oh, he only has to have them on in the van. This is an interesting one because normally in a care home, the HR person really wouldn't have a hand in the care of the patients themselves. That's not what they're trained for. So it kind of leads me to wonder why an HR person was able to update a care sheet for a resident. Now, whether that resident knew what they were doing or not, I'd say that HR person got what they had coming. This next story comes to us from Long-Suffering Squid, turning a molehill into a mountain. Let's jump right in. There are 4 primary types of participant in my industry: manufacturers, vendors, buying consortiums, and patients. I work for a manufacturer, Widgets Incorporated. We sell to vendors who in turn sells to patients. The consortiums work out deals with us for our products and pass those products and savings on to specific vendors for a piece of the action. I take a call from a patient, Monsieur Miserable. This is unusual, as very rarely we will, the manufacturer, deal directly with patients. They're supposed to go through their vendor provider who then contact us. Monsieur Miserable is having big problem with the new widgets we made for him. They're not working properly and appear to be defective. This is definitely our fault and something that is pretty easily resolved, but it has to go through the proper channels. We can't issue Monsieur Miserable new widgets directly, so I advise him to go back and talk to his provider, Dr. Schmuck. It turns out that Dr. Schmuck has been singularly unhelpful. He's been telling the patient that he, Dr. Schmuck, can't do anything without the approval of the consortium the widgets were purchased through, True Bluff. He's lying. This is an easy fix for us. Monsieur Miserable has gotten into touch with True Bluff. True Bluff tells the patient they've been in contact with us, Widgets Inc., and that we're making them jump through hoops to resolve this. They're lying. They haven't. And again, this is an easy fix for us. True Bluff is also pointing the blame back at Dr. Schmuck. Monsieur Miserable is disgusted and angry with a lot of us, but he really liked his widgets until they stopped working, so he wants to give us a chance to make it right. I tell Monsieur Miserable that this is an easy fix, but for legal reasons I can't work directly with him, that he must go through a licensed vendor like Dr. Schmuck. Monsieur Miserable tells me that they, Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff, gave him our phone number and told him that we, Widgets Inc., would take care of the problem for him. Oh, did they now? See, patients aren't supposed to have this phone number. This number is for vendors and consortiums to call on. I'd been thinking that Monsieur Miserable was spillover from the consumer relations line. Nope, Monsieur Miserable called us directly. And when Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff said that Widgets Inc. would take care of the problem, what they meant was they'll cover for our screw-up. They're basically throwing us under the bus, since they think there's no way we can resolve the situation ourselves. They've taken a simple and easy problem and turned it into a catastrophe they dumped in my lap. But sure, I know how to take care of the problem. Evil grin. Well, Monsieur Miserable, it sounds to me like Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff are the problem. Now, there is a very simple and easy way to fix this, but for legal reasons, I can't process it for you directly. The request has to be submitted to us by a licensed vendor. For ethical reasons, I can't tell you what you should do, but I can tell you what you can do. You can, if you like, go back to Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff and ask them to submit to me a request to process this. Again, very simple and easy fix. Or, alternatively, I have a list here of other providers in your area. If you prefer, you can return your existing widgets to Dr. Schmuck for credit, go to one of these other providers, and tell them that you want to order duplicates of your widgets and that you do not want to work with True Bluff. I am terribly sorry for the trouble. We at Widgets Inc. want to make sure that you get the right widgets for you. I'm not sure why Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff have been giving you such a hard time. Would you like a list of other providers? Oh, you would? Wonderful. Here's the list. Oh, and thank you for letting us know about the situation with Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff. We appreciate the feedback. You have a good, no, a better day now. Click. Was I laying it on a bit thick? Absolutely. But I took care of the problem. I hope Dr. Schmuck and True Bluff appreciated my solution. OP, I hope you pass this problem up to somebody higher than you, because if these companies don't want to work within your contract guidelines, you could probably drop those relationships and work with people who are better suited for your company. This next story comes to us from Dave2310675. Don't bother you with admin work? Okay, let's jump right in. Not something I did, but something I saw firsthand over 2 days. I hope this story fits here. Years ago, I worked as a registered nurse on a high dependency ward. Whereas on a normal surgical ward for a morning shift, you would get 6 to 8 patients. On our ward, you got a maximum of 3. Think involved patients with multiple conditions. It was not unusual, as an example, to have a physiotherapist, 2 nurses, and a wards person or 2 to help walk a patient using a rollator to the bathroom in the morning for their shower. Not because they were heavy, just because of all the pumps and drains that had to come along for the ride and for their safety. We had a pretty high turnover of staff, about 50% per annum, with the average time someone stayed with us being 12 months. Some left after a year because they could get easier and better paying jobs elsewhere. Some left because of the workload. I left after 3 years because I moved 200 kilometers away. But 2 people were constant on our ward. One was one of our ward's persons, not the object of this story, and the other was our ward clerk, Sue. I'll use her real name, as I'm pretty sure that was her name. It has been more than 2 decades, and it's a fairly common name. Sue had been there for years, and she was really good at her job. She knew how the place ticked. One morning shift, Sue got absolutely uprated by one of the new RNs on our ward. I can't remember her name, it doesn't matter. So let's call her RN Myopia. Whatever it was about, it wasn't actually important, and I was there. I was well past my 12 months there, so I was an oldie. The organizational culture on that ward was that we were a team. Remember the story above about taking a patient to the shower, often needing 4 or more people to help? It was not unusual to come back after one of those shower trips to find that for your other patients, other nurses had done your dressings for you, made a bed or 2, showered one of your other patients, gave out meds, whatever. You didn't have to ask, it just happened. You did the same for the next person when they were tied up, That's just how the place was. Best ward ever. That team approach extended to the wardies and the admin team. They did their work so you could concentrate on yours. You looked after them, and they looked after you. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the admin officer on a ward can wield power. You may not think it, but they can. Anyway, Sue got roasted over something that didn't matter, and RN Myopia finished off with words along the effect of, "You just concentrate on doing your admin job, and I'll do my job as a nurse." Mistake. Such a big mistake. Those of us who had been there for a while on that day took a mental note. Sue would not let this one slide. Next day, we had almost the same team on deck. Normal weekday morning, busy ward. In the middle of showers, dressings, meds, mobilizing, attending to activities of daily living, OBS, making beds, tests, ward rounds, and everything else, a theater orderly shows up for one of RN Myopia's patients to take them to theater. But they aren't ready. That one person who could answer the phone didn't pass the message that theater was coming down for the patient for surgery. We watched with amusement, side eyes, as RN Myopia dropped everything to try and prep the patient while the orderly waited. Quick shower with chlorhexidine soap, run through the pre-op checklist, the whole shebang. We made sure her other patients were looked after, but there wasn't any way we were going to get involved between her and Sue. Just as some 15 minutes or so of work was finished in 5 minutes, Sue comes around the corner before the wardie heads off with the patient, and squares off with RN Myopia, beautifully timed, and says, "Oh, RN Myopia, theater have called you for your patient. I was gonna come and let you know earlier, but I got caught up with my admin work. I see they're here, so I'll leave you to it." Didn't wait for an answer or reply, just spins on her heel and goes back to her desk and phone around the corner. It was beautiful. RN Myopia didn't last much longer, but Sue did until that ward was closed a few years later. I still miss that ward and the people after 24 years. Again, I have to take a line from the comments. The first comment down below says, "Rule number 1 that I drum into new staff is, thou shalt not F with thy administrative support people." Yes, you should never tell a senior staff member what their job is, because that senior staff member is probably going above and beyond as it is, and they're probably more than willing to just do what's exactly on their job description and nothing extra just to teach you a lesson. This next story comes to us from Club Wag. Shady boss lied about my position to keep me from policy allowed benefit for years. I found out and it changed everything. Let's jump right in. A few years ago, I worked at a big retail company and had for many years. Eventually, I went through enough grad school education to get my license to work at a higher level. Much more pay, more job satisfaction, more responsibilities, fancy title, but the job market was rough. I stayed on with my company to work in a floater position, where I would cover a large area and work at all the stores within that area on a rotating but irregular basis. Eventually, I wanted to get a staff position where I have a single store assigned. The area was huge, the furthest store being over 100 miles from my home, and that is exactly where I was assigned to train for the new role. It was a rough store. Folks in my position were robbed and assaulted at pew-pew point. Neighborhood was very unfriendly. Volume at the store was among the highest in the state. Staff turnover was, as you might expect, extreme. Well, after training, I wasn't really being scheduled to float to other stores, once a month at most. I asked to be scheduled a little more diversely since most of the stores in my area were much closer to my home and didn't require 4 hours of driving a day. Bossman told me that I was the only floater experienced enough to handle that store. I didn't buy it, but what can you do, right? Well, a colleague told me about the mileage reimbursement policy. Floaters working at a store more than 50 miles from home can file for reimbursement of mileage over that 50 miles each way, can even include meals. So I filled a few of these out and sent them to my boss to sign. He didn't quite refuse, but he never actually signed and filed them. I suspect as soon as I left his office at our district center, he tossed them out. Bossman tells me later that they must be lost in the system. Eventually, the same colleague showed me how to fax those same forms to accounts payable, bypassing the district bossman. So I started doing just that. One day, bossman calls me in a panic. He wants to stop my filing the forms. I asked to be floated closer to home, but he won't budge. he needs me at that miserable store. He promises me he'll make me a staff role at that store if I promise to stop faxing those forms. Staff roles are a promotion and usually come with better pay and a few other little conveniences, so I agree. Bossman says there won't be a pay bump right away, but that it'll come down the road. That never happened. 2 years later, the situation at the store has become too toxic for even me. I asked to step down from the staff position to be a floater again and be allowed to float to other stores. Bossman says that I am already a floater, never was in a staff position, but that he can't let me work at other stores because it's better for me and the customers if I stay there for familiarity. Floaters do not get scheduled to stores exclusively, so I'm being singled out because they are still desperate to cover that dump of a store. I'm livid, so I start looking. It took me months, but eventually I found an opportunity to make my dream career transition. I put in my formal notice, and that's when the fun started. Remember that whole mileage reimbursement policy? Well, I kept meticulous track of all my shifts, and there is no statute of limitations baked into the policy, so I started filling out those reimbursement forms to retroactively cover every single shift from the past 2 odd years. I skipped the meal part since I didn't want to go through all that effort of finding receipts. I had a friendly store manager sign off on them and started sending them to accounts payable directly again. I didn't fax them all in at once, but for each shift in my final 2 weeks, I faxed a few dozen in. We still had fax machines in that line of work, believe it or not. I figured, what do I have to lose? Worst case scenario, accounts payable declines the forms. On my last few shifts, I started getting the checks from accounts payable, not added to my paycheck, but sent to me directly. Mileage reimbursements are non-taxable income, so this was all tax-free money coming to me. It must have taken a while for the charges to show up on a balance sheet, because a few weeks after my final paycheck, I got a call from my now former boss man. He wasn't happy. We got some big loss prevention manager involved, and together they started saying I was breaking some rule by requesting the payments. They specifically claimed I was ineligible because I agreed I wouldn't be eligible in a staff position. They then threatened legal action against me if I didn't remit the full amounts back that same week. But I had the email chain from when Bossman said I was never staff and always a floater. I politely referenced that email chain before letting them know firmly that because I was lied to, our prior agreement didn't apply, and I was fully eligible all along. Corporate policy, as confirmed by HR, agreed with me, so I let them know I wasn't returning a single penny. In the end, the reimbursements amounted to well over $21,000 US, and I transitioned into my dream job. I could say that I would trade that money back for the time I lost commuting to that miserable store 4 hours every shift, but all that pressure motivated me to make the best career move of my life. The great satisfaction of not only professionally surpassing my old boss, but getting to tell him that his lies cost him way more on the way out is almost priceless. I also shared my story and method with many colleagues who were being told wrongly by the bossman that they didn't qualify for this policy. Now, Opie added an edit onto the end. It says, "Thank you for all the support and comments. As many of you correctly guessed, I was working as a community pharmacist. I do want to clarify that most of my coworkers, technicians, pharmacists, front-end staff, and customers and patients were amazing people. Between them and my subscription to Audible with a long list of books I always wanted to read, it made the situation such that I could tolerate that commute for all that time. The job market for retail pharmacy was and is also very rough, and I can't overstate that enough. It has empowered big chains to abuse staff in this and other ways, and that also endangers patient care, not to mention staff mental health. I spent more than 10 months searching before I found an opportunity, and that involved me leaving the profession entirely. The district manager, boss man, and the store general manager, who was fully complicit in the lie, are both still working for the company last I saw. The moral of the story, please understand your company policies and ignore any verbal agreements or HR unsupported decrees otherwise, and be kind to your pharmacy staff. The job and companies are not always kind to them. I think here the boss probably knew that there weren't very many places you could go, so if you wanted to keep working, you pretty much had to do what they kept telling you to do. That's a really crappy situation to be put in, but unfortunately a lot of people are put into those situations every single day. Knowing exactly what the rules are and exactly what you can come back at them with is a wonderful thing to have. So make sure you read your employment contracts or your employee guides or whatever you have and know exactly what your rights are. You might need that knowledge someday. This next story comes to us from Ancient Educator 76. You can't talk to a paying customer like that. Fine, consider yourself comped and get the F out of here. Let's jump right in. This is not the story I wish it was based on the title, and for that, I apologize. Running the drive-thru for fast food has its ups and downs. The ups are when we manage to find the humor in the stupidity, weirdness, quirkiness of others, and the downs are when we're treated like absolute garbage. I'll start off by saying a quote that my manager said that Dave Thompson, founder of Wimpy, said, "Once a customer insults an employee of mine, they are no longer a customer." If this was an actual quote, I could truly say this is the malicious compliance. But it lies truly in the fact the customer I'm about to write about didn't pay for her food. I wouldn't let her. So Mumbles McGee comes in hot on the drive-thru, sputtering her seriously unintelligible garbage to the tune of, "I need a burger with pickles and onions and mustard, not ketchup but mustard and no mayo, and chocolate shuck." This is exactly how it sounded, except shuck really sounded like chunk, the way she pronounced it. I tried to explain to her as she rattled this off that first, I need her to slow down, and second, I needed to know what burger. We have a 2-ounce and a 4-ounce burger. Third, it works better if the customer either says what they do want or what they don't, as a very distant second, but still doable. I once had a customer list 10 things they didn't want. It was probably Julia Stiles, a la 10 toppings I hate about you, rest in peace Heath Ledger. However, listing things that you want combined with things you don't, then unnecessarily repeating the unimportant information is just confusing AF. I decided to ask her, "Okay, did you want a Dave single or a junior hamburger? And what toppings do you want?" Mumbles continues, "Oh my god, I want a burger with," I can't even write what she said, "and a chocolate shuck." I managed to get the topping she wanted by some miracle, then I asked about the shuck. To be clear, it sounded like chocolate chunk, which is a cookie we have. We also have a frotty, which is a shake, I guess. All this time, my shift supervisor is hovering around, and my fellow employees are getting antsy knowing crap's about to go down. Then it does. "Are you effing stupid? Oh my god, a chorlip chirp!" I swear she got less intelligible with each passing second. I almost called an ambulance, but I was too angry about being called stupid. I said, "Ma'am, I'm doing what I can with what you're giving me here. Please pull forward." Screech! I think it's hilarious how people who call others stupid are literally the stupidest and stupidest looking people I've ever seen. She didn't disappoint. Ratty hair, rosacea, late 50s, dumb look on her face that is trying to look angry, but I ain't buying it. Looks too forced. Frank Gallagher wouldn't give her the time of day. By this time, I've decided I'm going to tell her off. And as she pulls up, she starts spitting at me while saying, "Is there a manager?" Cause I interrupted her by quoting my other manager I remembered, who said, "Ma'am, you can't go insulting our employees because we don't understand you. You need to just shut up." My shift supervisor chimes in, "OP, you can't talk to paying customers like that." Enter malicious compliance. I since shut the window on her, as she still continues to yell to the open air while my shift supervisor knows I'm pissed, and he decides to back down on this as I tell him how little I care about a crap-paying job, and I'll have 2 more of these by the time I get back home, and that management needs to take care of us. We just got done with an ordeal where a customer called one of our employees the R word, and the management paid lip service to us but still apologized to the customer. Effing two-faced twat burgers. I was so pissed that I was willing to pay for her crap so I could tell her off. That's what I did. I handed out her food, wouldn't let Samantha collect on it, told her, "Here, we don't want your greasy money, get the F out of here and don't come back without an apology letter." Pre-update, the shift supervisor knew exactly what this woman was ordering because she's done this BS before to other employees, evidently. I can't believe they let her keep coming back. I'm taking a stand on this one. And I never paid for her food, I just let the crap supervisor figure it out. She never paid, but I'll be darned if I'm actually going to pay for her. And by the way, chocolate churk means chocolate frosty. Who knew? I mean, at least this customer knew what they wanted when they got up to order. Not like the ones that get there and you ask them what they want and they go, Y'all saw that Super Bowl commercial, didn't you? I honestly think that if more companies put in a policy where they didn't deal with customers like this and just sent them packing, we wouldn't have to deal with it anywhere near as much. But I'd love to hear what you guys think on that one. Comment down below. This next story comes to us from Xenon Chosnek. How I parked wrong, paid my ticket, and yet got my money back thanks to a malicious compliance. Let's jump right in. I posted it elsewhere and I was told you might like it. So here is a story from about a decade ago, when for nearly a year I was exchanging letters and emails with the Glasgow City Council in Scotland. On one summer Sunday afternoon, I was moving to a new flat. There was no parking lines in front of my new building, but loading was allowed. So I left my car there and started to run up and down the stairs with boxes of my belongings. After last heavy box landed on the floor of my new flat, I really needed a drink. So I started to rummage the boxes looking for a glass or a cup. One thing led to another, and when at 2 a.m. I finished unpacking, I went to bed for a well-deserved sleep. My building had 2 entry doors, so it was only Tuesday morning when I used the same doors again and bumped on my car parked right in front of them. Dang, I forgot to move my car after I emptied it of my boxes. Let's hope I didn't get a ticket, I thought. There was nothing on my windscreen, no letter came to me over the next couple of weeks, so I just sighed in relief and forgot about all this. A few months later, a strange letter came. Glasgow City Council informed me that I haven't paid some fine, and that if I don't pay it now, I will have to pay 50% extra. I had no idea what it is about, so truthfully, I answered by asking what is it all about, as I can't recall any unpaid tickets. In the next letter, they have informed me that the ticket is for parking my car on double yellow lines. I answered, again truthfully, that I don't park on double yellow lines. As a former trucker, I am aware how annoying it is for drivers of bigger vehicles. Not to mention that I would like a fire engine to get to my place in case there is a fire. They answered that they have proof. I then politely asked them to show me that proof. In the next letter, there was a picture of my car clearly parked on double yellow lines. I instantly recalled the situation described in paragraph 1 and 2. I've seen no reason to play fool if I was clearly in the wrong, so since there was a copy of the ticket attached to the picture, I've decided to pay the fine instantly. It was written on the ticket that if I pay within 28 days from receiving the ticket, not from the day of its issue, then I only need to pay £30. I wrote a letter apologizing for my behavior, explaining that it was a genuine oversight. But since I was in the wrong, I am to pay a ticket, so I attached a check for £30. The check was cashed, yet some weeks later I've received yet another letter demanding to pay £60. It claimed that since I failed to pay, and it is now more than 3 months, I have now to pay 50% extra. I answered that I paid within 28 days from the moment I saw the ticket for the first time. I got a 50% discount, and that they've already cashed a check, so it's surely some mistake. They answered again that they count this £30 towards the total of $90, so I still have £60 to pay. I answered again that I paid within 28 days from the date the ticket was first delivered to me, so we should be square. I was lectured that if the ticket is put behind the windscreen wiper, it is considered to be delivered properly. I expressed my doubts, pointing out that if it was delivered properly, I would be aware of its existence. I pointed out that a ticket that is placed behind a windscreen of a parked car can be removed by anyone, so this is hardly safe and reliable method of delivering important documents. The answer explained the matter to me in details. The ticket that was placed behind a windscreen wiper of the car registered to me can be considered as a ticket delivered to me, as removing such ticket is an offense. So I can't expect them to act on the basis of assumption that such ticket would be removed. In my answer, I politely thanked for this knowledge, admitting that it is new to me. I also informed them that I've put a check for £60 into an envelope and I placed it behind a windscreen wiper of the bin lorry. This time, it took them longer to respond. Response can be summed up very shortly. WTF? What bin lorry? I was happy to explain. I quoted their previous letter and pointed out since this bin lorry was registered to Glasgow City Council and putting important documents behind a windscreen wiper of a vehicle belonging to the recipient is considered to be a proper way of delivering them, I consider the check to be delivered properly and hope this will help to bring this matter to its end. Next answer arrived much quicker. It is probably due to this rush that was slightly below the standards expected from the official letter sent to a taxpayer by a city council. To sum it up, the letter stated that one should not place important documents behind the windscreen wiper of a vehicle as it can be easily stolen. There was also some doubt risen about my sanity. I was happy to assure them that I feel perfectly well both on the grounds of my body and my psyche. I reminded them that stealing is a crime, and therefore we should not act on the basis of assumption that someone would steal their check from under the windscreen wiper of the bin lorry. I guess they were no longer amused. The next letter contained plenty of giant red letters and informed me that the matter will now be dealt with by sheriff's officers and messengers in arms. But if I don't like it, I can always appeal to a parking tribunal in Edinburgh. Of course, I did not like it, so I appealed to a parking tribunal in Edinburgh. The parking tribunal in Edinburgh was initially unable to understand the issue. I paid my ticket, I agreed that my car was parked on double yellow lines, and I still want to appeal? I then explained to them that I am not willing to contradict the ticket itself, but I am not happy with the fact that I am charged extra money even despite the fact that I paid a fine within 28 days from receiving a ticket. They finally agreed to consider the case and set a date during one of their sittings in Glasgow, thus sparing me the trouble of traveling to Edinburgh. About a week before set date, I received a letter from Glasgow City Council. It said that my ticket was cancelled. Now, that's a different story. I rushed to write a letter in which I pointed out that if the ticket had to be cancelled, then I assumed it was issued wrongly, and therefore I paid money I should not have paid. I demanded my £30 be returned to me. I never got any more letters regarding this matter, but on one sunny summer Sunday, I logged into my internet banking to discover a payment of £30 from Glasgow City Council. I honestly think if a parking ticket's going to be issued, there should be a follow-up sent to the registered address for the license plate on the vehicle itself. If there's one thing we've learned just by being, out in society, is that there's a bunch of people out there that are dicks and they'll take stuff off your vehicles just to put you through a hard time. So if something like this was done where they sent you a letter, you'd have more chance of knowing you got the ticket and you'd be able to deal with it in a timely manner. Now, I do want to mention though that OP made me laugh out loud when they put their check under the windshield wiper of the bin lorry. That was absolute genius. This next story comes to us from SnooPickles1731. Company refuses to pay me overtime. I left job site with job incomplete and client unhappy. Let's jump right in. This happened years ago when I was just starting to wake up to companies abusing employees and employees taking it because they are just thankful to have a job. I worked as a sales rep for a company in the technology field, two-way radios and alarms to be specific. Said company never had enough technical staff, so I started training myself and asked our lead technician to teach me to program and sort out minor problems as well as do installations, which was nice since I was doing client visits 1 to 4 times a month, depending on how big the client was, and then I could sort out problems while I was on site. I ended up doing most of my clients' installations, and the manager of the technical department was happy because it's less work for him, and he knows I do the jobs properly because I want to keep my clients happy. Accordingly, he had no problem signing my timesheets and overtime hours as well. OT was around 10 to 20 hours a month, so 2 to 5 hours a week, which I think was a great deal considering I was doing the jobs of 2 people actually. It went well for a few months until one day just before payday, I get called in by the MD owner. He had my timesheets for the past few months in front of him. He asked me what they were, and I gave him an explanation. He scratched my OT out, saying sales reps don't get paid OT. I tried to explain to him why I was claiming OT and that he can ask the tech manager, but he was having none of it. I was pissed as it was a little extra money, but whatever. About a week later, I was at a client about 160 kilometers, 100 miles from the office. We had a big installation and it was almost done, except for programming and tidying up some cables. I checked the time and told the apprentice technician to pack up. He was like, "But we're not done with the job." I told him, "I don't care, I don't get paid OT. It's 2 p.m. and it's still a 2-hour drive back to the office." We packed up, client comes out, and I gave him an explanation, saying that we will be back the following morning to finish what was effectively 30 to 45 minutes of work. Client wasn't happy, but understands that I don't get paid to work late. I was on the road about 15 minutes when my phone rings. It was the owner, the same one that said I don't get paid OT. He asked what was I doing and why I wasn't finishing the job, as the client was not happy. I told him the explanation above and then said that he said I don't get paid overtime, so I'm not working late and will drive back to finish tomorrow. Silence for about 5 seconds, as I assume he realized I was following his express instructions and there was nothing he could do. He told me to go back and finish the job and we can talk about it later. I told him no, unless he pays me OT. He says he will. I tell him to put it in an email before I will turn back. I could hear him go red in the face. He said he will send it now. I switched on my laptop, connected my dongle. This was still before smartphones and email on our phones. A few minutes later, the email came through. We turned around and finished the job. I got paid my overtime and never again was there a query over my timesheets or hours booked. I was the only rep out of 5 that got paid overtime. Now, OP added an edit underneath this one because there were apparently a lot of questions in the comments, and here is the edit. It says, "Edit for more info. This is blown up to where I can't answer all the questions or reply to all the comments. Thanks for the awards and wholesome replies. If I don't reply to your comment, nothing personal, I will try to reply to as many as I can in between work. I will answer some common questions on here for clarity. 1. This happened in South Africa. The labor board there is not very efficient, especially if it comes to smaller companies. Also, this employer had extensive government contracts and knew a lot of people personally, so even reporting him would not have helped much. And if they do investigate, it's pretty easy to get the investigation squashed with a bribe. 2. My contract stipulated I was not entitled to OT. I negotiated OT with the technical manager as it would be mutually beneficial for both him and me if I did tech work as well, and ultimately the company would save money as well, so he agreed to it without any objections. 3. The OT did not amount to much every month as it was based on basic salary, which was low. Commission made up 3/4 of my take-home pay, excluding allowances, so it wasn't much about money, more about the principle. 4. Other sales reps refused to do tech work as they said that was not why they were appointed. The other guys also were on the wrong side of 40 and in shape, if you can call round a shape. I was in my early 20s and wanted to get ahead, so I did extra to prove myself. 5. The OT that he scratched out did not get paid, at least not to his knowing. I added extra hours over the next 2 months to make up for that, so I did get paid eventually. 6. This happened in 2008, so before smartphones and voice recording, etc. My work phone was a Nokia that had no internet ability. I could call and text. Don't think it even had a camera. We connected to the internet on our laptops via dongle. It is a device that takes a SIM card, plugs into the USB port, and then connects to the cell network, almost like dial-up internet. It even made a similar sound. My laptop did not even have Wi-Fi. If I wanted to connect at the office, I had to plug in the LAN cable. This story just drives home the fact that if your boss ever tells you, "I'll give you this if you do this," you need to get it in writing, whether that's an email or an actual piece of paper that says that exact thing on it. You need to get it in writing. That way, they can't go back on it again in the future, because a lot of bosses would be like, "Oh, I don't remember saying that. You're not getting anything. Nice try." This next story comes to us from Fanatic Cake. Malicious Compliance from Students, a compilation. Let's jump right in. I am an educator and have worked on the area for about 10 years. And every time I read or listen to some of these stories, I end up thinking about something a student has done that fits the sub. But it's super short, so it would not be worth posting. So here are some of the best I have ever dealt with. 1. No running in the library. One day, I was leaving for lunch break and saw some students bolting down into the library as fast as they could. Seeing that, I shouted, "Hey you guys, you know you're not allowed to run in the library," which causes them to stop, look at me, and start hopping. Because I only told them they're not allowed to run, but who said anything about hopping? This is one of the times in my career in which I just take the L and move on. 2. You should ask John if you're allowed to do it. After lunch, students have a small recess and may go play, as long as a teacher is around. But we always have the issue of students just seeing somewhere empty, like the soccer field or one of the courts, and start playing there. To try and avoid this, we established that students might go anywhere their teachers allow them to do it. But a group of students, trying to be smart, asked if I could allow them to go to the soccer field, which I couldn't. I was covering somewhere else. I just tell them, "You should ask John, he should be here soon enough." They called for John and ran a bit, so I just think that was good timing from the teacher, but no, I see them asking a student called John if they could go, which he promptly said, "Yes, you are all allowed, my dear students." The worst part is that I couldn't laugh, because smart as that was, I had to make them follow the rules. 3. You cannot use your pencil cases for this activity. I think most of you know where this may go, but I think it's funny. We do not allow the students to use their pencil cases for some activities. Since we have our own classroom material, and pencil cases can be super distracting when students start showing off their brand new sparkly pen that smells like angel hair. Thing is, we didn't account for the incredible ability from students to find loopholes. I kid you not, I watched as they started passing around pencil cases because we never said anything about using our colleagues' pencil cases, which, fair enough. But come on, help a teacher out here. 4. You need to get a book that has paragraphs. To help with their reading, we gave students the task to get a book and read it until the end, updating a reading journal once a week. Thing is, students tend to get super lazy with it and try to just go for a book like Diary of a Wimpy Kid or Captain Underpants, so we established that it needs to be a book with paragraphs, aka something like a shorter novel. One of the students got a cooking book, and when we tried to stop him, he opened the book to one of the instructions for a recipe and said, with the most innocent voice, "See? Paragraphs." 5. You need to sit with your classmates. This might be my favorite. Since we came back full-time after kids got vaccinated, the school has been demanding some really weird rules and is super inconsistent, and one of those is that in the cafeteria, they are only allowed to sit with their classmates, which can be more safe. But at the same time, we have 100 plus students there at a time. So what's the difference? I was even trying to justify it to them, but they noticed I didn't believe in it myself, so they found a loophole, because that's what 5th graders do, and just pushed the tables together. Each table had a different ground, so they didn't break any rules, while still being able to be with their friends. I'm drawing a blank here, so if I remember any new stuff and this is liked enough, I might ask my colleagues for more stories. I love my students and love being a teacher. Kids can be truly great at malicious compliance. I mean, in a case like this, it's not always a bad thing. It means they're honing their critical thinking skills, no matter how frustrating it is for the teachers or other adults. This next story comes to us from The Real John Galt 22. Told quantity, not quality by boss. Gave them exactly that. Let's jump right in. I worked at a law firm that handled an extremely high volume of cases. I'm talking thousands per month, and due to the specific field they were in, the work called for a ton of motion practice. We had to respond to motions on nearly every case, after which the cases would settle, and we would be paid relatively small amounts that added up. To answer all the motions, we would use a boilerplate template, input a few specifics via prompts, and send it off. This would take about 15 to 20 minutes. It was a profitable scheme, and to be fair, it worked for that specific field of law. This is highly irregular and would be nearly impossible to effectively mount a counter-argument in any other field of law, which typically requires research and fact-specific rebuttal to very specific challenges to your case. Fast forward, and now the firm is taking on cases in a new field of law, nearly all between 200 to 300,000 per case, or about 100 times what a case in their original field would take. We needed to draft and file complaints on these cases, To achieve this, the partners insisted that our senior attorney would create a template, our paralegal staff, making $10 an hour, would speak with the client and create an intake cover sheet for each case. And I would be the lucky middleman who got to input the cover sheet data into the template and generate a complaint for every single case in this new field that the firm was handling. In essence, they thought we could handle this new, complex, different field of law with much higher stakes in much the same way they were handling our normal cases. The intake staff had no clue what they were doing, and the boilerplate template was wildly insufficient to allege the particular facts, which varied so considerably between cases. Also why intake had problems. The partners thought it should take me about 15 to 20 minutes to generate a complaint with their method. But the reality was, I actually had to review every file from scratch, figure out what was going on, input the data myself, make massive edits to the complaint, etc. It would take me at least 1.5 hours to do a good job. And honestly, that's what I did, a good job. As you can imagine, something of a backlog ensued and the partners wanted to know what the issue was. I explained that due to the nature of the cases, they were requiring specific edits. I offered several recommendations for how we could improve our efficiency, but they didn't want to hear it. I explained that these cases were worth significantly more, and even spending 4 to 5 times longer on them than on our other cases was still a huge win for them. They wanted paper out, quantity over quality, I was told. Leave the decisions to them, do what I am instructed to do, and play my part on the assembly line. Note that these partners did actually no legal work whatsoever on any cases. They once did long ago, but now just watch cameras all day and b*** if you're 5 minutes late. In a fit of frustration and rage, I maliciously complied. I actually stayed late few nights and banged out maybe 75 or so complaints that had backlogged. I sent them all to the senior attorney for final review, with no edits whatsoever, wrong data from our intake team, nonsensical legal arguments, fact patterns that were completely untrue, just like I was told. About 3 workdays later, I got called in for a meeting about what the F was going on in these complaints, and that the senior attorney was about 1/3 of the way through what I had sent him, and not one of the complaints was suitable to be filed. I told them I was just doing my job on the assembly line, and that the issue must be coming from somewhere else, but definitely not from me, because I did exactly as instructed, and mindlessly input the data and sent it along. They told me this was unacceptable, and if there was an issue, I should have brought it to their attention. To which I replied that I tried and was not listened to. They refused to accept defeat and attempted to change data collection, change the templates to no avail. It got hostile. No matter what they did, their system just didn't work, and I continued to comply with their insistence. I do my job and my job only. It was unbelievable how stubborn these people were. Quit that job and moved on. I've been tracking some of the cases online, and they're getting dismissed on motion. Quantity, not quality, eh? Not how I practice law. Down in the comment section for this one, OP added a little bit more detail. It says, I omitted a few details to preserve some form of anonymity here, but one of the other issues is, taking on all that work in the new field, if done correctly, would have commanded the full time of one attorney, which would take that person away from writing motions on the other cases. The correct thing to do as a business owner there would be a cost-benefit analysis. They could have hired another attorney to pick up my motions on the other cases and left me to focus my attention on the new. The additional attorney salary would have easily paid for itself through revenue generated on these new cases. Instead, they lost an attorney who was interested and capable, and are losing the new cases in court, and likely the client as well, settling for significantly less, etc., etc. I just do not get it, but again, not my practice. Ah yes, the legal profession. Motions, motions, and more motions. Maximum money with the least amount of effort. It is interesting how the partners didn't want you spending more time on those new cases though, because sometimes those little itty-bitty details, the ones that you were looking for to make sure everything was proper, can be the ones that make or break a case. This next story comes to us from I'm D&D. You're not medically qualified. Let's jump right in. I work in a prison, and working in a prison means a responsibility to ensure the well-being of inmates. As expected, this includes medical needs. Anything you would see a doctor for, the inmates would as well. The procedure would be to send a medical kite or letter to medical with concerns, symptoms, etc., and request to be seen. For a true emergency, chest pains, trouble breathing, an inmate can declare a medical emergency. This is the equivalent of calling emergency services. When the medical emergency is requested, a radio call is made with the location, nature of the emergency, and the requested type of service needed, such as facility medical staff, custody staff, and outside medical services. When a medical emergency or code is called, the facility is locked down, meaning no movement for the inmates. Lunch being served? Sorry, you'll have to wait to eat while this code is going on. Time for you to go to work? Sorry, you're going to lose some pay until this code is clear. As expected, there are incarcerated individuals that are not all that mentally stable. They will declare a medical emergency for a hurt toe or heartburn. Now, as a regular person, I am aware a hurt toe is not a medical emergency, so I, and many others, would advise the inmate to kite medical and request to be seen. This system seemed to work for a long time, until the administration began to receive complaints from the inmates that staff were ignoring the requests to declare medical emergencies. "You are not medically trained," was the answer we received when we tried to explain the reason for ignoring medical emergencies. "Do your job and declare the medical emergencies." Message received loud and clear. Over the next week, medical emergencies went from 1 a day to 3 to 4 a day. Inmate has a stubbed toe? Medical emergency. Constipated? Medical emergency. Itchy butt? Medical emergency. You get the point. The facility was paralyzed. Medical was mad because they had to respond to every call. Food services were mad because a meal that took an hour to serve was now 2 to 3 hours. The inmates were mad because their yard and gym time was affected. A week later to the day, an email directive was received to stop declaring medical emergencies and to use our judgment. A few staff members kept it going for another week until it faded out. There was no sorry for the inconvenience or you were right, but that email was so satisfying to receive. This story reminded me of an exchange between a lawyer and a doctor, and it goes something like this. "Doctor, before you performed the autopsy, did you check for a pulse? No. Did you check for blood pressure? No. Did you check for breathing? No. So then is it possible that the patient was alive when you began the autopsy? No. How can you be so sure, doctor? Because his brain was sitting on my desk in a jar. But could the patient have still been alive nevertheless? Yes, it's possible that he could have been alive and practicing law somewhere." This next story comes to us from Bear MC. Boss said no shorts. Let's jump right in. I work at an office that sells bulk goods to businesses that use them, like retail outlets, etc. Our office doesn't usually have a strict dress code, but we recently got a new boss, Butthead, who is quite literally the stick up my butt. He's constantly yelling at everyone about basic crap, like punching in a minute or two late or early, or being a word or two off from the script during outbound and inbound calls. Dealing with him in general has made me hate the job more. As it's getting hotter, I've been wearing khaki shorts to work for the past few days, which is something I've always done for the past few years, and nobody has confronted me about it before. So I figured nothing would change this year. But boy, was I wrong. About halfway through my shift, this boss comes to my desk and realizes I'm wearing shorts, and is visibly annoyed. He mutters something under his breath and goes back to his office. An hour later, I was called into his office, where he proceeded to berate me about breaking dress code. He was fuming and ended the meeting with, "From now on, you follow dress code to the book or you're fired." Say no more, boss. That night, I went home and read up on the dress code rules. There was, in fact, a rule against shorts, so I was annoyed but kept on. And then I found it. There is no rule preventing males to wear skirts or kilts. Here's where I devised my plan. I immediately ordered a pink and white striped kilt online, as well as matching knee-high socks and a shirt. There were no rules stated in the dress code against any of this, surprisingly. About a week later, the clothes arrived, and here is what ensued the following workday. I walked in wearing my new pink business outfit, and immediately the whole office is staring at me. And the boss who came in to cover another boss's shift in the morning was beat red in the face and yelled at me to come in his office. He goes on a 10-minute rant about how I'm a useless employee, and that he's going to fire me for not following the dress code to a T. I simply stated, I am in dress code. I urge you to read the employee handbook. He ended up reading the whole thing in front of me, and I could see him getting more and more angry as he realized I didn't break any rules. I asked him, am I free to go back to work? And he looked at me with a death glare, muttered something under his breath, and waved me off. I am definitely one of those people who doesn't understand the dress codes in a call center or any other job, honestly, where you're not directly dealing with the customers. Somebody on the phone isn't going to care what I'm wearing. I probably would have taken this one a little bit further than OP did. I would have read through that dress code policy, and if there was an option there to wear yoga pants, I would have worn yoga pants, but I would have worn the tightest ones I could find. You know, the ones tight enough that you can tell what religion I am. This next story comes to us from Dr. Galactose. Get a real calculator? Got it. Let's jump right in. First of all, I do not live in Western countries. There's a point where I talk about a program in my country, I'll translate it in a way that makes it simple to understand, but probably won't be accurate. This happened more than 10 years ago. I was still in what was equal to a high school in the US. I was about to have a mid-semester math exam. The math teacher, one of the worst math teachers I've ever had, said that since the exam is about solving inequations and second-degree polynomial equations, that she didn't care if we can do simple math or not, since we've been doing that for years already, we can bring our calculator into the exam room. We can't use a calculator on a phone for obvious reasons, but otherwise there's no restriction. It does sound too good to be true, especially from this particular teacher, so everyone asks the higher grade students who took her test last year if she's been doing this to previous year students as well or not. We found out that she always let her students use a calculator, but before, she loves making the question stupidly complex for no reason. So a lot of people get terrible scores anyway, despite the calculator. Now, a little about myself. I have a special interest in science since I was a kid. About a year earlier, I joined an astronomy summer camp program. As part of that, I got myself a scientific calculator. It's way overkill for average high school students, and I wouldn't really use it to full capacity again until university. But it made my life in the program a lot easier. It's also shaped perfectly to fit in my pocket, so I've been using it as an everyday calculator to this day. However, the calculator has a built-in equation solver, and since the exam is mostly multiple choice questions, this means I could finish the exam by just entering the equation into the calculator and let it do the job for me. I felt a bit disgusted to bring it into the exam room as a result, so out of respect for the exam, I decided to get myself a cheap, conventional calculator from a convenience store across from the school the day before the test. As per regulation, when students enter the exam room, we have to show our student ID and all of the exam tools to the overseeing teacher prior to entering the room. As the luck would have it, my overseeing teacher was that darn math teacher. I showed my student ID, my exam tools, and my conventional calculator as per regulation demanded. The calculator was a cheap model, shaped like an ancient cell phone for aesthetic reasons, even had a fake antenna on it that does nothing. I didn't think much of it, but apparently the math teacher took offense in that, believing I'm challenging the no phone rule. I tried to argue that it's just a stupid calculator that's just shaped like a phone, to no avail. She ended the argument telling me that I could either enter the exam room right then, or go back outside and grab a real calculator, but I won't get in with that phone. So I, a bit pissed off at this point, decided to comply. I went back outside, opened my bag, put my calculator pretending to be a phone inside, and brought out my beloved scientific calculator. Then walked back in line to prepare to enter the exam room again. Surprisingly, she didn't complain about it at all. She made a snide remark about why I didn't bring this in the first place, then let me enter the exam room. I didn't know what was on her mind at that moment, and frankly, I didn't care. Unsurprisingly, I aced that test as a result. Not proud of it, but she asked for it. Okay, it's been a really long time since I was in school, and I worked with those TI-86s way back in the day, but I can't remember, when you put an equation into one of those calculators and it solves it for you, does it show you the work it goes through to get to that answer? because on a lot of exams, your points are going to come from the work you did to get to that answer, not just the answer itself. In OP's case though, it was a multiple choice test, and that leads me to believe that that teacher was pretty lazy and just wanted to mark it very quickly, or they were overworked, or a little bit of both. This next story comes to us from Haddock Ura, a past malicious compliance at a CNC company. Let's jump right in. I recently started working at a company specializing in high-end CNC work. Think aerospace, automotive, and defense contracts that run in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, so they can keep the machines running. This is not my malicious compliance, but rather past compliance that I was told about that I am now reaping the benefits of. When I started, I was told that employees were free to take their 30-minute paid lunch whenever they wanted. How nice, I thought, a company that's not micromanaging. After talking with some of the old-timers, I discovered the reason this policy was put back into place. Some background first. A CNC machine is essentially an automated mill. You stick a metal billet or casting into it, it does some magic, and a machine part is created. Lots of cuts made, holes drilled and tapped, all very precisely. This process can take minutes or hours based on how much or how precise machining takes place. Generally, the more expensive the part, the more time spent on the machine. The story is that a new manager was hired several years ago and immediately set about improving production. Apparently, part of their grand plan was having everyone take their lunches at exactly the same time, so as to provide accountability. Since everyone was taking lunches at various times, the theory was that people taking 32 minutes instead of 30 was costing productivity, and thus could be improved. No one actually had any record of these 32-minute breaks, but they must have been going on, right? Since most of the processes took longer than 30 minutes, people would take their breaks so that they had just placed a part in, went on lunch, and then came back to continue the job, mostly checking that the previously made part was within tolerance, as the CNC machine worked through the time spent on break. The new system meant that people would take their lunches and the machines were left in downtime. The most dreadful thing an owner can imagine. No one there to put new parts into the machine means machines are not running, which means parts are not being completed, which means money is not being made. People would stop work at precisely lunchtime, regardless of if that meant the machine would stand idle without a part to work on. Machinists would arrive precisely 30 minutes later to start up again. Since the longer processes were the most affected, the most expensive parts were the heaviest hit. Production slumped, shipments got delayed, customers were angry, and eventually, the new manager was fired. The policy was returned to its original, take it whenever, just please don't let the machine stop, form. Ah yes, another newbie manager who didn't spend any time actually going over the processes that were happening in that factory, learning about how things worked so they could make changes that actually made sense. Nope, they came in and they figured, let's make a change here, let's save some pennies, and ended up costing dollars. I thank you for watching, I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow.